In the shadowy heart of Winter Valley, where ancient magic whispers through the pines and werewolves roam under the glow of the full moon, Moonlit Redemption, the curse of the Silver Lake Pack, weaves a tale of love, legacy, and the unbreakable bonds that tie the curse to the saviors. Sophia, an unsuspecting outsider, stumbles into a world she never knew existed when she inherits a lakeside cabin from a distant relative. Little does she know, her arrival triggers a series of events that will challenge everything she believes about herself and the world. Drawn into the enigmatic life of Warren, a werewolf grappling with a centuries-old curse bestowed upon him by his own family line, Sophia becomes entangled in a mystery that threatens not only her life but also the fragile peace between humans and werewolves. As their fates intertwine, Sophia discovers her lineage is tied to the very curse that plagues Warren. Together, they embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the Silver Lake Pack and the ancient ritual that could break the curse. Along the way, they must confront their deepest fears, navigate treacherous rivalries, and decipher cryptic messages left by Sophia's ancestors. Moonlit Redemption explores the power of love and the price of redemption in a world where darkness looms, and the moon holds the key to unlocking ancient powers. The novel is a heart-stopping adventure that blurs the lines between enemies and allies, revealing that sometimes the greatest curse can become the source of one's ultimate salvation. With its blend of romance, suspense, and supernatural intrigue, this novel offers a fresh take on the werewolf genre, delving into themes of identity, sacrifice, and the unyielding strength of the human spirit. Moonlit Redemption, the curse of the Silver Lake Pack, is a tale that will captivate readers, whisking them away on a journey under the shimmering moonlight, where love and redemption await in the most unexpected of places. Chapter 1. Off the leash. Colin was excited. It was impossible not to be. He could smell the rain falling from the sky and hear every droplet as it bounced off the asphalt. He could feel the pressure shift in the air as the weather system swirled above them and blew through the dark alleyway where Colin crouched next to Silas. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" said Silas. Concern was painted across the older man's face. "How many times are you going to ask me that?" said Colin. "At least 3 more times." "I'm fine, Silas. I really am." And he was more than fine. He was out of Elkwood for the first time in over 2 years, for the first time since becoming a werewolf. His senses soared, and his heart raced. "You stink with excitement," said Silas. One of the minor drawbacks of being a werewolf was knowing what other wolves in your pack were feeling, thinking, and doing almost all of the time. That's the kind of relationship Colin shared with Silas ever since the older wolf had bitten Colin, less than 6 months ago. Ironically, the alley where they now crouched was in Seattle, exactly the place Colin was heading to in his grandmother's stolen car when he hit Silas, which in turn resulted in Colin being bitten and turning into a giant supernatural creature, changing his life forever. Colin had been heading to Seattle to speak with his parents, whom he barely ever saw and rarely spoke to. They were probably in the city right now, working late, happily ignoring the fact that Colin even existed. But it didn't bother Colin, not anymore. He had his grandmother. True, she was a blind, angry, old, all-powerful witch, but she had come to accept her only grandson and his inner werewolf. He also had Silas, a several centuries-old werewolf, who out of sheer panic had bitten Colin, creating an unbreakable bond. And then there was Becca. "Get your head in the game, Colin," said Silas. "Right, sorry. Mind wanders." "I know. I can hear every thought in your head." "That works both ways. You sing in your head a lot," said Colin with a smile. "I do not." "You do. You've got a real Elvis obsession." Silas turned and glared at Colin with those dark yellowish eyes and said, "He was the king of rock and roll." Okay. No one's arguing that with you. I'm sure he was great. I saw him in concert. He was amazing." Communicating by thought was another werewolf skill that Colin both loved and hated. It was a great way to talk, but it was next to impossible to shut off. Silas and Colin's in-ear microphones crackled to life and a male voice said, "Beta 7 to Wolfman." "This is Wolfman," Silas answered, whispering to Colin. "I hate that name." "Better than Wolfpup," said Colin. "We've got eyes on the target," said Beta 7. "Where is he?" growled Silas. "He's heading north. Should be passing by you in a few minutes, over." The rain was getting heavier. Water dripped from Silas's shaggy hair as he shifted to get a better look at the alleyway opening 100 feet away. Not long after becoming a werewolf, Colin ate his murderous biology teacher. and save the town of Elkwood thanks in part to Silas's guidance. Elkwood's governing body agreed to allow them both to stay as long as they agreed to join a new group that was being formed to help combat rogue supernatural people and creatures. Night Watch was created to track down and neutralize threats and also to bring more special people into the safety of Elkwood. After many early morning and late night training sessions, Silas had decided Colin was ready to venture into the field, which was why they were both crouched in a dark alley late at night, waiting for a potentially dangerous man to walk by. "Do you remember the plan?" said Silas. "You're going to question him," said Colin. "And if he attacks? We defend but try not to harm him too much. This is one of the only leads we've managed to track down that could potentially take us to the group of murderous werewolves we're searching for. They're causing more and more trouble and we're no closer to catching them." "Didn't you track werewolves for years?" "Yes," said Silas. "So you can imagine how much it bothers me that I can't even get a whiff of these guys." Colin knew that part of Silas's reason for signing up for Night Watch was to have access to resources that would help him track the rogue werewolves that stepped out of line and threatened to expose our kind. It's what Silas had been doing for centuries, protecting the bloodlines, keeping us a secret. This particular group was the same group that turned Mr. Winter, but they'd proved to be next to impossible to catch, and Colin knew, thanks to their psychic link, that it was driving Silas crazy. "What happens if he runs?" said Silas. "We let him run and let the beta team track him," said Colin, reciting the correct answers. He knew they were correct because they'd been over the rules what felt like 100 times. "We do not chase him," said Silas, fixing his eyes on Colin. "We do not chase him," agreed Colin. "Good. Now let your senses go. Tell me what you feel." "I feel uncomfortable," said Colin, tugging at the neckline of his tactical uniform. It was all black and reinforced with Kevlar, though they didn't really need the extra protection, and it kept pinching them in awkward places. Apparently it was supposed to expand with their bodies if they changed into werewolves, but they hadn't had a chance to test it out yet. "I'm serious," said Silas in that tone of voice that indicated he was indeed serious. Colin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and let his senses wander. Just like Silas had taught him, the city sprang to life around him. He breathed deeply through his nose and let the sounds from all over the surrounding areas flow to him. The alley sprang to life in vivid colors as smells washed around. Colin could see old garbage, motor oil, and a very adventurous rat. "What can you sense?" said Silas. "The alley. Push farther. Listen harder. Don't inhale so much, you'll give yourself a headache. Just grab the random smells from the air and let your brain piece them together." This would be easier in werewolf form. And it was. All of Colin's werewolf abilities were so much stronger when he transformed into the 8-foot hairy beast that was constantly clawing to get out. "Not here," said Silas. "Too many people." Colin listened beyond the alley, and the city sounds began to get louder. Cars driving through puddles, footsteps, people talking, tapping out texts on their cell phones, dinner cooking. There were so many different food smells. Colin started to drool a little. "Block out the food. It'll distract you." "No food." "Got it." They'd had a big meal before they left Elkwood. Silas had made Colin eat a couple of extra steaks. The urge to eat was strong for a werewolf, and although Colin never felt the compulsion to eat anyone, he certainly felt hungry all the time. A set of footsteps stood out from the rest of the sounds. They were heavy and they were moving toward the alley. They would hurry and then slow, hurry then slow. "That's our guy." "How do you know?" "He's walking fast but keeps slowing down to check behind him. He smells like raw meat." "Why does he smell like that?" "He's a butcher." Colin understood almost immediately. They were hunting a pack of werewolves. They would need to eat. And while Silas had found stray reports of them killing innocent people, they'd still need to eat more. A lot more. This man was their meat supplier. The footsteps sped up as the butcher entered the alley. Colin opened his eyes to see Silas crouching low behind the dumpster. "Stay here. Listen, watch, learn." But Silas leapt over the dumpster in a single bound. The butcher shrieked as the large man with scraggly hair landed in front of him and stood to his full height. Silas grabbed the terrified man by his jacket and lifted him off the ground. Colin could see members of their backup squad beta team on a nearby rooftop. Having a couple of werewolves as living weapons was a good thing for Night Watch, but that didn't mean they were allowed off the leash without a few handlers nearby. Do you know who I am? Growled Silas. I don't know anything. I don't, shouted the man in panic. I'm just a wholesale meat vendor. I don't know anything. I really don't know who you are. He was lying. Colin could hear the subtle changes in the man's heartbeat. Silas threw the butcher against a dumpster on the opposite side of the alleyway and then picked him up again. Don't make me ask twice, he growled. You're the one who hunts. Well, you hunt them, stammered the butcher. And you feed them. I need to know where they are. Silas dropped him back on his feet. And if you do that for me, I'll let you go about your business and forget that you've been feeding a group of murderous creatures. They'll kill me, said the butcher. I'll do worse, said Silas. Colin sniffed the air. There was something off about the whole thing. Something about the man didn't smell right. Colin could smell the man's fear. But it had changed slightly. There was something else there, a distinct floral smell. Colin had made a catalog of what different emotions smelled like, but they were all so subtle it was hard to pinpoint them sometimes. But he knew. This one. It was on the tip of his brain. Not excitement, not worry, not panic. Anticipation. Silas, he's going to do something. The butcher's hand swept under his rain jacket and Colin caught the glint of light on metal. Knife. Silas moved backwards as the man swung the knife clumsily. It caught Silas's left forearm and Colin could immediately smell the blood. A rage boiled up inside of him. This man attacked his mentor, his packmate. The wolf inside growled and Colin could feel his control over the creature slipping. He placed both hands on the dumpster and pushed with all his considerable strength. The large metal cube flew from its spot and caught the man in the shoulder, knocking him to the ground. The knife skittered across the wet asphalt. The butcher scrambled to his feet and took off down the alley. Silas, shouted Colin. That was a silver knife, said Silas, covering the wound with his other hand. To slow the bleeding. He was expecting us. Colin could hear the radio chatter of the rest of the night watch squad, but he ignored it. His heart raced and all he could see through a shade of red was the retreating figure of the man who had attacked and hurt Silas. No, Colin. Don't. Colin leapt over Silas and took off at a run. Colin! Silas shouted, but the thundering of the butcher's heart drowned out all else. It was late, so traffic was light as Colin burst out into the city street, but there were still people hanging around the concrete jungle. They gave Colin odd looks, likely wondering why some kid was dressed in tactical gear and running through dark streets in the rain. His bright amber eyes probably didn't help Colin look any more normal. The butcher was running down the street, weaving through oncoming traffic. Colin raced after him. The cars kicked up sprays of water, soaking Colin in his pursuit, but he didn't care. He knew how fast he could run, and he'd be on the man in no time. A taxi swerved to try and beat a stoplight and skidded out of control on the wet pavement. Colin sprang into the air, clearing the taxi and landing on a minivan. He jumped again, clearing 2 more vehicles, and slid across the roof of a transport truck and off the edge and landed in a run. He was 10 feet from his victim and he could smell the fear floating off the butcher. No, screamed the man. They'll kill me if I tell you anything. I'll do worse. Colin, you have to stop. I've almost got him. Let him go. I'm so close. We don't know who else might be working with H. All sounds stopped. All smells vanished. Colin stumbled and felt blind for a moment. It was like his senses had been turned off completely. Cars whizzed by, and the butcher disappeared down a side street. Lightning cracked across the sky, throwing long shadows across the rain-soaked street. The glare of oncoming headlights blinded Colin, and for a split second he looked to the sky to shield his eyes. Far above him, floating 100 feet in the air, was a man. Colin's wolf eyes cut through the darkness and he could clearly make out the figure. He was youngish, late 20s maybe, with long hair, and he was sitting cross-legged, floating in the air. He was dressed in a suit with a black cloak that billowed out behind him. A thick chain hung around his neck, dangling what looked like a bright red rock. The man's eyes glowed an ominous deep red, matching the color of the rock. He was staring directly at Colin. Who are you? Colin shouted, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. The floating man smiled and then vanished, as if he'd never been there. Colin's heightened senses returned all at once, and it felt as if someone had set him on fire. Everything hit him at the same time and he thought his head would split in half. The sound of car horns, tires screeching, people shouting, TVs blaring, the buzz of the streetlights. Smells wafted over him. So fast that the world became a wash of colors in Colin's brain that made his head swim. Colin felt the creature inside him stir uncomfortably while his heart tried to beat out of his chest. He'd felt this sensation before. The first time he'd ever experienced a change, it was uncontrollable. No, Silas. I'm changing. Colin. What happened? You have to get off the street. Colin's muscles contorted and stretched. A woman in a nearby car screamed. I can't stop it. Concentrate, Colin. Try to stay calm. It's too late. The change tore through him like it had so many times before. All of Colin's body expanded at once, his face elongating as sharp teeth began to line his mouth. His ears moved to the top of his head and hair exploded all over him. His hands curled, a razor-sharp claw tipping each large hairy finger. Traffic had come to a standstill and camera phones were beginning to pop up. Colin's tactical suit had expanded with his body, so at least he wasn't a naked werewolf standing on a busy Seattle street. However, he was still a giant werewolf, and that kind of thing attracts attention. Colin crouched and leapt high into the sky and caught a window ledge on the nearest building. He leapt higher and higher up the building, reaching the roof in a few bounds. He peered back over the edge and saw people had gotten out of their cars and were looking up for the creature they just encountered. A small metal device bounced off a few cars and there followed a small flash. The car engines all died at once and the streetlights went out along with the power to the surrounding buildings, for a full city block. That was an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. We just killed the local power grid. Beta team will fry all the devices in the area next. Cell phones and such. Are you okay? I'm sorry, Silas. His senses back under control, Colin concentrated on being human again and felt the wolf retreat back inside his body. He shrank down to his normal size. His muscles returned to their usual state, and the hair shed from his body and vanished. A helicopter swooped overhead and came to rest on the rooftop where Colin crouched human once again. The door slid open and Silas, his arm bandaged, waved him over. The chopper ride back to Elkwood was a quiet one. The members of Beta Team that hadn't stayed behind to clean up Colin's mess smelled angry and frustrated. Silas looked out the window. Silas, I'm sorry. The old wolf held up a hand. It's okay. I thought you were ready. You're not. I almost had him. You almost ended up on the 11 o'clock news. It wasn't my fault. The floating man shut off my wolf sense and give me a break, kid. You and I share thoughts. I don't see a floating man in there. You screwed up, it's okay to admit it. Colin felt frustration growing. But I didn't. He was there. The change wasn't my fault. Silas placed a hand on Colin's shoulder and he gave a tired smile. I forget how young you are sometimes. You've come such a long way so fast. But you're still just a puppy. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ground you for a while. Oh, come on, please, pleaded Colin. Sorry, kid. You're grounded to Elkwood until further notice. Chapter 2. In the doghouse. The helicopter descended through the dense clouds that hung over Elkwood and touched down with a thump in the works yard of the old army base located on the high ridge on the outskirts of town. After joining Night Watch, one of the soldiers had informed Colin of the history of the base, that it had been built during the Second World War as a coastal outpost during a time when the U.S. was overly paranoid about attacks from the west. The base was abandoned almost as soon as it was built. Once Elkwood became a haven for people with particular gifts, the government took over the base to use as their headquarters. Colin's girlfriend's father, Mr. Emerson, was stationed here as the leader of the Night Watch program, along with the new commander over Elkwood, Elric Varsun. Varsun was a tall, fidgety man who was quickly balding and always struck Colin as being exceptionally nervous, which was exactly the way he looked when Colin slid open the chopper door and stepped out. Varsun and Mr. Emerson stood by the entrance to the base. Varsun looked twitchy and his tie was askew. Mr. Emerson smelled angry, but Colin didn't need any sort of werewolf sense to make that deduction. He could see it in the man's face. Great. Another reason for Mr. Emerson to hate me. During Colin's first transformation into a werewolf, he had punched Mr. Emerson and knocked him out cold. It wasn't the best first impression, and Mr. Emerson was less than pleased that his daughter, Becca, was dating a werewolf. "Hi, Varson," said Colin as he and Silas approached. "Mr. Emerson. Enjoyed our trip to Seattle, did we?" said Mr. Emerson, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "It was nice," said Colin. "Very friendly people. I wish we'd had more time to do some sightseeing." "Inside now," Mr. Emerson growled. Silas gave Colin a sad sort of look. "He's going to shout at me, isn't he? For at least half an hour, I'm guessing. I don't know, that vein on his forehead is throbbing. I'm going to bet he shouts for a full 45 minutes. Colin, I know. This is serious." The door to the base began to open and a scent Colin didn't recognize wafted through. Colin knew all the scents in Elkwood. He could recognize everyone by the way they smelled, but this was someone new. The door opened fully and a kind-looking old man shuffled out. He leaned heavily on a walking stick and was dressed in a tweed suit. Thick glasses rested on a large nose set above a bushy mustache. He was escorted by two of the base guards. The old man grinned at Colin and shuffled off to the helicopter where the guards helped him in. "You coming?" asked Silas. "Who was that guy?" "The old guy? No idea. I've never seen him before here. You have bigger things to worry about." Colin and Silas followed behind Varson and Mr. Emerson as they entered the large cargo elevator and descended to one of the many subterranean floors of the base. While it may have looked like a single building base on the surface, there were a number of floors beneath the ground that housed everything from holding cells and offices to barracks and research labs. One floor existed in a completely different dimension, where a demon named Charles lived. The doors swished open and Colin recognized the floor as the same one he and Silas had been taken to after the incident when Colin ate his biology teacher. They were led into a small gray room and asked to take a seat. "Here it comes." "Just what on earth did you think you were doing?" Mr. Emerson shouted. "And there it is. Do you realize the danger you placed the team in?" Mr. Emerson said, not waiting for an answer. "What it would have meant for Elkwood and everyone who lives here if we were discovered. We take very precise steps to hide you and the other residents from the outside world, and what do you do the first time you step foot outside of Elkwood? You go on a rampage on a busy city street." Mr. Emerson had begun pacing while Varson sat and awkwardly played with his tie. "What's the fallout?" asked Silas. "Beta team contained the area. The EMP they dispatched knocked out all the power for a square block and everyone in the immediate area has been detained," Mr. Emerson added. "We've had to dispatch Alfred to magic their memories away." "Is that who the old man was?" said Colin. "That's right," he nodded. "He lives in a cottage up north, much like your grandmother. He's an integral part of this community. He keeps our normal residents believing there's nothing unusual about Elkwood." "Is he a wizard or something?" "That's not what we're here to talk about," Mr. Emerson shouted, the vein in his head throbbing again. Colin could hear his heartbeat thumping a mile a minute. Colin filed Alfred the wizard away. He would ask Becca about him later. The last thing he wanted was for Mr. Emerson's head to explode. "Alfred will cast a spell over the detained residents of Seattle," Varson said, while tugging on his tie. "They'll believe they were caught in an electrical blackout and none of them will have any memory of a young boy turning into a giant werewolf in the middle of their city." "Sounds like all's well that ends well," said Colin, repeating something he'd heard his grandmother say once or twice. Mr. Emerson stopped pacing and slammed the palms of his hands down on the table with a bang. Colin had never seen him this upset. "All is not well," he yelled. "You lost control in the middle of an operation." "He hurt Silas," said Colin. Mr. Emerson turned to Silas. "And you assured me he was ready, that he was prepared, that he could handle being out in the field. Not only did you lose the man we were tracking, but your young protege almost destroyed the Night Watch operation before it even had a chance to get started." Colin could feel the anger bubbling in Silas, could feel the centuries-old werewolf twitch under the pressure. "I didn't lose control," said Colin. "There was a flying man who blocked my senses." Colin felt the fight go out of Silas. Varson leaned forward with interest. "A flying man, you say? What did he look like? How was he flying?" said Varson. "He was sitting cross-legged, high in the air above me when I was in the street. His eyes glowed red." "And enough," said Mr. Emerson. Silas, did you see any evidence of this flying man? Silas glanced at Colin. I'm sorry. No, said Silas. I didn't see him. Silas, I promise I'm not making this up, said Colin. One moment I'd almost caught the butcher and the next minute I couldn't hear or smell anything. My senses were completely gone. Then all at once they flooded back so much louder and stronger than before. It was him, it was the flying man. Silas turned to Colin and placed a hand on his shoulder. Colin, you understand our connection better than anyone. You know I can see your memories and thoughts the same way you can see mine. I don't see anything like what you're describing. I see you were chasing the butcher and then you lost control and changed. Then it's settled, said Mr. Emerson triumphantly. Colin is grounded to Elkwood until further notice. I'll see if we can track down the butcher again, and hopefully we can salvage some of this operation. Mr. Emerson turned and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Colin could smell the smug satisfaction wafted off him as he left. Well, said Varsun as he straightened his tie and edged his way around the table, I suppose that's it for tonight. You two should get some rest. If I'm not mistaken, Colin, you have school in the morning. Varsun nodded politely and exited. You really don't believe me, said Colin. I want to, said Silas, but I see what you see, and I don't see this flying man. It was the strangest sensation. It was like my senses of smell and hearing were gone. I was cut off from my wolf senses. Silas sighed. I should get you home. The pair drove away from the base, taking the old forest road around the ridge and down into Elkwood. Colin would have preferred to run home, but Silas insisted on making sure he got there safely. Silas's old Jeep bounced along the rocky service road. You won't be grounded forever. Emerson will come around. Oh yeah, I'm sure he'll let me off the leash again real soon. Like when I'm 30. He's just concerned for the mission. Silas spun the Jeep around a sharp corner and accelerated over a small hill. The town of Elkwood sprang into view through the trees. The dim lights of the small downtown core glowed through the fog, and Colin could make out the blinking neon sign of the gas station. You wanted to bite his head off in there. I felt it. Silas glanced over at Colin. I've been doing this a long time. Centuries. I survived the Old West. I've been stabbed, shot, hung, hit with multiple vehicles, dropped off a cliff, and set on fire more than once. I don't like someone who's 187 years younger than I am talking down to me. Colin smiled. Mr. Emerson should really learn to respect his elders. Yes, he should. I'd hate to have to eat him. Silas laughed at his own joke, and Colin couldn't help but smile. Silas had come a long way from the gruff, angry man he'd been when Colin first encountered him. Now he was a gruff, angry man with a sense of humor and was, thanks to Colin, much more knowledgeable about movies. He'd already watched Gremlins, all 3 Lord of the Rings movies, and was working his way through the latest series of superhero movies. Colin had tried to get him to watch some classic horror movies like The Exorcist and A Nightmare on Elm Street, but Silas laughed too much. Colin had to admit, after having encountered real vampires, witches, and other creatures of the night, seeing them in a movie was actually boring, bordering on funny. Silas raced through the deserted nighttime streets and screeched into the small suburban area where Colin's house was located. Colin's grandmother's house was a small 2-bedroom, 2-floor Victorian-style townhome. His grandmother was technically blind, but, being an all-powerful witch, she got by with very little problem. Colin had never asked her about it, but as far as he could figure, she had some sort of extra sense that allowed her to get around, cook, and take care of herself. Her main power resided in the weather. She represented Elkwood's first line of defense by keeping the weather perpetually grim and overcast, so there was no chance of anyone ever spying on the residents with satellites, drones, or other skybound technology. The bad weather generally discouraged visitors. Occasionally someone new would move to Elkwood, but they quickly fell under the spell that the rest of the normal people were under. The town was the perfect cover for creatures like Colin and Silas. The Jeep stopped in front of Colin's house. I'm really sorry, kid. We'll keep training and get you back out there. Don't think I'm not thankful for what you did back there chasing that man. We're a pack. When I get hurt, I know you feel it. Not physically, but in here. Silas tapped his own chest. I appreciate your reasons, but you're going to have to get those kinds of feelings under control. Are you really telling a teenage werewolf to get his feelings under control? I'm nothing but feelings. I'm just a big mess of feelings and hormones. Oh, and let's not forget the giant werewolf lurking around inside me. It's not just a control issue, said Silas. Colin could feel the worry pouring off the older wolf. What is it, Silas? You've been doing so well, I didn't think I'd need to bring it up. Bring what up? Silas sighed and looked Colin directly in the eye. There's a reason most werewolves go bad. They get a taste of this new power and they give themselves over to it. They give the werewolf too much control. The 6 months after the first change is the most dangerous time for a young werewolf. A lot of them can't handle it. You're saying I might go crazy? You think that's what happened tonight? I don't know what happened tonight, and I'm not saying you're going crazy. I'm just warning you. Silas smiled. You're a good kid, Colin. Go get some rest. Try to stay out of trouble. We'll talk more tomorrow. Colin climbed out of the jeep and waved to Silas as he sped away down the road. Pushing open the front door, the smells of home filled his senses. His grandmother had eaten steak for dinner, medium rare with roast potatoes. His stomach rumbled a little. He could also smell the leftovers in the fridge. One drawback to being a werewolf was the overactive metabolism. He needed to eat every few hours to stay full and keep any urges to eat people at bay. Moving down the hallway toward the kitchen, he could hear the rhythmic heartbeat of his grandmother. Is she asleep? Heartbeat is a little fast. She must be dreaming. The clock on the hallway wall showed it to be a little after 1 o'clock. Stepping as lightly as he could into the kitchen, Colin flicked on the light and had a small heart attack. Gran! The little old lady was sitting at the kitchen table in her nightgown with her hair in curlers, a cold cup of coffee in front of her. You scared me half to death, said Colin. His heart was racing so fast he had to breathe deeply to slow it down before he turned into a werewolf and made a mess of the small kitchen. A smile played on the woman's wrinkled face. You're back earlier than I expected. Things not go so well. You already know, said Colin, raising a questioning eyebrow. I know everything. So you heard. I chatted with that demon fellow from the base. Charles, Colin said, taking a seat across from his grandmother. He appeared in my bedroom. No man has been in my bedroom since your grandfather gave me a bit of a start. I almost called down a lightning bolt. Well, he's less man, more terrifying looking demon. I'll take your word for it. You wouldn't have done him any damage. He can only astral project himself into town. He's bound to an alternate dimension or something like that. I'm well aware of his limitations, and that he's a political refugee from hell, but mark my words, he'll get more than a binding if he shows up in my bedroom again. He told me things may not have gone well for you tonight. His grandmother being kind to him still occasionally felt strange to Colin. He had been so used to her being cruel and vicious up until the point he'd become a werewolf that these moments still felt a bit alien. Colin got the sense that, since his transformation, the old lady felt some sort of kinship and a need to protect him. I've been grounded to Elkwood. Colin glanced at the fridge where the leftovers were located. Help yourself. His grandmother took a sip of the cold coffee while Colin grabbed the food. So what happened? Tell me everything. Between mouthfuls, Colin recounted the whole story. Tracking the butcher, Silas getting injured, the street chase, the floating man, no one believing him, not even Silas, his eventual tongue lashing from Mr. Emerson, and Silas telling him about how werewolves can sometimes go crazy. His grandmother sat quietly and listened to everything. Colin heard a slight change in her heart rate when he mentioned the floating man. Glowing red eyes, you say? You're sure? She said. Certain. Colin nodded with a mouthful of steak. Interesting. So you believe me? The old lady shrugged. It's late. You have school tomorrow. With that she got up and shuffled out of the kitchen and up to her bedroom. Well, that was weird. Even for her. Colin finished the rest of the potatoes and helped himself to half a box of cookies and a large glass of milk. Finally satisfied, he headed up to his room. The bookshelf next to his bed was full of dog-eared notepads, all crammed with Colin's notes and observations of his changes and experiences as a werewolf. One book was filled with nothing but descriptions of how different emotions smelled. Another he'd filled, with the help of some biology textbooks from the base, with what was happening to his body when he changed. Some were about his wolf senses. Another was full of doodles of different types of werewolves he sometimes saw in his dreams. Colin reached for a fresh notepad and quickly sketched down what had happened in Seattle, the smells, the sounds, the sensation before he'd changed so suddenly. He also wrote down all he could remember about the floating man in the sky. The cell phone provided to him by Varsun in case of emergencies buzzed on his bedside table and showed 2 missed calls from Becca, as well as a barrage of text messages. Becca. Where are you? Becca, Dad's home. He's unusually happy. Becca, I'm worried. Becca. Overheard Dad. True, you are grounded? Totally not fair. Becca. Are you okay? A surge of warmth rushed through Colin. He'd been dating Becca for around 5 months and he still got that warm fuzzy feeling when she showed she cared. Even in small ways, when it was just a note or a text message. Colin set aside his notepad and tapped away at the phone. Colin, true. Turned into a werewolf in the middle of Seattle. Your dad was furious. Not my fault. Weird floating man made me do it. Or I'm losing my mind. Could go either way. Colin stripped down to his underwear and curled up at the bottom of his bed. He hadn't been able to sleep normally in a bed since he became a werewolf. He found it far more comfortable to sleep curled up at the end of the bed. His cell phone buzzed. Becca? The weird floating man? I want to know more. But it's late. Talk tomorrow. Sleep good, Wolfboy 333. Colin smiled and let the phone slide from his hand as he quickly slipped into a deep sleep. His dreams were wolf dreams, shadows of memories from other werewolves that streamed through his sleeping mind in rapid succession. He had them every night. Sometimes they were the same and sometimes they were different. Colin found them oddly comforting. But tonight something was very different. In each dream there was something new. A man would be standing somewhere in the background. A man wearing a long black cape. A man who smiled knowingly. A man with glowing red. Chapter 3. A matter of principle. The alarm screamed its usual wake-up call, a repetitive mwop 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 sound, and Colin fought the urge to smash it into tiny, annoying pieces. 6:30 a.m. blinked at him as he switched off the alarm. His head felt fuzzy. Not enough sleep. Wolves need sleep. Before the change, Colin could always count on a cold shower to pull him out of his haze, but he'd noted early on that werewolves maintained a higher body temperature than normal, and as a consequence he rarely felt the cold. Colin shaved his face, as he had to do every morning and evening otherwise. He'd have a beard within 24 hours. He also had to have his hair cut once a week. It wasn't a big deal for the other creatures and monsters in town, but for the norms it would probably seem weird. The norms were how everyone referred to the normal people in town, the ones that weren't vampires, zombies, gargoyles, dragons, werewolves, ogres, goblins, half-breeds, or numerous other things. All the norms were magicked to believe everything was normal, but that only went so far. When Colin had eaten his biology teacher, Mr. Winter, 5 months ago in front of the entire school, everyone had seen it. Colin was unconscious for several days afterward. But, as he understood it, the vast majority of the town's norms had to have a spell cast on them to forget the incident. It was important that the freaks, as Becca liked to refer to herself and the others, keep a low profile. It was essential to the secrecy of Elkwood. It was part of their cover. Colin could hear his grandmother was already up and around and could smell breakfast from his room. His mouth watered slightly. He leapt from the top of the stairs to the bottom, landing lightly, and hurried to the kitchen. His grandmother placed a mountainous plate of bacon and scrambled eggs in front of him as he took his seat at the table. Rain hammered against the window. Looks like a beautiful day outside, said Colin. Not my doing, said his grandmother. Sometimes it just rains because it rains. It's okay. It matches my mood. The old lady barked a laugh as she sat down with her own plate of food. Still brooding, are we? Colin shrugged, though his gran couldn't see it. I guess. Not much sleep. Plus being grounded, plus Monday. It all adds up to a pretty rotten mood. Don't forget, you have a new principal starting today. Principal A. Bear had been the chief caretaker over Elkwood School. He wasn't even remotely qualified, but he was built like a linebacker and had the necessary military training required to keep an eye on a school full of special people. All that came to a terrible end when Mr. Winter bit Principal Hebert's head off. Since then the students had been waiting for his replacement with a certain amount of excitement and nervousness. Colin wondered if they'd actually get someone qualified this time or just another military man. Well, that'll be something, I suppose, said Colin, gobbling down another strip of bacon. Oh, don't be all mopey, his grandmother snapped. Sometimes it just rains. Because it rains. You said that already. And it's true. You're down. 5 months ago you were down too. Then, werewolf bit you and everything changed. Sometimes the outlook is bright. Sometimes it's dull. And sometimes it just rains because it rains and there's nothing you did to make it happen and nothing you can do to make it different. Colin's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. This was the closest thing to a pep talk or any sort of encouragement his grandmother had ever given him, and what's more, she made perfect sense. You're right. Of course I'm right, she said. I'm almost always right. Colin smiled at the aged witch sitting across from him as she devoured her own plate of food. You're going to be late, she said between mouthfuls. Colin finished off the last few bites, grabbed his lunch from the fridge, pulled on a baggy sweatshirt, and headed for the door. And don't be out too late tonight. Remember, you're grounded and I don't want to have to come looking for you, shouted his grandmother. Yes, Gran, Colin said and slipped out the front door. He hit the sidewalk at a run and headed for the school. The rain had downgraded to a light drizzle by the time Colin reached the front gates of Elkwood School. Becca was standing under an umbrella waiting for him, looking dark and lovely. She wore her usual ensemble: black skinny jeans, black tank top, and a dark brown jacket that accented her fiery red hair. Her skin was pale with no blemishes and just the right amount of freckles, and she wore dark eyeliner that brought out her greenish-gray eyes. Colin was more than familiar with her smell, and it gave him a sense of comfort and warmth in the pit of his stomach that was hard to describe. You're late, said Becca. Jeremy gave up waiting and went inside already. And yet here you are, ever the rebel, Colin said and scooped her up in a hug and spun her around. Well, I'd hate for you to hurt yourself walking across the schoolyard. Becca yawned. Rough sleep last night? No, slept great. I slept so deep I don't remember a thing. Becca and Colin's relationship had been progressing wonderfully, at least from Colin's point of view, and he hoped from hers too. They spent most evenings together and almost every weekend, except the times Mr. Emerson forbid it. Becca's healing skills as the resident necromancer meant she sometimes needed to treat the freaks of Elkwood, including the dangerous ones they kept locked up at the base. Shall we? Said Colin, sweeping his hand toward the gate. I'd hate to miss Monday morning math. Hey, did you hear we're getting a new principal today? Yeah, pretty exciting, replied Becca, her tone dripping with sarcasm. They walked hand in hand through the gates toward the large old stone building. The bell rang out across the yard. I heard a rumor from Jeremy, said Colin, who heard it from Tori, who heard it from her dad, who heard it from one of the soldiers from the base, that the new principal won't be a norm at all. That seems unlikely, said Becca. Why? Asked Colin. Because other than Silas, all the other higher-ups in Elkwood are norms. Seems strange they'd employ someone different to be the principal. It'll probably be some ex-Marine like a bear was. So are you going to tell me about what happened last night? Colin had managed to put the whole thing out of his mind as soon as he laid eyes on Becca, but now it all came flooding back. Sometimes it just rains because it rains. I'll tell you over lunch. Oh, I know that face. That's your I really don't want to talk about it. But if you're going to make me, I will, just not right now face. Colin went to push open the heavy front doors of the school but never had a chance. The door swung open by itself with a swish and Colin fell into the school. Very smooth, said Becca, helping him to his feet. Did that door just open by itself? Colin and Becca moved away from the door and it swung closed. Colin took a step closer and it swished open again. When did we get automatic doors? Said Becca. And why? Added Colin. They proceeded to math class and before they could push open the classroom door it opened for them. Come in, came the shrill voice of Miss Pettigrew, the resident math teacher who seemed to live in a constant state of excitement about her subject. Her enthusiasm confused the students, who mostly hated math. Don't mind the doors, they're new. She ushered them to their seats. Miss Pettigrew was an older lady, her hair in a bun that looked far too tight, and always dressed in a long skirt, button-up shirt and cardigan. Her joy for math aside, Colin didn't mind her at all as she was always nice to the students. Becca and Colin sat down at neighboring desks. Behind Colin, Jeremy leaned over his desk. Morning call. Jeremy. Why do we have automatic doors throughout the school? Rumor is that it's something to do with the new principal. Quiet down now, said Miss Pettigrew. I think you're all going to be pretty excited about today's lesson. Wait for it. That's right. We're doing algebra. There was a collective groan from the class. Colin hated algebra. Counting with numbers was hard enough. Replacing those numbers with letters and expecting them to function the same way just seemed crazy. Colin tried to concentrate on math, he really did, but it wasn't working. He kept replaying the events in Seattle over and over again in his head. Had he really seen the floating man in the sky? Was he going crazy? Was it just another werewolf thing? He could smell all the other students in the classroom and hear almost everyone in the entire building if he tried, though it just sounded like a lot of noise. He tried to focus in on specific conversations, but only picked up snippets here and there. Then my cat coughed up this thing, it looked like a dead rat. That was a 9th grade girl whose name Colin couldn't remember. She seemed nice enough, but was obsessed with her cat. Dirty little ingrates, always leaving a mess wherever they go. Mr. Potts, the school janitor. Lunch money. I want all of it. That was Gareth Dugan, the resident bully, and Colin's former nemesis. Indeed, that's why Romeo loved Juliet. And if they'd had phones in those days, the whole terrible ordeal could have been avoided. Mr. Abernathy, the English teacher. Have to control it. Colin didn't recognize the voice, but it belonged to a kid a little younger than Colin by the sound of it. Mr. Sampson will be arriving after lunch. Had a bit of trouble getting himself together this morning. It sounded to Colin like Varson's voice. Hopefully his unique situation won't cause any trouble at the school. Yet, yes, I understand that, sir. Sounded like a phone call. That's right, sir, said Varson. He is an excellent candidate. It's just a shame that he's... The bell rang and Colin felt like his head was going to split in two. He covered his ears until the ringing stopped. Having wolf hearing was awesome, but less so when anything loud or high-pitched sounded. Played havoc with his senses. You all right, Col? Said Jeremy. Yeah, just got a bit of a headache. While Colin's social status had improved over the last several months, partially because he had eaten the school's evil biology teacher and partially because he now had muscles, lustrous hair, and was dating the hot, weird girl in school, he still didn't have a ton of friends. Colin was aware it was his fault. He had trust issues, even more so now that he was a werewolf. Aside from Becca, Jeremy was the only person Colin completely trusted, mainly because Jeremy had been Colin's friend before his change. But Jeremy wasn't what he seemed either. He wasn't a norm. But Jeremy didn't know that. Becca only knew a little, but apparently Jeremy was such a dangerous something that he'd been magic to be completely oblivious, which explained a lot. Explained why Jeremy got along with absolutely everyone, and it explained why he and Colin were friends. Jeremy hadn't cared that Colin had been a loser. He tried telling Jeremy about his change into a werewolf, but Jeremy just laughed and accused Colin of watching too many late-night movies. It was weird, and Colin couldn't help but wonder just who or what Jeremy was. The next class was history, which Colin actually enjoyed. Every night he had dreams of werewolves from the past, so history had become interesting to him. Jeremy joined Colin and Becca for lunch, which allowed Colin to duck the subject of Seattle and all that had gone terribly wrong. Becca gave him a sharp dig in the side along with that look, the one that meant business. After school, I want to hear the whole story, she whispered. No ducking. Out. Cross my heart, Colin said while trying to think of a way to disappear after school. The bell rang to signal the end of lunch and Varson's voice crackled over the school PA system. Attention students of Elkwood. The next period of classes will be starting a little late. If everyone would please proceed to the school gymnasium, we'd like to introduce you to the new principal. The loudspeaker screeched, making Colin's ears tingle uncomfortably. I guess this is it, said Jeremy excitedly. Why are you so giddy about this? Asked Becca. Jeremy shrugged. Well, it's a bit of excitement. Not like anything interesting ever happens around Elkwood. Becca and Colin glanced at each other. Classic Jeremy. The trio made their way to the packed gymnasium. Elkwood School was the only one in town that catered to all grades, from kindergarten to grade 12. They even had preschool twice a week for a handful of younger children. Colin, Becca, and Jeremy were directed to take a seat on the floor. This came with its own set of challenges, as Colin had to stay away from certain students. Tori, Elkwood's resident smoking hot teenage girl, was actually a siren. She had the ability to drive people crazy by releasing pheromones. Sirens usually did this to lure victims so they could eat them. Tori did it to tease every teenage boy within an 8-mile radius. Her pheromones wreaked havoc on Colin's werewolf senses and had actually triggered his first ever transformation, a fact he wasn't proud of. Consequently, they were no longer allowed to be in class together, which Tori found amusing. She took every opportunity to tease Colin, much to the dismay and rage of Becca. Another problem was Nathaniel and Micah Cross, known throughout the school as the Goth Twins, so called due to their love of dark makeup, spiked hair, and black clothing, and their deathly pale skin. They were both vampires, and the smell of a werewolf made them physically ill. Their mother, Mrs. Cross, was an ancient vampire who hated werewolves thanks to a several hundred-year-old feud and had tried to pull the twins from school when it was discovered what Colin was. Mr. Emerson had convinced her otherwise, and the twins joined Tori on an alternate class schedule. Colin noted the twins were at the back of the gym, looking pale and miserable. He could smell Tori, who was sitting on the far side of the gym. She gave Colin a wave and flashed that teasing smile of hers. Colin's heart skipped a few beats until Becca stood in front of him and scowled hard at Tori. She quickly looked away. Elric Varson entered through the side doors, which opened automatically, and took his place at a podium that had been set up at the front. The buzz quieted down and Colin could smell the anticipation in the room. It smelled minty. He made a mental note to write that down in one of his notebooks. Hello, students, said Varson. I am Mr. Varson from the local school board, also commander of a local supernatural task force and protector of our fair town, also the world's greatest fidget. Proving Colin's thoughts, Varson started to tug on his tie nervously. As I'm sure you're all aware, we've been searching for a new principal to take the place of Mr. Bear, who passed away so suddenly last year. Head bitten off. Of course the Norms believed that story because they'd had a spell cast on them. The freaks knew better. And I'm sure everyone noticed the new doors, continued Varson, and that you're all wondering what that's all about. Get on with it, Gareth Dugan shouted from somewhere near the back. This was received with a round of sniggers from his small gang of thugs and some stern shushing from the teachers. Yes, well, said Varson, I should explain that our new principal has a particular condition that prevents him from touching things. He's rather sensitive to germs, you see. He's a germaphobe? Colin whispered to Becca, who shrugged. We've installed automatic doors all over the school so he won't have to touch anything, and we encourage you to not make any efforts to shake his hand or touch him, other than this one tiny detail. Tiny detail? Mr. Sampson is an excellent candidate for the role of principal and has a long history of working in various schools throughout the world. We've agreed to accommodate his sensitivity, and we'd like you to join us in welcoming him here today. Colin felt a subtle shift in the air, as if the pressure in the room had dropped ever so slightly. It was similar to the tingly feeling before a storm. The side doors to the gym swished open and a short, bald, broad-shouldered man, with a round, rosy face, small dark eyes, a neatly trimmed beard, and a friendly smile entered the gymnasium, stood next to Varson, and beamed happily at the students. I'd like to present to you your new school principal, Mr. Sampson, said Varson proudly. The students applauded, and a few of the more enthusiastic ones cheered. Colin's muscles had tensed and he momentarily forgot to breathe. Colin, whispered Becca, what's the matter? A mild panic washed over Colin as he flashed back to the previous night, when his wolf senses had been blinded. As he sat and studied Mr. Sampson, he felt a similar sensation. Colin, said Becca more urgently, what is it? Colin turned to look at Becca and could see the concern painted across her face. It's Mr. Sampson, whispered Colin. What about him? I can't smell him. He has absolutely no scent. What? That's impossible. There's more. I can't hear a heartbeat either. Our new principal has no heartbeat. Chapter 4. Lone Wolf. Colin. Hi, Silas. What's up? Meet me at the forest. On my way. The final bell had just rung to signal the end of the school day. After the Initial introduction at the gymnasium classes had resumed as normal, but Colin had even more trouble than usual concentrating on his classwork. What kind of person has no scent and no heartbeat? Becca had said she'd try and find out more info from her dad about Mr. Sampson, but it did little to ease Colin's mind. Since becoming a werewolf, Colin was aware of everything. Hyper-aware. Thanks to his superhuman senses. To not be able to sense someone felt disturbing. On the bright side, a meeting with Silas probably meant training, which meant he could duck Becca for another few hours and avoid telling her about Seattle. "You're making it up," said Becca. "You're just trying to avoid telling me what happened last night." Colin could tell her feelings were hurt. He could smell it. That's the last thing he had wanted to do. He just didn't want to recount the embarrassing affair, especially not to a person he cared so much about. "I'm sorry, Becca, but I promise Silas really did call out to me, and I'll tell you everything. As soon as I'm done training, I'll call you and we can meet up for coffee." He threw in a pleading smile in his best effort at puppy dog eyes. "You look ridiculous," said Becca, but Colin could sense a slight crack in her icy demeanor. "Fine. But if I don't hear from you, I'm going to put such a hex on you that you'll regret it for the rest of your life." "You can do that," said Colin. "Try not calling me and you'll find out," said Becca. She kissed him lightly on the cheek, smiled playfully, and turned and headed in the general direction of her house. Colin turned and broke into a light jog away from the school. The weather was overcast and it looked like a fog would be settling in on the town overnight. Colin headed around the edge of downtown and jumped the low stone wall into one of the many farm fields that circled Elkwood's township. The forest sat at the far edge of the field, looking ominous. From there the wooded area stretched north for miles. It was a perfect place for werewolves as it provided cover and game for hunting. Colin had developed a taste for deer. He couldn't help himself. In his werewolf form it felt so normal, the meat practically melted in his mouth. Only when he turned back to his human form did he become completely grossed out. He reached the edge of the forest and sniffed the air. Only a faint scent of Silas. Colin entered the forest and listened, casting his hearing as wide as possible, which at his best guess was around half a mile when he was in his human form. Insects, birds, the rustle of trees, a stream, nothing out of the ordinary. No other people as far as he could hear. He quickly stripped down and stashed his clothes in his backpack and hung it on a tree branch. Colin thought wolfy thoughts and felt the change ripple through his body. It was still a slightly painful sensation. The first time he changed, it felt like he was rolling around in broken glass. Now it just felt like a bad sunburn. The transformation was so much quicker now, he could practically explode into his wolf form within seconds. Despite the pain, Colin enjoyed the sensation. The power surging through his body, the strength in his muscles increasing, his senses becoming so sharp that he could hear for miles, and could practically see scents in the air. Colin's arms, legs, and muscles expanded, his head changed shape and his teeth grew. The ground sank away from him as his body stretched and his powerful legs grew longer. Hair sprouted all over him, thick and coarse, covering his entire body. The transformation finished with claws sprouting from the tips of his massive wolf fingers. Colin stretched into his new form. The forest sprang to life, scents wafting in on the gentle breeze. He could smell Silas now, also in his wolf form. Colin dropped to all fours and took off at a run through the forest, pounding the ground and propelling himself forward and through the trees. The world became a blurred rush as he easily covered 2 miles and skidded to a stop by the small stream that had become their usual meeting place. Silas said it was because of the distance from the town and that there was a stream for drinking, but Colin knew he'd really chosen this place because it was the location of Colin's first change. Werewolf sentimentality. Took your time. The old wolf stalked out of the tree line on the other side of the trees. Not true. I know how much you like your alone time, wanted to give you an extra few minutes. Silas barked a laugh. The two massive creatures stalked each other in a wide circle. Colin was always on alert when they were both in wolf form. Silas had a habit of turning everything into a lesson. So why the last-minute training session? Not a training session. I have some news. I can tell from your tone that it's not good news. It's not great. The butcher is long gone, no trace of him. Do you think these other wolves got him? Maybe. Either way, that lead is dead. That is bad news. That's not the bad news. Colin felt a sinking feeling deep in his gut and his ears drooped a little. He stopped stalking and sat on his haunches. The scent of a distant deer tickled his nose, but now was no time for food. We've got a new lead. A confirmed kill by a werewolf. But that's good. It's in Europe. Oh. I'm leaving with Beta Team tonight. I'm guessing we'll be gone a week. Maybe. More, depending on how long it takes to track the group. You think it's a pack? I do. They left obvious clues. It was a bit of a mess. Other than him not being allowed to go along, Colin couldn't figure out the bad news. And then it hit him. The full moon starts in 3 days. I know. You're going to have to go it on your own. Colin whimpered a little. If a werewolf had enough control, they could change whenever they wanted. But the 3 days during a full moon, they can't control the change. Once the sun goes down and the moon rises, they change regardless every night for the 3 days. Since Colin's transformation, he and Silas had headed deep into the northern forested areas and camped for those 3 days. The full moon change was erratic. For Silas it was a walk in the park, but for Colin, being a new werewolf, it was a struggle. His inner wolf was never stronger than it was during a full moon. I talked to Varson. He wanted to lock you up, but I convinced him to give you the option. You can spend the nights locked up in a cell at the base, or you can head out camping by yourself. But what if I can't control it? You've always been with me. Silas stood on 2 legs, walked over to Colin, and placed a large, hairy, clawed hand on his head. Colin, you have so much more control than I had when I was first turned. You choose to camp, I think you'll be fine. Keep to the forest. You can do it. I have faith in you. I don't know. A couple of days ago Colin would have been fine with the arrangement. Since the Seattle incident, he wasn't quite as confident. Think about it. I have to go. I've got rogue werewolves to catch. There was a sparkle in Silas's eyes during that last thought. Keeping the order and hunting bad werewolves had been his entire mission for the last couple 100 years. It's what made him happy. Colin had suggested Silas get a hobby, but the old man just laughed and replied that he already had one. Be careful, Silas. Always. The 2 wolves touched noses. 2 humans doing that would seem weird, but as werewolves it felt right, like a handshake or a hearty hug. Silas turned and raced off into the forest. Colin felt a pang of sadness as he watched his mentor disappear into the dark trees. He had hoped to ask Silas about Principal Sampson and if there was any reason why he wouldn't able to smell him or hear a heartbeat, but something had held him back. Silas didn't believe him about the floating man in Seattle, and that made Colin think his claims that the new school principal had no scent and no heartbeat would be dismissed just as quickly. I'm not going crazy. He'd just have to figure out that mystery by himself. Colin's stomach grumbled and the smell of deer came back to him again. His ears perked up and he stretched his muscles before launching off into the forest to follow the scent. He had only one thought in his mind. Dinner time. 2 hours later, the fog had settled comfortably over the town, darkness was beginning to fall, and rain floated down in a fine mist as Colin entered Elkwood's only coffee shop. Becca was already at the coffee bar ordering a drink for herself and a hot chocolate for Colin. She turned and waved. She looked beautiful. Her hair was tied back, and she wore a woolen sweater, fingerless gloves, a skirt and tights. All black naturally. The smell of freshly ground coffee beans gave Colin a bit of a headache. 3 girls from school, all a little younger than Colin, congregated at a table in the corner. They took turns looking over at Colin and then would talk quickly, then laugh in that weird way girls do. Girls confused Colin. Even having an actual girlfriend didn't help very much in that respect. They were still beyond any sort of reason or logic. Given the choice between hunting dangerous, murdering werewolves and figuring out girls, Colin would choose the werewolves. Far less scary. He casually listened to the girls' conversation while Becca waited by the coffee bar for their drinks. Oh my God. That's Colin Strauss, said one. He's so hot, said another. I don't see it, said the third. Oh please, Patricia. Like you don't see it. That hair. And that body. He works out. He has to. Their tones quickly shifted to disgust. I can't believe he's dating that Emerson girl. What does he see in her? I guess he likes that pale, sickly look. Eavesdropping, Becca said as she handed him his hot chocolate. She stood in front of him, smiling. What? Me? Innocent little me? Of course not, said Colin. They're making fun of me, aren't they? What hat? Said Colin with as little sincerity as possible. They're just jealous, Becca said and shrugged. She glanced over at the 3 girls who were hiding their giggling faces behind coffee cups. Colin watched as Becca placed the tip of her finger in her own coffee and whispered a few words, though he had no idea what she said. Sounded like a different language, maybe Latin. Colin felt a slight shift in the air. One of the girls at the table let out a scream and dropped her coffee on the table, spilling it. The other 2 looked shocked and then did the same thing. All 3 jumped away from the table. That coffee is burning hot, shrieked one of the girls. Becca licked the coffee from her finger, took Colin's hand and led him out of the coffee shop, a devious little sparkle in her eyes. You did that, said Colin. It wasn't a question. He'd seen Becca work magic before. She'd brought him back to life once. She'd made some objects float. And one time she'd created a glowing ball of fire. Colin's grandmother was training Becca, though he rarely saw them together, so he wasn't entirely sure how they were doing it. It seemed Becca's magic continually got stronger and stronger. The only bit of information Colin had managed to get out of his grandmother was that each witch's powers differed slightly. While his grandmother used the elements, Becca's power was firmly rooted in her ability to touch things. Tactile magic, she called it. They headed down the block, around a corner, and into a dark alleyway. Colin unlocked the back door to his grandfather's old automotive garage. Smelled of old cigarettes, motor oil, and dust. Colin's hearing also picked up a rodent living somewhere in the walls. This is where Colin and Becca came to be alone when they wanted to talk away from anyone who might want to listen in. They sat down together on the comfy couch at the back of the workshop. Colin wanted to kiss her. He always did. He couldn't think of a time that he didn't want to kiss her. He was sure there would come a time when he didn't want to kiss her, but that time had not yet occurred. So Seattle, said Becca. Spill. We're just going to get right to the point then? Colin said, keenly aware that kissing wasn't on the immediate agenda. Becca pursed her lips and waited patiently. Okay, said Colin. He recounted the whole story from start to finish. Their arrival in Seattle, tracking the butcher, Silas getting wounded, Colin's pursuit, the floating man, the change, no one believing him, the whole sordid affair. He finished with, and now I'm grounded from night watch until Silas can convince them I'm safe to go into the outside world. Becca studied her coffee thoughtfully. She doesn't believe me. I do believe you. And try not to think so loud, said Becca. Sorry. Colin's werewolf abilities allowed him to project his thoughts into certain people's mind. Some people were more receptive than others. Becca, being a witch, picked his thoughts up easily unless he kept them guarded. Wasn't difficult to do. Silas had taught him how. He just got lazy sometimes. He was a teenager after all. When you lost control of your senses in Seattle, was the sensation similar to when you saw Principal Sampson today? Colin thought about it. It wasn't exactly the same, but there were some similarities. In Seattle, it felt like the floating man was blocking my senses. Like I'd been cut off. With Principal Sampson, it was as if I couldn't sense him at all. Like he wasn't even there. Becca wrinkled up her nose. Colin had noticed it was a habit of hers when she wasn't happy with something. It's not exactly the same, but you have to admit they are similar, said Becca. You think the two are related? What did the floating man look like? He was young, maybe in his mid-20s. Ruggedly handsome, if you like that sort of thing. Colin smiled. Oh, you know me. I prefer the tall, hairy types. He definitely didn't look anything like Principal Sampson. I meant to ask Silas about it, but he's gone out of town. I know my dad shipped out too. I heard they took most of the soldiers. As a big mission. Colin felt a stab of regret. He should be going with them. Things had happened differently in Seattle. He could have been off to Europe to hunt evil werewolves too. Then I guess it's up to you and me, said Becca. What? What is? We need to figure out what the deal is with Principal Sampson. They left the garage and Colin walked Becca to the eastern edge of downtown. Becca lived in a stately farmhouse on the outskirts. Colin felt even more regret that tonight had featured no further kissing. I can still hear your thoughts, said Becca. Ah man, I really need to keep control of that, said Colin, his face flushing with embarrassment. It's okay. I like kissing you too. I was thinking. Becca's scent had shifted. She smelled nervous all of a sudden. Oh man, this is it. She's going to break up with me. I knew it, stupid. Stupid. I heard, said Becca, that you're going to be doing your monthly camping trip solo. Oh that. Oh man, yes, that I'm doing. Colin breathed a sigh of relief. Becca gave him a weird look. Okay, well, I was thinking if you wanted some company, I could probably camp out there with you. Separate tents, obviously. And we could even bring Jeremy. 100 thoughts raced through Colin's mind. First, camp out together. Nighttime. Alone, sort of. What about his nightly werewolf transformations? What if he couldn't keep control? He wasn't even sure he was going to go camping alone. He still considered just getting locked up at the base. But now with Becca's suggestion? Becca seemed to sense Colin's confusion. You don't have to decide now, said Becca. Just think about it, okay? Colin nodded while his head spun. Becca stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips, then turned and walked away. Colin listened to her footsteps disappear into the quiet of the night. How would that even work? Jeremy would see me turn into a werewolf. What happens if I eat Jeremy? What happens if I eat Becca? Colin headed back through downtown and took the main road out of Elkwood toward his house. It was after 9 o'clock and the road was deserted. His werewolf senses wandered, almost on their own, while Colin was caught up in his own thoughts. He caught smells on the gentle breeze and the occasional snippet of conversation from somewhere nearby. And then Colin felt it. It was like a creeping sensation that ran through his whole body. Something didn't smell right, and the sounds of the night kept fading in and out like someone was turning the volume up and down. He started to panic and his heart rate increased. Oh no, not again. He felt the atmosphere shift the same way it did before it rained. The air felt heavy and Colin's whole body began to tingle. The fog was dense with only the occasional streetlight shining through here and there. But Colin didn't need the light. He could see just fine at night. There was nothing unusual around. His head swam and he began to reach for the wolf inside. Colin's senses snapped back and he could instantly hear normally again. What is wrong with me? Frustrated, Colin turned to continue home, resolving to write down everything that had happened, and almost ran straight into Principal Sampson. Oh my, said Principal Sampson. Oh, hi. Colin was at a loss for words. The jolly little man beamed at him. Mr. Strauss, isn't it? Yeah, said Colin. He couldn't smell the man at all, and he hadn't heard him approach. How is that even possible? He looked exactly as he had earlier at the school when Varsan introduced him. Same suit, same red cheeks, same bald head. Oh good, excellent, said Principal Sampson, slowly edging his way around Colin as if he was deathly afraid of being touched. I was just out for a nighttime walk, getting the lay of the land. He chuckled. I look forward to seeing more of you at school. Have a good night, young sir. Colin watched as the new school principal walked back toward town and disappeared into the fog. Fear crawled down Colin's spine. This can't all be a coincidence. First Seattle, then the new principal shows up, then tonight's weird events. And he's here again. No heartbeat. And the man gave off no scent. Most disturbingly, his footsteps made absolutely no sound. It was as if he weren't there at all. Principal Sampson wasn't human, and he wasn't the same as any of the other freaks in Elkwood, which raised one very disturbing question. Who or what is Principal? Chapter 5. It's 3 a.m. Do you know where your demon is? Despite the unusual events of the day, Colin fell asleep quickly, curled up at the end of his bed. He dreamed of an old female werewolf who couldn't control her changes. She lived a long time ago in France. The dream was Colin's worst fear, not being able to control when the transformations happened and attacking people at will. In his dream, Colin always saw everything from the werewolf's point of view. He could feel the fear and helplessness as she fought against the change, but in the end the werewolf inside was too strong. It was hungry, and it didn't care who or what it ate. She was running, hunting a scared peasant man who was fleeing and shouting something in French. He smelled scared. His scent shifted abruptly, and instead he smelled of burnt meat. There was a blood-curdling scream, but it wasn't in Colin's dream. His eyes snapped open. He could still smell burning meat, like something was being overcooked. As the scream died down, Colin sensed danger. He didn't hesitate. He let the change rush through him, his growing form filling his bedroom as hair exploded from every pore and his enlarged bones shifted neatly into their new positions. Muscles flexed and his senses swam, fixing themselves on the source of the smell and the scream that had woken him. It was Charles the demon floating in the middle of the room. Charles was referred to on the base as the soothsayer. His gifts included being able to see glimpses of potential futures. Charles wasn't pleasant to look at. He was a hideous creature with horribly burned skin, 2 small horns protruding from the top of his head, and eyes that were nothing more than dark, empty sockets. His pointy black teeth were bared as if he was growling at something, but whatever was troubling him, it wasn't Colin. The demon was staring at the corner of the room and Colin suspected that Charles wasn't reacting to his dirty laundry hamper. Sure, the smell wasn't great, but hardly worth a blood-curdling scream. Charles. It was tricky for Colin to speak while in wolf form, and his words came out slowly in a deep growl. The demon looked around startled, as if realizing where he was. He seemed out of breath and scared. Do demons get scared? Colin Strauss. He's coming. He's here, said the demon frantically, his sharp, raspy voice filling the room. Who? Barked Colin. Charles's whole body flickered and faded, and then he was solid again. I don't have much time, said Charles. He's using a hellstone. You have to stop him. Free the imprisoned. Save Elkwood. Charles let out another shriek. The demon looked to be in terrible pain as his shape shimmered and shifted and then exploded in a cloud of black smoke that filled the room and then vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. There was no trace to suggest there had ever been a former resident of hell floating in his room. What had Charles meant? Who was coming? What was a hellstone? Colin's bedroom door burst open and thunder rolled overhead. Colin's grandmother, hair wildly askew, stood in his doorway dressed in a pastel-colored floral nightie. Her white eyes crackled with electricity. What in the blue blazes is going on in here? She shouted. I'm trying to sleep and you're shrieking like a demon and shaking the house. Colin quickly pictured himself as a human and felt the power flee his body as he shrank down from a huge, hulking wolf beast. He grabbed the blanket from his bed and covered himself. Well, I don't want your excuses. I want a quiet house and a good night's sleep without being woken up by intrusive floating demons or my werewolf grandson clawing at the walls. But Gran. Thunder rolled again and the glass in the window pane shook slightly. Good night, the old witch said and slammed his door closed. Colin settled onto his bed and grabbed one of his notebooks and quickly scribbled down what Charles had said, writing a note beside each item. He's using a hellstone. What's a hellstone? You have to stop him. Who? Principal Sampson? Floating man from Seattle? Someone else? Free the imprisoned? Save Elkwood. How? From what? He placed the notepad back on his bedside table and curled up at the bottom of his bed. Colin tried to go back to sleep but couldn't. Charles's words echoed through his mind. With Silas gone, he wasn't even sure who to talk to. Becca will know what to do. He tried calling her cell phone but there was no answer. Just a flat no nonsense voice recording saying, leave a message or don't. I don't care. He sent her a text. Colin, you up? We got a problem. Need to talk. Now. Urgent. Like really urgent. Not joking. Very serious. He waited 10 minutes. 15. 20. 30. His alarm clock blinked 2 a.m. at him. Once, not that long ago, Becca had broken into Colin's house to recruit him for a crazy nighttime excursion. Colin decided it was time to return the favor. Not wanting to wake his grandmother again, Colin slid open his bedroom window and leapt to the ground, landing lightly in a crouch. He pulled his hoodie up over his head and broke into a run. Colin figured taking the long way around town made the most sense and would help him avoid any unfortunate encounters. The last thing he wanted was to run into Mr. Sampson again. Looping around the outside of town across the football field behind the school and through the edge of Elkwood Forest brought Colin to the moors. The Emerson family farm sat on a large property at the center of the moors, edged in on either side by misty rolling hills. Colin wasn't even remotely out of breath. He really wanted to turn into a wolf, but assuming the form of a large hairy beast didn't seem like the best way to sneak into a house. He leapt the small stone wall and ran into the swirling mists of the moors. The scents of the night floated to him, Animals, wet grass, the occasional cow. Colin remembered all the smells in Seattle and part of him pined to feel those sensations again. He had to get back on the night watch team, he just had to. Focus, Colin. Stay on track. The moon shone briefly through the clouds, reminding Colin he was only a few short nights away from his uncontrollable change. In 3 nights during the full moon he was going to turn into a werewolf whether he wanted to or not. He pushed the thought away and concentrated on the task at hand. Colin skidded to a stop as the dark shadow of Becca's house loomed out of the mist. The Emerson's house was an old stone building that was far too big for Mr. and Mrs. Emerson and Becca. It had at least 6 bedrooms, a large study, a library, and entirely too many bathrooms. It had belonged to one of the founding fathers of Elkwood who, as Colin had learned from the archives at the base, had actually been some sort of a half-tree creature. Becca hated the size of the house. She always felt like she was drowning in the emptiness. Colin located her bedroom window on the south side of the house and realized this was as far as he'd planned. He could hear the gentle rhythm of Becca's breathing as she slept, and further into the house, impossible to ignore, was the loud snoring of Mrs. Emerson. Colin was thankful Mr. Emerson had left with Silas. At least he didn't have to worry about anyone shooting at him. Now how do I get in? When Becca had broken into Colin's house, she'd used the patio door at the back of the house. The Emersons' home had no patio doors. He tried the front door but it was locked. He went around the house and tried the back door when he caught a scent, something angry and old, and then heard the growl. The Emersons' guard dog, Bartholomew, lurched out of his doghouse in the back garden. The old dog, an Irish wolfhound, moved low to the ground and stalked toward Colin before stopping and raising his head. He sniffed the air, whimpered, and scurried back into his doghouse. This was the natural effect Colin now had on dogs since becoming a werewolf. Which was a shame as Colin loved dogs, but they were all deathly afraid of him. No matter how many he encountered, they all immediately recognized that Colin was a much bigger, much more dangerous canine and should be avoided at all costs. Colin leapt from the ground to the roof and looked for a skylight but found nothing. He leapt high into the sky, clearing the edge of the roof, and landed back on the south side of the house. He picked up some small rocks. Just a few light taps, something to wake her up. He judged the distance and the force required, and gently threw the first rock at Becca's window. The rock flew through the window like a bullet, putting a perfect hole through the glass. Oops. He heard Becca's heart rate increase and saw her bedroom light turn on. She slid open the window and leaned out. She was wearing a set of flannel pajamas and a sleeping mask sitting slightly askew on her forehead, which she fumbled with pulling it off as she approached the window. "Becca," said Colin. "It's me." "Colin? Why did you? How? What are you doing here?" "Step back, I'm coming up." Colin effortlessly leapt from the ground to her window ledge and perched there until she backed away so he could climb in through the window. "Sorry about the window," said Colin. "Is my mom still asleep?" asked Becca, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Colin could hear Mrs. Emerson's rhythmic snoring a few rooms over. "Yes, and snoring loudly. Are you okay? You look exhausted." Becca waved her hand dismissively. "Remember I said I'd been having deep sleeps? I asked your grandmother about it. She says it might have something to do with my powers as a witch developing. She says magic requires balance. Apparently I might be cursed to be really tired for, ever." Becca slumped down on her bed. Colin was about to try comforting her when he suddenly found himself very aware that he was standing in his girlfriend's bedroom. He'd only been in the Emersons' house once before, when Becca had convinced her father to allow Colin over for dinner. It was nothing short of a disaster. Although Mrs. Emerson was quite delightful, Mr. Emerson spent the whole time monitoring Colin, and Colin in turn kept a watchful eye and nose on Mr. Emerson in case he tried any funny business. Colin remembered all too well the time Mr. Emerson had tranquilized him and given him a drug that prevented him from changing into a werewolf for a short period of time. Maybe it was because werewolves were still new to Elkwood, or maybe it was because Colin had knocked out Mr. Emerson with a single punch. Whatever the reason, it seemed unlikely that Becca's dad would ever see Colin as anything other than a dangerous creature. After the dinner, Becca had decided that they should probably just spend time together away from the Emerson household. Consequently, Colin had never been in Becca's room. It was all a bit of a surprise. Not that he was standing there, but that the room looked so, what was the word? Girly. Is that a stuffed unicorn? Asked Colin. On a regular day-to-day basis, Becca dressed in dark clothing and had a bit of a goth thing going on. The last thing Colin had expected was pink wallpaper, stuffed animals and floral bedding. Shut up, said Becca. No, it's nice. I just didn't expect it. 'Cause, you're so. Becca raised an eyebrow. So what exactly? Dark. Scary? Not someone you'd expect to own a stuffed unicorn? You're a witch. Colin blurted a little too quickly. My mom always wanted me to be a girly girl. She was disappointed when I turned out to be a necromancer. I keep this stuff to indulge her. Colin heard Becca's heart skip a beat. A lie. Colin smiled. You're listening to my heart, aren't you? Fine. I like the unicorn, okay? And I really don't mind the color pink. I just don't wear it. Is that what you wanted to hear? Colin held up his hands defensively. Hey, whoa, no judgment here. I think it's adorable. He sat down on the bed next to Becca and tickled under her chin. Who's a cute little witch? Becca punched Colin hard in the arm. Are you going to tell me why you decided to sneak into my room at this unearthly hour? We unicorn-loving witches need our beauty sleep, you know. Colin had gotten lost in the moment and had completely forgotten why he was there. Oh yeah, Charles the demon appeared in my room. That's not completely strange. He visits Elkwood all the time. Yeah, but I think he did it by accident. He was scared. He said he didn't have much time. He told me a couple of things and then vanished with a scream. I kind of think something has happened to him. What did he say? He said someone was coming. That he, whoever it is using a hellstone. That I had to free the imprisoned and save Elkwood. What's a hellstone? Asked Becca. I was hoping you'd know. Becca shook her head. Are you sure you didn't dream it? Colin got up and began to pace. No, my dreams are always full of horrible, tragic, violent memories of dead werewolves. Demons appearing in my room, telling me to save people and then vanishing in a puff of smoke is actually a nice change of pace for me. What do you think we should do? I think we need to make sure Charles is okay. Becca stood up. Well, that's easy enough, we just need to head up to the base. Colin grinned. Pink wallpaper aside, Becca was still that same thrill-seeking girl he'd fallen for. Always willing to venture out on a nighttime excursion. Out the window, dog boy, Becca said. I need to change. And we'll get there faster if you carry me, so why don't you do some changing of your own? Colin climbed onto the window ledge and looked back. Do you think we should bring the unicorn? In case you get scared. Colin saw Becca pick up the stuffed unicorn with the intention of flinging it at him. He quickly fell backward out the window, flipped around in the air, and landed lightly on his feet. He stripped down, reached for his inner werewolf and felt the change flood through him. His senses sharpened, and in his mind the mists of the moors were swept aside, replaced with all the tiny details he could see, smell and hear. In his wolf form. Pust. Colin. Colin looked up to see Becca, dressed in black leggings and a bulky sweater, perched on her window ledge. She carried a backpack slung over one shoulder, and her red hair hung loose around her shoulders. She looked every bit the young dark witch of Elkwood. Colin threw back his head and howled. Shua! Hushed Becca sharply. Sorry. From inside the house, Colin heard Mrs. Emerson roll over and then resume her deep snoring. Catch me, Becca said, and jumped from the window. Colin did as she said, helped her onto his back, and passed his clothes up to her so she could stash them in her backpack. He fell down on all fours and dug his claws into the wet ground. Becca held onto his large shoulders and he could smell her nervous excitement. They'd only done this a couple of times. As Colin imagined, it must be weird to use your boyfriend as a taxi, but at the same time Becca seemed to enjoy it, as if it brought them closer together. Come on, let's go already. Colin leapt forward, gathering speed, the wind and mist swirling around them, as he headed north toward the base. It took a little less than half an hour to reach the old army base. Rather than taking the long way round to the north side to the main gates, Colin simply climbed the cliff face beneath the base and jumped the fence, landing in the middle of the training yard. A soldier Colin recognized as Matthews was guarding the front door to the main building and almost dropped his gun when he saw Colin. The man's heart rate went through the roof. Becca slid off Colin's back and threw him the backpack. "Oh, Miss Emerson, Colin, you gave me a hell of a fright," said Matthews. "Not used to big hairy creatures falling from the sky," said Becca. Colin hid behind one of the many large shipping containers that littered the yard and reluctantly let go of his wolfy side. His bones shrank and reorganized themselves, the hair shed and dissolved, and within moments Colin was a human again, a naked human. He dressed quickly and joined Becca, who was trying to convince Matthews that they needed to see Charles. "I'm sorry, miss, but the base is locked down as we're on a skeleton crew. Since Night Watch shipped out for Europe tonight. What do we do? I can knock him out. Considering how much trouble you're currently in, that seems like a bad idea." "What about Var's son?" asked Colin. "I expect he's asleep," said Matthews. "I'm sorry, but you'll just have to wait until morning." "How certain are you that something is wrong?" Colin knew what he'd seen. He could still see the panic on Charles's face when he'd appeared in his bedroom. What could such a scary-looking demon possibly be afraid of? "I'm certain. We think something might be wrong in Elkwood," said Becca, pleading a little. "We need to see Charles, it's urgent." "Sorry, miss, your father's orders." Colin could smell the resistance on Matthew. It smelled like cold concrete. The man was a good soldier. He wasn't going to disobey an order. "I'm sorry, Matthews," Colin said, and was about to knock the man unconscious, when Becca placed her hands on either side of the surprised soldier's face. Wind began to whip through the yard, blowing Becca's hair around wildly. Matthews stood frozen. "Now listen carefully," said Becca, her voice taking on a deeper, terrifying tone. "You're going to fall asleep for exactly 2 minutes, and then you're going to wake up, not raise the alarm, and call Varson to let him know we've gone down to see Charles and that he should join us there immediately. Now, sleep." Becca let go of Matthews's face and the man crumpled to the ground. "Just how long have you been able to do that?" asked Colin. "Do what?" said Becca as she unclipped Matthews's security card. "You know, make people do what you want?" "Really, Colin? I'm a witch. I can always make people do what I want." Becca winked and slid the card across the security plate. The door swung open for them. They located the elevator and Becca pressed the blank button beneath the rest. That would take them to a separate plane of existence where Charles the demon lived in a vast cave. "Have you ever whammied me like that?" asked Colin, still in awe of his girlfriend's growing powers. "Whammied," said Becca. "You know, made me do what you want using your witchy powers." Becca kissed Colin on the cheek and took his hand. "Don't be silly. I'd never do that to you. Although I might consider it if you ever mention my stuffed unicorn again," she said with a sly smile. They both laughed, but it was short-lived as the elevator began to pick up speed and bend into another existence. Reality began to swirl and Colin's head swam while the contents of his stomach threatened to decorate the elevator walls. The first time Colin had taken this trip, he'd passed out. He'd been down here a few times since and hadn't passed out again, but he never got used to the horrible feeling. The elevator felt like it was in a free fall now, and Colin felt Becca's hand tighten around his. The elevator shuddered to a screeching stop. Fire was the single thought that occupied Colin's mind as the doors slid open and a swirling mass of flames rushed toward them. Becca screamed. Chapter 6. Fire Imp. Colin didn't even think about turning into a werewolf. When he revisited the event later, he concluded it must have been the adrenaline and the fear that had automatically triggered his transformation in the elevator, because the next thing he knew he was in full wolf form standing in front of Becca, shielding her with his back to the flames as wave after wave of intense heat swept across him. His last sensation before passing out was severe pain. He could smell the hair on his back burning and could hear his own skin crackling as it tried to heal and regenerate while being constantly cooked. An alarm had sounded somewhere, and some sort of high-pressured mist had shot out of the walls of the elevator. He clung to consciousness long enough to hear the elevator doors close behind him, and then he surrendered to sweet, painless sleep. Bright lights glared down at him as he awoke, and for a moment he thought he was dreaming. A lot of the wolf dreams, the memories of past wolves, began with him waking up in a strange bed while people talked in hushed, worried tones around him. And then he heard Becca. "Colin." She hugged him and touched his face and his chest. "You're okay." "I am? Where are we?" "The infirmary at the base," said the nervous voice of Elric Varson. "How do you feel?" Colin blinked a few times and his vision came into focus. He was indeed in the small 12-bed ward at the base. Soldiers occupied 2 of the other beds. Colin could smell burnt flesh and was acutely aware it wasn't his own. One of the base nurses, Helga, was busy hooking up bags of liquid and applying cold compresses to the soldiers. Becca sat on Colin's bed smiling through tears and holding his hand tightly. Varsun looked worried. It was the first time Colin had seen the base commander not wearing a suit. He was just wearing a plain t-shirt and a pair of pajama shorts, and his hair was a mess. I feel fine. Colin pushed himself up onto his elbows. There was a dull tingle all across the back of his body, but he otherwise felt okay. What happened? You saved me, said Becca. I did. If you hadn't shielded Rebecca, she would have been incinerated, said Varsun. You were both very lucky. I really do hope this will be a lesson to you in the future not to go where you're not supposed to go. When I think of what could have happened. Varsun trailed off and Colin could sense the stress coming off of him in waves. Under his command, Elkwood's teenage werewolf and witch, the latter being the daughter of Mr. Emerson, were almost killed. It's fine, said Colin. I'm fine, we're both fine. Everything will be fine. Becca wiped the tears from her eyes. It was terrifying. All that fire. Charles? What happened to Charles? Did he do that? No, said Varsun, snapping back to reality. The soothsayer was not in the cave. It took us a few hours to get the fire under control, or whatever that thing is. Thing? It wasn't just a fire, said Becca. It was a creature. The fire was a creature, said Colin, trying to wrap his head around it. It's contained, said Varsun. It ended up burning itself out. Can I see it? Maybe later, said Varsun. All we know at this point is that the soothsayer has vanished, and in his place was this fire creature. So Charles is missing, said Colin. I need to contact Night Watch and let them know what has happened, said Varsun. If you'll excuse me. Varsun hurried out, the stench of stress following him. How long was I out? Just under an hour, said Becca. The elevator's safety features kicked in and got us back up to the base level. It's a good thing you have a strong healing factor, Helga said as she busied herself tending to the 2 wounded soldiers. I've never seen anything like it, added Becca. You were healing as you were burning. I remember the smell, said Colin, wrinkling his nose. What happened to those 2? Becca looked over at the 2 soldiers. They got pretty burned up trying to contain the creature. They're ready for you now, Helga said to Becca. I'm going to heal them, said Becca with a grin. Colin watched as she sat down on a chair between the 2 soldiers' beds and took one of their hands in each of hers and closed her eyes. Colin swung his legs over the side of his bed and stretched his back. Other than the sharp, cold pain from the scar on his back where Mr. Winter had stabbed him with a silver knife last year, Colin felt good. Not bad for almost being roasted alive. He'd have to remember to add this to his werewolf notes. Colin pulled on a pair of soldier's pants that had been laid out for him and pulled off the hospital gown, replacing it with a base-issue white t-shirt. He sat back down on the bed and watched Becca work her magic. Aside from the fact that Colin could still barely believe he had an actual, real-life girlfriend, he was constantly in awe of how powerful she had become. He made a mental note to ask his grandmother exactly when they were having training sessions because Becca's witch power seemed to be growing from week to week. Done, said Becca. That was fast, said Helga. They were surface burns, nothing too serious. Just a matter of encouraging their skin cells to duplicate themselves much quicker than they normally would. They won't even have a scar. Thank you, Becca, said Helga. You 2 are free to go. We already contacted your mother and grandmother and gave them the cover story that we caught you making out near the base. A truck will take you back to the town. Commander Varsun will be busy writing up reports for most of the day. He requests that you attend school as normal and naturally not mention any of this to anyone until we have more information. Not even your grandmother, Colin. Naturally, said Colin, even though he thought it was a little strange being that his grandmother was normally privy to most of the secrets in Elkwood. Colin and Becca left the infirmary and headed down the hallway to the elevator. I don't suppose we could take the stairs for a change, said Colin. Becca laughed, but Colin was only half joking. Stepping back into the large metallic device where he'd almost been microwaved sent a flush of heat through his body. as vague memories of the event washed over him, and he suddenly had an urge to see the creature that had caused all this. Where is the fire creature being kept? 6th floor. Quarantine. I think they're going to evaluate it and then move it down to the cell blocks with the other prisoners. Colin wondered how best to suggest his next thought, but Becca beat him to it. You want to see it, don't you? Said Becca. I really do. I honestly can't say why, but I do. I thought it was cats, not wolves, that were naturally curious. Becca pressed the button for the 6th floor, and the elevator ascended. Silas had told Colin that the base held around 100 people, between the soldiers, doctors, and scientists who worked there. Beta team made up around 20 people plus Silas and Mr. Emerson, and Colin guessed they'd taken some support staff with them. So it was no surprise when the doors slid open and the hallway was empty. Anyone on this floor? One of the scientists, said Colin. He's in the washroom. How do you know? Never mind. Let's move quickly then. They hurried down a series of hallways until Becca led them into a large laboratory. Everything was clean and white and smelled like bleach. The lights were off except for a single spotlight in the center of the room that shone down on a large glass box that had been set on a table. The box was the size of a small microwave oven and had wires and leads running into it. Where is it? Asked Colin. In the box, said Becca. I thought it'd be much bigger, Colin said, remembering the swirling firestorm in Charles's cave. Colin could see fire burning inside the glass box, but as they approached he was surprised to see that the flames had a distinct shape. Inside the box was a creature made entirely of fire. Its head was the size of an apple and consisted of a round-shaped flame with 3 small indents where you'd expect eyes and a mouth to be. The body consisted of 5 much smaller flames that made up the creature's torso, arms, and legs. I heard one of the scientists refer to it as a fire imp, said Becca. It doesn't look dangerous. It looks sad. The fire imp was sitting on the floor of the box with its head hunched over. It heaved what seemed like a big sigh and then resumed staring at the ground. Colin tapped on the glass and the creature looked up and around, first at Becca then at Colin. Don't touch the glass, said Becca. Look. The creature hopped to its feet and floated over to where Colin stared, dumbfounded at the little creature. Colin tilted his head to try and get a better look, and the creature tilted its head the same way. He's copying you, whispered Becca. Do something else. Colin tilted his head the other way, and the creature mimicked his movement. Again. Colin raised his right hand and waved. The creature raised the flame on its left side and shook it ever so slightly. It's hard to believe that this tiny little thing did all that damage and almost killed us. Do something else, said Becca, obviously enjoying the show. Colin put his arm down and the creature copied him. Colin smiled a big smile and the indent in the creature's face widened into a smile. Colin stuck out his tongue and the imp opened its mouth and shot fire like a flamethrower, filling the box with a mini firestorm. Becca and Colin jumped back. Something beeped loudly, and white mist shot out of the bottom of the box near where the wires ran into it, dousing the flames. The mist cleared and the fire imp was lying on its back, coughing tiny smoke rings. It sat up and shook its head. That's amazing, said Becca. He's kind of cute, said Colin with a smile. Can we keep? Chapter 7. Stranger and Stranger. One of the base transport trucks drove Becca and Colin back to Elkwood. They sat at the very back of the transport the whole way and discussed the fire imp, how it might have got into Charles's cave and what might have happened to Charles. There was also a short discussion where Colin made a case for keeping a fire imp as a pet. Becca disagreed, making the very valid point that the imp was capable of burning down the entire town if it so much as sneezed in the wrong direction. But he was so cute, said Colin. Sure, but for those of us who can't naturally heal from severe burns, I'm thinking it wouldn't be cute for very long. Do you think it killed Charles? Becca shook her head. I don't think so. Charles is a demon. He lived in hell, which as I understand it is very hot. Fire isn't something that would hurt him. When he appeared in my room he said, "He's coming. He's here." Who is he? He can't have been referring to the fire imp. That doesn't seem like something that would scare a demon. And he said he was using a hellstone, whatever that is. The imp wasn't carrying anything. He's nothing but fire. Well, something's going on here. Charles vanishes. Your weird episode in Seattle and then again last night. And it all started around the same time. Our new principal arrived. You think it's got something to do with Mr. Sampson, said Colin. It wasn't. Like the thought hadn't occurred to him either. I don't know, said Becca. But I definitely think we should keep an eye on him. The truck screeched to a stop outside of Becca's house. Mrs. Emerson stood on the front step wearing a floral dressing gown and a worried look. Are you going to be okay? Your mom's not going to be mad, is she? Nah, my dad is the real ball of anger in our home. Mom just worries. And if she gives me any trouble, I'll just, what did you call it? Magically whammy her. Becca wiggled her fingers for magical effect. Very funny. You're hilarious. See ya at school. Becca kissed Colin on the cheek and hopped out of the truck. 10 minutes later, the same truck stopped outside of Colin's house. He glanced at the digital clock on the dashboard. 7:30 a.m. inside the house. He could clearly hear his grandmother banging around in the kitchen. It was faint, but he could also smell the scent of anger. She was probably upset that he'd disappeared on a nighttime excursion. Colin mentally prepared himself for the tongue lashing he was about to receive, hopped out of the truck and entered the house. And then when she was done shouting at me, she shouted some more, Colin said to Becca and Jeremy. The small school cafeteria was packed today as there was a torrential downpour of rain outside, possibly due to Colin's grandmother's current mood. Colin, Becca, and Jeremy sat at a corner table and ate their lunch. She was really that upset? Asked Jeremy. She's a lot more protective than she used to be. She didn't like me sneaking out in the middle of the night. Your grandmother scares me, said Jeremy. Don't worry, said Colin. She scares everyone. Not me, said Becca. I think she's awesome. You would, said Colin through a mouthful of his fourth ham and steak sandwich. Well, I've got to run, said Jeremy. Basketball practice. Catch you guys later. Jeremy grabbed his backpack and headed out of the cafeteria, the automatic doors swishing open for him as he went. Did you tell your gran anything? Asked Becca. No, but it felt weird keeping things from her. I just told her that you convinced me to sneak out for a makeout session and that you can't resist me. Becca slapped Colin on the arm. You did not. I absolutely did. You have self-control issues. Can't keep your hands off me. Colin grinned. Becca slapped him again. Oh, you'll pay for that, Colin Strauss. Just you. Wait, you do realize I have to train with that woman? It's not like there's an abundance of witches and wizards around here. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. A couple of things, actually. The bell chose that moment to ring loudly throughout the cafeteria. Students began to clear out. Well, it'll have to wait, said Becca. After school. Sure, sounds. There was a crash as a tray skittered across the floor. A small boy, a couple years younger than Colin, with short blonde hair and bright blue eyes, was sprawled out on the floor. Gareth Duggan, his leg outstretched, sat nearby with his cronies, Kevin Hadfield and Ryan Munson. They were laughing uncontrollably. You should be more careful, new kid, snickered Gareth. You could have really hurt my foot, tripping over it like that. The boy on the floor looked on the verge of tears. Gareth stood up. Hey, I'm talking to you. Colin could feel the tension in the room. No one liked Gareth. He'd been the school bully for as long as Colin had been at Elkwood. He had made Colin's life a living hell until Gareth, who was part ogre, discovered along with the rest of the freaks in Elkwood that Colin was a werewolf. Since then he'd kept his distance from Colin but still liked to bully anyone smaller or weaker than himself, which was most people. Hey kid, Gareth shouted. Colin's hearing picked up the slightest whisper from the boy on the ground. Keep control, keep control, keep control, keep control. Colin sprang up and walked over to Gareth. There was an audible gasp from the room. Gareth paled a little but stood his ground. Colin was at least 4 inches taller. The pair squared off, Gareth looking grim. Got something to say, Strauss? Gareth asked, but it lacked the venom he used to be able to throw behind his words. Colin could smell uncertainty and fear, along with the underlying ogre stench that poured off of Gareth. Leave him alone, said Colin. Or what? Said Gareth uncertainly. Colin leaned in close so only Gareth could hear him. Or I'll eat you. Gareth turned another shade paler and took a step back into milk that had spilled from the new kid's tray. Gareth slipped, both legs flying into the air, and landed flat on his back with a thump. The cafeteria erupted with laughter. All right, said Principal Sampson. Colin turned to see the stumpy principal standing beside the door, hands folded behind his back. You all heard the bell. Let's get to class now. Come on, move along. The students began herding out of the cafeteria. Gareth scrambled to his feet and stormed out, shoving a few students aside for good measure. His two cronies followed close behind. Colin crouched down and held out a hand to the kid. You okay? Why, yes, said the young boy. Thank you. He took the hand and Colin helped him to his feet. Becca joined them. You must be Terry, said Becca. Why, yes, muttered the boy. Come along, Mr. Barker, said Principal Sampson. I'd like to have a quick word with you. Terry, head down, followed the principal out of the cafeteria, leaving Becca and Colin alone. I recognize that kid's voice, said Colin. I was zoning out in math yesterday and I could hear him hiding somewhere, muttering about having to control something. His name is Terry Barker. Just moved here with his mother. I overheard Dad talking about him over the summer. He's a telekinetic. He can move things with his mind. Very powerful apparently. Struggles to control it though. I know that feeling. Come on, we're going to be late for class. Colin and Becca passed Principal Sampson in the hallway. He was talking to Terry, who looked much calmer now. Did you finish your English assignment? Said Becca. Yeah, 10 pages on Shakespeare. Interesting guy. Not sure I like the frilly collar. Becca laughed. And then Colin's hearing cut out and he felt that same pressure in the air again. Something's wrong, said Colin, but he couldn't hear his own voice. Becca had a worried look on her face. She mouthed the word what, and then a bunch of other stuff that Colin couldn't recognize. Colin's sense of smell cut out, too. He looked back down the hallway to see that Terry had gone, but Principal Simpson was watching Colin intently. He felt Becca's hand on his arm. With her other hand she pointed frantically down the hall. Students were spilling out of one of the classrooms in a panic. Colin glanced back to see that the principal had vanished. What is happening? Mrs. Walker, the chemistry teacher, scrambled out of the doorway after the fleeing students when something grabbed her from behind and dragged her back into the classroom. Colin's senses rushed back to him all at once. The fire alarm was blaring and the smell of fear in the hallway was intoxicating. Colin's heart was racing, but he quickly regained control and focused on not changing into a werewolf. Becca grabbed Colin's hand and pulled him down the hallway toward the classroom and flung open the door. Mrs. Walker lay on top of her desk. Micah Cross, one of the Goth twins, crouched over the terrified chemistry teacher in full vampire mode. Micah's pale skin was stretched tight over his face, making him look almost skeletal, and his jaw opened wide to reveal a set of long, sharp fangs. He hissed in Becca and Colin's direction and sank his teeth into Mrs. Walker's neck. The chemistry teacher screamed. Colin leapt at Micah, clearing several desks, and tackled him into the wall. But the young vampire was surprisingly strong. He grabbed Colin by the shoulders and effortlessly tossed him across the room. Colin twisted in the air and landed lightly on top of a desk. He could feel his wolf creature clawing to get out, but Colin knew that changing inside the school would be a bad idea. Have to get Micah out of the building. Colin, can you hear me? Becca. Yeah, what's happened to him? Becca was crouched beneath the desk. Micah had gone back to feeding on Mrs. Walker, who was now unconscious. He's in his true vampire form. I have to get him out of here. I'll take care of Mrs. Walker. Colin jumped to the floor and ran at Micah, leapt at him again but hit nothing but air. 1 minute he was crouched there. The next he was gone. Colin landed beside the teacher's desk and spun around. A student's desk smashed into him, breaking into pieces and opening a wide gash across the side of Colin's head. Micah stood in the middle of the classroom, breathing heavily. He looked almost like an animal. He hissed again. Colin felt the wound on his head knit itself together and close up. Yay for werewolf healing powers. Micah, this isn't you, said Colin. Well, I guess this is actually you. But you don't have to do this. Micah moved so fast Colin could barely see him. The vampire picked up another desk and launched it at Colin. He caught it this time and threw it right back. But Micah was running around the classroom in a blur. Colin picked up Mrs. Walker and carefully laid her down on the floor behind her desk. Becca scrambled over. Are you going to be okay? Said Becca. Can you handle him? Colin shrugged. I'll go find out. Micah had come to rest halfway up the wall in the back corner of the room. He hissed again. "What's with all the hissing?" said Colin. "Are you a vampire cat?" He leaned back on the teacher's desk and focused on his hands, specifically his nails. Colin had been practicing hard with Silas to master partial changes like growing claws or increasing strength in one part of his body. Colin had managed it to various degrees, some of which made Silas laugh because there's nothing funnier than a teenage boy with one wolf ear, one wolf leg, and one very hairy arm. Colin's hand and nails grew into sharp claws, which he dug into the desk. Behind him, Micah scrambled along the wall like a spider and hissed again. "I'll tear you limb from limb, wolf," spat Micah, his voice deep and gravelly. The vampire sprang forward, moving with exceptional speed. But Colin was ready. This time, he gripped the heavy, solid teacher's desk with partially changed hands and swung it like a baseball bat, smashing Micah's body and launching him out through the window. He landed 60 feet away on the football field. Colin dropped the desk, which was badly bent and broken, hopped through the window, and ran to Micah as he struggled to his feet. His skin was no longer stretched, his teeth were normal again, and he was looking more like himself, somewhat dazed. Colin could hear the sirens of the local police and army vehicles from the base approaching. "Are you okay, Micah?" asked Colin. Micah rubbed his head. "What happened? What did I?" His hands went to his stomach. "Why do I feel so full?" Micah suddenly looked ill. Colin placed a hand on his shoulder to steady him, and then came to a terrible realization. "Oh, I make vampires sick." Micah promptly vomited all over him. Varsan straightened his tie and patted Colin gently on the shoulder. "You did very well in subduing him without killing or eating him. Really well done." "Yeah, go me. I managed not to eat the crazy, puking vampire," said Colin. The football field was filled with army personnel. Local police, who were really nothing more than soldiers in a different uniform, had taped off the area. Principal Sampson had dismissed the other students early and, fortunately, the only people to see Colin hit Micah like a baseball was Becca. The rest of the students had fled out the front of the school and been magic to believe it was nothing more than a fire drill. Micah had been taken up to the base for examination. "Why did he change like that? I've never seen one of the goth twins lose control," said Colin. "The boy claims he wasn't in control. He was sitting in class and then all of a sudden he felt an overwhelming thirst for blood." "Well, he is a vampire." "Yes, but he's a well-fed vampire. The Cross family are supplied with fresh animal blood on a daily basis. Micah hadn't shown any signs of withdrawal, and he claims he had no control over himself when he attacked you. He doesn't even fully remember what happened." "Is he going to be okay? I mean, you're not going to lock him up and throw away the key?" said Varsan with a sideways glance. Colin shifted uncomfortably. He'd been in the base prison. It wasn't a fun place to be. He was also very aware that he was naked from the waist up, his hoodie and shirt ruined by vampire vomit. Becca approached and handed Colin a spare sweatshirt from his locker. "Thanks. How's Mrs. Walker?" "She'll be fine," said Becca. "She'll probably be traumatized for life, but she won't have any long-lasting effects from her bite. So she won't be turning into a vampire anytime soon," said Colin with a grin. "It doesn't work like that," said a female voice with a thick European accent. Colin and Varsan turned around to see Mrs. Cross, Nathaniel, and Micah's mom standing 10 feet away. "I'd come closer," said Mrs. Cross, "but the werewolf smell is too much for me to deal with." "Understandable," said Varsan, adjusting his tie awkwardly. "What my boy did, I am sorry." This was a new side of Mrs. Cross for Colin. The only time he'd really seen her before was when she demanded the town let her hunt for Silas. Then the two of them had fought at the town hall meeting. Apparently she was really old. Pretty hot for an older woman. Colin. "Sorry, Becca. Thinking too loud." "It's quite all right," said Varsan. "It doesn't appear to be his fault. If you want to head up to the base, you'll be able to take him home as soon as we finish examining him." Mrs. Cross was there 1 minute, gone the next. Colin caught the slightest glimpse of her as she blurred away across the field. "Mrs. Walker and Micah are both lucky you two were there," said Varsan. "Yes, very lucky indeed," said Principal Sampson. Colin and Becca spun around to see the principal standing behind them. Colin hadn't heard or smelled him approach. He was like a sensory blind spot in it. was driving Colin crazy. "Ah, Mr. Sampson, is the school clear?" "Indeed it is. All students accounted for and sent home. They'll only remember it as a fire drill, nothing more. We'll make sure the classroom is repaired by tomorrow." "Excellent," said Varsun, adjusting his tie again. "Thank you for your assistance." Principal Sampson nodded politely and turned and walked away. Not one sound of footstep. No crunch of gravel underfoot. So annoying. "Varsun, can he be trusted?" asked Colin. "What?" said Varsun, looking surprised. "He's always there just before something weird happens." "Oh, believe me," said Varsun, "you don't have to worry about Mr. Sampson. We're very lucky to have him. You two should get on home." Varsun turned and went to speak to one of the soldiers who had been taking samples from the spot where Micah had hit the ground on the football field. "What do you think?" Colin asked Becca. "I think if I could just lay one finger on Principal Sampson, I could learn a lot," said Becca, smiling. "Oh good. I have a plan," said Colin, confident. Chapter 8. Kinetic. Colin actually didn't have a plan, but he wanted to sound cool in front of Becca, so he spent a good part of the evening after dinner trying to come up with a way for Becca to lay a hand on Principal Sampson. One of Becca's new powers was the ability to get a glimpse into people's minds when she touched them. She was still learning to master it, but if she could touch the principal, she might be able to get a glimpse at who he was and if he had anything to do with all the weird goings-on. Colin tried reaching out to Silas, but the distance must have been too far. He couldn't get so much as a growl out of his old mentor. Colin hoped he was okay. Chasing rogue werewolves around Europe wasn't exactly the safest way to pass time. Colin's grandmother had gone to bed early. She'd barely said anything over dinner. Colin wasn't great at reading the old lady, but something seemed to be bothering her. He tried to ask how her day was, but she just dismissed it with a wave of her hand. Varsun had also called to ask if Colin had made a decision about the full moon. Colin was still undecided. Only 2 nights until the first full moon. Time was ticking. But this Principal Sampson thing needed to be sorted out first. Varsun trusted the weird little man, but it was all too much of a coincidence. Principal Sampson had been around the night Charles disappeared. And then right before Micah went all Dracula. Maybe he had been in Seattle, too? Is Principal Sampson the floating man with the glowing red eyes? Colin had written his suspicion in one of his many notebooks, but he had no way to prove yet. Then there was the issue with Colin's senses going all weird. Was it just part of his werewolf transformation, or was it something more? Was Principal Sampson doing this to him? Or was Colin just not able to deal with being a werewolf? Should he go camping or just let Varsun lock him up during his change? He picked up his phone and texted Becca. "Colin, camping trip. At a loss. Do I go or not?" Colin continued planning how to get Becca in a position so she could get closer to Principal Sampson, but he didn't have to wait very long for a reply. "Becca, your call." Colin, "What about Jeremy?" Becca, "What about Jeremy?" Colin, "You don't think he'll find it strange when I turn into a giant wolf creature each night?" Becca, "I've got it taken care of." Colin, "Explain." Becca, "Tomorrow. Don't worry, wolf boy, I got your back, winky face. 333 XXX. Colin read the last message again. XXX. Kisses? I do have a plan. When Colin went down for breakfast on Wednesday morning, his grandmother was already gone. A scrawled note said she'd gone out on urgent business. What is she up to? It wasn't like his grandmother to go out unless there was a town hall meeting. She certainly didn't go out in the morning, as that was when all her favorite TV shows were on. Colin put the issue to the back of his mind and ate 2 bowls of cereal, 8 pieces of toast, and a piece of raw steak that he didn't even bother defrosting. Only one more night until his full moon change. Colin was beginning to feel anxious. He met Becca and Jeremy at the front of the school as a light misty drizzle floated down from the sky. He kissed Becca on the cheek and put an arm around her. "So I was just talking with Jeremy about going on a camping trip this weekend," said Becca. "Uh-huh," said Colin somewhat dubiously. "Aren't you going to be heading out there tomorrow night? I mean, we have school, so we wouldn't be able to join you until Friday, but it might be fun for a couple of nights." Yeah," said Colin a little more enthusiastically. What was Becca playing at? "Sounds like great fun," said Jeremy. Oh yeah, totally, said Colin. But, if you'll recall, I had a few concerns. Oh right, said Becca. Jeremy, Colin is worried that you're going to see him turn into a giant werewolf every night. How do you feel about that? As long as you don't eat me, said Jeremy, laughing at his own joke. I'll just have to think of a good excuse to tell my parents. I've got to get to class. I'll catch you two lovebirds later. Colin watched Jeremy leave. Making a joke about it is all well and good, but I think it'll be a slightly different story when I actually turn into a werewolf at night. Becca took Colin by the arm and guided him through the gates toward the school. You forget who you're talking to, young Mr. Strauss. We'll all hang out during the day, and then before you change, I'll simply put Jeremy to sleep for the night and cast a protection spell around the camp. So your solution is to magically drug our friend into a deep sleep? Yes. So he doesn't discover that I'm actually a giant werewolf? Yes. Colin thought about it for a moment. That's genius. I'm not just a pretty face, Colin hugged Becca tightly. Of course not. You have lovely hair too. Becca hit Colin playfully as they entered the school through the automatic doors and headed toward English class. What are you going to tell your mother? Asked Colin. Becca shrugged. I'll tell her I have to work with the medical staff at the base for the weekend. She won't question it because I've done it before, and with Dad away, she's planning on having a quiet few days at home anyway. Don't you feel bad lying like that? Asked Colin. It's a small lie, said Becca. Mom would really prefer to believe we live in a nice, normal town, and that her only child isn't a witch. I think she lives in denial sometimes. Okay, I'm in, said Colin. I'll camp alone tomorrow night, and then you guys can join me. I can do this. We can do this. We're in it together. Just, don't eat us, said Becca with a smile. I'll do my best. The school buzzed like it normally did, and no one would ever have suspected that there was a vampire attack yesterday. Students were too busy complaining about the usual stuff that teenagers worry about: hair, boys, girls, acne, clothes, teachers, homework, and so on. So what's the big plan? Said Becca. You'll see. You're not going to tell me? I think it'll become obvious very quickly. Colin opened his locker and took out his books for English class. He could smell a sense of nervousness in the air. He closed the locker and looked down into the eyes of Terry. The 10-year-old stared up at Colin, who was easily over a foot taller. Hi, Colin, said Terry. Hi, Terry. How are you feeling? Oh, better, I guess. I just wanted to thank you for helping me yesterday. Yeah, don't worry about it. Gareth used to make my life hell too, so I know what you were going through. Terry brightened up a little. Really? How did you make him stop? I was bitten and turned into a werewolf, and then I ate my biology teacher. I just stood up to him one day, said Colin. Wow, you're brave. Oh yes, he's very brave, said Becca sarcastically. Terry turned a dark crimson color at seeing Becca. I've got tea to go. Bye. Terry took off down the hallway, careful not to look at Becca. You scared him, said Colin. I did not. Must be the red hair. That's not what happened. What did you smell? Colin laughed. I think he has a crush on you. Oh, come on. You're lying. Honest truth. And he wasn't lying. As soon as Terry noticed Becca, his scent had changed from nerves to embarrassment to confusion and back to nerves. His heart rate had also increased. Colin knew the signs well. He'd experienced them himself around Becca not even a year ago. I'd be more comfortable if he was scared of me, said Becca. I don't have anything to worry about, do I? Shut up. The bell blared down the hallway, ringing in Colin's ears. They made their way to English class at the south end of the school and took their seats next to each other. Their teacher, Mr. Abernathy, was an old gentleman who was set in his ways and didn't like to teach anything new. He also had a melodic drone to his voice that made you instantly want to sleep. Since discovering the truth behind Elkwood, Colin had often wondered if Mr. Abernathy was some sort of creature that made people sleepy. Mr. Abernathy was also a traditionalist, which made his the perfect class to execute Colin's plan of attack on Principal Sampson. The class quieted down as Mr. Abernathy called everyone to order and began droning on about Shakespeare. PST, said Colin to Becca. Did you just PST at me? Ever been sent to the principal's office? What? No, I'd never. Colin placed a hand on the back of Becca's head and kissed her. The class gasped. Becca pulled away. What on earth are? And then she saw the angry and shocked look on Mr. Abernathy's face. Oh! Becca grabbed Colin's face and kissed him, back full on the lips. The class broke out in an uproar. People whistled. Some students laughed, a few cheered them on. Stop that right this instant, shouted Mr. Abernathy, but they didn't. Much to Colin's enjoyment, they just carried right on making out in the middle of class. Colin Strauss, Becca Emerson, I demand you stop kissing immediately. The class exploded in laughter. This is not a laughing matter, said Mr. Abernathy. This is outrageous. Colin stopped kissing Becca and grinned. Sorry, Mr. Abernathy. You were saying something. The smell of anger and disgust floating of Mr. Abernathy was powerful. The old man's face was so red it was practically purple. Colin began to worry he might explode. Mr. Abernathy scribbled a note and handed it to Colin. Both of you report to the principal's office immediately. Colin and Becca quickly gathered their things and left the classroom. They could still hear the irate English teacher complaining as they walked away. Down the hall. Never in my years of teaching have I ever witnessed such a disregard for English class. This isn't Italy. You can't just start kissing in the middle of class. The cheek of it. Shakespeare would not approve of such things. In my day, you know, if your plan was to get us to the principal's office, we could just have gone and knocked, said Becca. Yeah, but this way was more fun, said Colin with a wink. Becca sighed. Boys, you realize we're never going to be able to sit together in English class again. That I actually didn't think about at all. Smart idea though, getting us into his office. It's an enclosed space. Easier to touch him. If he's truly afraid of germs, you're going to have your work cut out for you. I'm sure I'll think of something. Colin's senses went blind again. All sense of smell vanished and it was like someone hit the mute button on his hearing. At least this time he had Becca with him. He stopped walking and looked at Becca. It's happening again. Your senses? Hold still. Becca placed a hand on Colin's forehead and closed her eyes. Colin felt the familiar sensation travel through his body. It was like someone pouring hot water through his veins, both comforting and scary. Becca was searching his body, looking for something to heal. Wow. What is it? It's a spell. Hang on a second. Colin felt the heat rush to his head to the point where it began to hurt, and then his senses flooded back to him. Becca released his head and smiled. A spell. Someone cast a spell on you, said Becca. And not a simple spell. It was complex. Planted directly into your head. How did you undo it? Said Colin, slightly in shock that someone had been practicing magic on him. Casting a spell is like tying a very difficult knot. Undoing one is just a matter of finding the right thread to pull. The spell in your head was complex, but it was rushed, like it needed to be cast quickly. It was easy to find the right thread to tug on. Colin felt a dark sense of dread. He really didn't understand magic, or that someone could have this sort of effect on him. It worried him. How long has it been in there? It's impossible to tell. Could have been there since Seattle and it just gets reactivated when needed. Or it could be planted fresh every time. Colin was beginning to feel more and more violated. But who would do it? Someone powerful. It's called rune magic. It involves the creation of magical symbols. It'd take me hours to even start putting something like that together. Maybe your grandmother. Or maybe the old man who lives in the woods. How do you know about Alfred? They arrived at the principal's office and the door swung open automatically. To be continued. Principal Sampson sat behind his desk, hands folded in front of him, grinning. That cheerful grin he was so fond of wearing. Mr. Strauss and Ms. Emerson, please come in and take a seat. To what do I owe the pleasure so early this morning? Good morning, Mr. Sampson, said Becca, taking a seat. Morning, sir, said Colin. He held Mr. Abernathy's note out to the principal. Principal Sampson stared at the note and chuckled awkwardly. If you'll please excuse my peculiarity, Colin, I'd rather not touch it. Germs, you see. Phew. Can please just place it down on the desk? That'll be just fine. Colin looked at Becca, who was busy smiling at the principal. He unfolded the note and placed it on the desk. I have an idea. I'm all ears. We need to irritate each other, start a fight, and force him to get between us. Now let's see, said Principal Sampson, leaning over the desk to look at the note. Disruption of class due to inappropriate behavior. Oh my. We kissed, said Becca. Sort of made out, said Colin. Oh dear, said Mr. Sampson. Mr. Abernathy is a bit of an ancient soul. In more ways than one. That sort of behavior certainly wouldn't sit right with him. It's Becca, said Colin. She can't keep her hands off me. What? Snapped Becca. Colin grinned stupidly. Despite discovering someone had magically manipulated him, he was still having too much fun with this. Now look here, said Mr. Sampson with a bit more authority in his voice. There's a time and a place for such things. And that time is not during school hours, and that place is not in Mr. Abernathy's English class. Would biology class be okay? Asked Colin. Seems fitting. No, Mr. Strauss. No school class is appropriate for such things. You're such an idiot, Becca said and hit Colin hard on the arm. Ow! Abuse! Colin cried. If you hadn't decided to try and suck my face off in English, we wouldn't be here right now. Okay, let's all calm down, shall we? Began the principal. Well, maybe if we made a little more time to kiss outside of school, it wouldn't have happened. Colin fired back. You just can't help yourself, can you? You're like a wolf on the prowl, shouted Becca. Good one. Thank you. Well, what about you? Said Colin, standing up. You come into school every day looking gorgeous. It's like you've bewitched me or something. You're a witch. Mine was still better. Principal Sampson stood up but stayed on his side of the desk. Now listen. Both of you. Becca pushed Colin. Colin pushed her back. Please, both of you. There's no need for name-calling and a shoving contest. Becca pushed Colin. Stop it. You stop it, said Colin, shoving her back. Why isn't he stopping us? I have no idea. I'm just going to go for it. Becca reached across the desk and Principal Sampson's eyes went wide with fear. He staggered backwards, but the room was too small. There was nowhere for him to go. That's when a school locker smashed through the door of the office and stuck there, half in the office, half in the hallway. What on earth? Said Becca. Something's wrong, said Colin. You think? I'm just looking at the evidence at hand, said Colin, gesturing to the wedged locker. Principal Samps, began Becca, but he was gone. Completely vanished. Where did he go? Said Colin. Who knows? What's going on? Colin closed his eyes and cast his senses throughout the school. He could picture hallways and classrooms. Everything was in chaos. Books, desks, chairs, lockers, even a few students were flying everywhere, getting thrown around. The school is under some sort of attack. Objects are moving by themselves. Telekinesis, said Becca. Terry. The automatic door tried to open but couldn't due to the locker sticking through it. Colin kicked the door off its hinges and he and Becca ran out into the hallway. Students and teachers were screaming and trying to flee from the building as the whole structure began to shake. Can you track him? Asked Becca. Colin inhaled deeply and his brain tried to sort through the different scents. Got him. He closed his eyes and focused in on Terry. Colors sprang together in Colin's mind, painting a living picture of Terry lying on the ground, his arms covering his head. He was muttering something about control, begging something to stop. I have to get to him. Go, I'll be fine. Colin took off down the hallway, moving around scared students and dodging the numerous airborne school supplies that swirled around the building. A locker flew off the wall at a terrified young girl. Colin threw himself in front of her, and the metal locker clanged into his back and fell to the ground. Run! Colin shouted at the girl, who complied. Teachers were trying to lead students to the nearest exit, but everyone was too scared to move in an organized fashion. Colin pushed aside the smell of fear and panic and focused. He passed a group of students huddled together on the ground and almost collided with Jeremy, who was busy putting his books in his locker. Colin skidded to a halt. You all right, Joe? Colin asked, surprised by how not panicked his friend was. What? Yeah, said Jeremy. A bit weird, all this. Another fire alarm. We just had one yesterday. The stuff floating about, though, you don't find it weird? Floating stuff? Colin, are you okay? Am I okay? Colin shook his head and took off at a run. One weird problem at a time. Colin crashed through the door of the biology lab before it had a chance to swing open by itself and slid to a stop in front of Terry. Chairs and desks swirled around the room and Colin had to duck to avoid getting hit. Terry, it's me, Colin. Terry looked up, his face streaked with tears, blue eyes shining bright. Colin could smell the rage floating off him. It smelled like mustard. Anger always smelled like mustard for some reason. You have to stop this, Colin said. People are going to get hurt. I didn't do this. Terry, you have to stop. His anger increased and Colin took a step back. Terry balled his fists and screamed, I didn't do this. The world around Colin exploded. It felt like a train had slammed into him as he was thrown back. He felt the wall behind him collapse as he was pushed through it, and then all went quiet. Darkness crept in around Colin. The last thing he heard before everything went black was Terry gently sobbing and muttering, I didn't do this. Chapter 9. Now you see me, now you don't. Colin was having a serious sense of déjà vu. For the second time in as many days, the school was closed early and the norms, and even the freaks, were all magic to believe it was nothing more than a fire in the biology lab. I wonder if all this magical brain stuff has any long-term effect? Asked Colin. What do you mean? Said Becca. They were sitting on the school steps waiting for Varsun to bring out Terry. The final few students who hadn't been picked up by family members were being loaded onto Elkwood's only school bus. I mean, every time everyone has to get magic to believe something that's not true, how do we know they're not going to eventually end up a drooling vegetable? Well, the alternative is that all the normal people would know exactly what's going on in Elkwood. Would that be so bad? Asked Colin. It's something that occasionally bothered him. Maybe because he was once a norm himself, or maybe because it just didn't seem fair to keep people in the dark. The human brain, said Becca. The normal human brain can't handle certain things, like knowing you're living in a town full of monsters and magical creatures, for example. Then maybe Elkwood shouldn't allow any norms, said Colin. But it's part of the cover of the place, and as weird as that sounds, helps keep everyone in order. I heard there was a place out east where the government attempted to create a town like Elkwood, but without any norms. What happened to it? It didn't work. The townsfolk, knowing they didn't need to hide their true nature, ran the town, but so many different races of creatures in one place can only get along for so long. Fights broke out and people were attacked. Was a disaster. Is it still there? I don't know. I heard a few of the soldiers discussing it once. Like it or not, the normal people create a balance in the town that in turn keeps us all safe. Unless one of them gets eaten by a werewolf. Well, sure. Or bitten by a vampire. I suppose. Or burned by a... Okay, I get it. There are risks on both sides, said Becca, giving Colin a friendly punch on the arm. Colin sniffed the air. They're bringing Terry out. The automatic doors swished open and Varsun walked out with Principal Sampson, followed by Terry, who was flanked by two large guards. Terry looked very small between two such imposing figures. His face was streaked with tears and his clothes covered in dust. When he'd gone nuclear and tossed Colin through a couple of walls, he'd also blown out the walls of the classroom and collapsed part of the roof. A construction crew from the base was already on its way to try and repair the room before school tomorrow, but the general thought was that the classroom would likely need to be taped off for the time being. Colin's sweatshirt was slightly torn, and it had taken a few minutes for his bones to repair themselves after they were practically shattered due to being forcefully pushed through several layers of concrete. On the one hand, it really hurt. On the other hand, Colin was becoming more and more impressed with his healing abilities. Aside from silver, it seemed like he really was invulnerable. Any injury healed quickly. Terry was led into the back of a van along with his guards. Varsun looked pale and shaken. He was probably keenly aware that Mr. Emerson and Nightwatch had only been gone for a couple of days, and in that time there had already been a vampire attack and a telekinetic explosion, and the local demon had gone missing. Hello, said Varsun. Are you okay, Mr. Varsun? Asked Becca. Yes, I think so, said Varsun unconvincingly. It's just been quite a week. Colin, I was hoping you would accompany Terry. I've spoken with his mother and she thinks it's best if Terry stays at the base for a while. Colin could sense Varsun's discomfort, hear the man's heartbeat quicken, and detect the slight waver in his voice. You're going to put him in the prison, blurted Colin. He doesn't have control over himself, said Varsun. But he's just a kid. It's not forever. It's just until we can figure out how to help him control His power, said Varsun. I don't like it any more than you do. I doubt that, said Colin, remembering full well how he and Silas had been held at the prison accused of being murderers. Varsun took a deep breath. I feel that young Terry would benefit from having you around while we take him up there. He seems to trust you. Maybe you can talk to him on our behalf? I promise he'll be well taken care of. Fine, said Colin, but he could feel the anger inside as his wolf creature gently clawed at the door to get out. I'll go with him. Varsun nodded and walked away to speak with Principal Sampson. Are you okay? Said Becca. It's not right, said Colin, frustrated. It's not his fault. Are you sure? You did say you'd hurt him before, muttering about trying to keep control. Maybe he just needs some time to master his powers. Maybe. Colin watched as Varsun chatted with Principal Sampson. He could hear them talking about the unfortunate event, and Principal Sampson was reassuring Varsun that he'd take good care of the students. I think we have bigger problems. Sampson, said Becca. He just vanished in his office before everything with Terry happened. And that spell activated and your senses shut off before we went in to see him. And he's there every time something is about to happen. And you can't smell him or hear his heartbeat. Do you think he cast the spell on me? Asked Colin. I don't know. It's not like spells have signatures. So what do we do? Colin wasn't sure what to do for the best. He couldn't tell Varsun because they had no evidence and he seemed to trust the new principal. Silas was out of the country. Charles had vanished. There was his grandmother, but she'd been acting weird lately. It didn't leave a ton of options. We follow him, said Colin. Stake out? Nice, said Becca with a grin. That's my boy. Think you can keep an eye on him until I get back from the base? Does a werewolf make a vampire puke? Ugh, don't remind me. You know I can still smell Micah's vomit on me? No matter how many times I shower. The only drawback to super wolf smell. Becca kissed Colin on the cheek. Hurry back. Will do. The drive to the base was a quiet one. The two large soldiers said nothing. Terry just sat between them and stared blankly at the floor. Colin sat facing them but didn't know what to say. The van drove through the large cargo bay doors of the base and stopped in front of the elevator. Colin stood next to Terry with the two guards IGG and OK as Colin had begun referring to them, flanking them. It'll be okay, said Colin as the elevator descended. I'm sorry, said Terry, still staring at the floor. I didn't mean. It's okay, said Colin. I heal. What are you? Said Terry. I'm a werewolf, said Colin. No matter how many times he said it, it still sounded funny. Really? Terry's eyes widened and he looked at Colin for the first time since he'd exited the school. You actually turn into a werewolf? You bet. Cool, right? I'm really sorry about what I did. I swear I didn't know I was doing it. Tears began to well up in the boy's eyes again and Colin placed a hand on his shoulder but he really didn't know what he should do to console him. The elevator shuddered to a stop. The doors slid open to reveal a long metallic room lined with barred cells on either side with a control console in the center. As per usual there were a variety of inmates and the smells that hit Colin were unlike anything he'd experienced outside of the base. Blood-tinged with salt water, burning and garbage assaulted his senses. There were a couple of ragged-looking vampires in one cell. A large troll-like creature had a cell to himself but he could barely move. His broad shoulders touched the cell walls and his wide nose was pressed against the front bars. He grumbled in a low rumble that sounded like boulders crashing. A purple dragon the size of a small horse climbed around its cell looking for a comfortable place to perch. 5 humans occupied other cells but their scent was not ordinary. They were certainly ogres because they smelled just like Gareth Dugan, a rotting sort of wet garbage smell. All these were regular residents of the cell block but there was a newcomer. Since Colin had last been down here. One cell contained a large water tank. But the water was dark and murky and stank of seawater and oil. Colin could sense something moving around in there. Something large. Then there was the fire imp. Still in its little box but now also inside a cell. The creature was bouncing small fireballs around its box. It noticed Colin and waved its hand excitedly. Colin grinned and waved back. Ever since the imp had burned Colin terribly, he felt a sort of connection with it. For whatever reason the creature seemed to like him. Open 17, shouted the guard Colin had labeled OK. The lazy, lanky soldier who had also been Colin's prison guard sat at the console with his feet up. He slapped down the magazine he'd been reading and flicked a few switches. The bars of the empty cell next to the imp began to retract into the ceiling. "Well, if it isn't the werewolf boy," shouted the prison guard. When they'd imprisoned Colin, the man had been less than nice and it had left a bad taste in his mouth. "Just ignore him," said Colin, turning back to the cell. Terry eyed the large metallic box and Colin could smell the fear. "It's okay. It's not as bad as it seems, and Varsun says you won't be here too long. This was my cell, you." "No. It was," said Terry. "You were in here?" "Yeah," said Colin. "When I first turned." Terry warily stepped into the cell. "Close it up," shouted OK. The prison guard flicked a switch and the bars slid smoothly back down into place. "It'll be all right," said Colin. "You just need to get those powers under control and then yo." "But I can control them," blurted Terry, his face pressed up to the bars. "What do you mean?" "Come along, Strauss," said OK. "Hang on a second. Terry, what do you mean?" "I can control my powers. It's not easy, but I've never lost control before. It was the man. The man did it." "Come on, kid, we've got to go," repeated the guard. "What man?" Terry's bright blue eyes stared through the bars and Colin heard his heart skip a couple of beats. "The man with the glowing red eyes." After Colin said farewell to Terry and waved goodbye to the cheerful fire imp, a soldier escorted him back to the main level of the base. The sun was already setting below the tree line. They offered to give Colin a ride back down to town, but he refused. Before they could argue, Colin had already jumped the fence, landed 100 feet below the base at the edge of the forest, and taken off at a run. He wanted nothing more than to strip down and turn into a werewolf, but he didn't have any spare clothing, and he and Becca still had work to do. The man with the glowing red eyes. Finally, some proof that Colin hadn't been crazy that night in Seattle. Terry had seen him too. He ran through the now familiar forest trail, ducking branches, leaping over the occasional fallen tree, while his mind raced. Colin had seen the man with the glowing red eyes in Seattle and lost control of his powers. Then Principal Sampson had shown up and Colin couldn't sense him. Then Charles vanishes, Micah loses control, and now Terry. And before every single event, Colin's senses went out of whack because there was a spell cast on him. But what's the point of it all? Someone causing trouble in Elkwood? And is Principal Sampson the man with the glowing red eyes? That guy was young. Principal Sampson certainly wasn't. And why now? Maybe because Night Watch was out of town? It was all too confusing. The smell of a scared deer caused Colin to briefly change course until he remembered what he was supposed to be doing, and he headed back toward the school. His stomach rumbled in protest and Colin made a mental note to grab some food before he met Becca. The last thing he needed tonight was to be fighting the urge to eat his girlfriend. "Becca, can you hear me? Are you out there? Hello? Anyone? Is this thing on? Very funny. Where is he? Still in his office. Where are you?" "I'm on the roof of the gymnasium." "How did you get up there?" "I floated." "You can float?" "Of course I can't. I used the ladder." "Witches are confusing," said the werewolf. "I'll be there in a moment." Colin detoured around the school and into downtown, and loaded up on snacks at the gas station and left the store carrying 2 full bags of food. He carefully made his way around the back of the school, ducking under windows. He could hear the school janitor clattering around somewhere inside, and smell a few construction people working in the biology classroom. The gymnasium sat adjacent to the main school building and was connected by a covered walkway, so the roof offered a good vantage point. Colin tucked a bag under each arm, glanced around, and listened carefully to make sure no one was around. As he was listening to the construction crew, he picked up on Becca's heartbeat. Colin crouched, muscles tensed, and jumped from the ground to the landing on the roof's edge. He hopped down from the small wall that ran around the top of the building and jogged over to where Becca sat. "Hungry?" said Becca as he approached her. "It was either this or I eat you," said Colin, tearing open a package of beef jerky. "Is he still there?" Becca and Colin peered over the wall. The sun had fully set and the school was dark except for one window to the right where the construction crew was working on the biology lab, and another to the left where Principal Sampson sat with his back to the window. "What's he doing?" asked Colin. "I have no idea. He's been like that for hours. This has been the most boring stakeout ever. How was Terry? Scared, terrified, confused. Poor guy. They've put him next door to Bernie. Becca stared at Colin. Who on earth is Bernie? The fire imp, said Colin through a mouthful of beef jerky. You named it. Becca rolled her eyes. It suits him. You shouldn't have named him. You'll get attached. Colin tore open another bag of jerky and quickly started to chew down the pieces of dried beef. He did this partly because he was hungry and partly because he didn't want to have to tell Becca that he already felt a weird attachment to the little fire creature. There was already enough going on as it was. Another bag of jerky, 3 bags of potato chips, and 6 chocolate bars. Later, Colin started to feel his hunger slipping away. I'd kill to be able to eat like you, said Becca, still looking over the wall. At the school. Why don't you? Because I'd be a blimp. Do you not understand girls at all? That's a silly question. Of course I don't. He's moving. Colin scrambled into a crouch and looked over the wall. The office light was now off. Where did he go? I think he left the office, but I don't see him. Colin's wolf eyes cut through the darkness, but he still couldn't make anything out. And unfortunately he couldn't hear or smell the principal. The front door of the high school swished open and the short, round form of Principal Sampson stepped out. Anything, said Becca. Colin focused on the man as he walked down the steps from the entranceway. He cast out his senses like Silas taught him. There was a family of mice living under the steps of the school, and Colin could hear them as perfectly as if they were sitting right in front of him, but nothing from the principal. Nothing. Does he drive? I don't think so. I've never seen him in a car. The principal crossed the schoolyard, exited through the gates, crossed the street, and headed for downtown. Now what? Said Becca. We follow him, said Colin, standing up. Come on. He picked Becca up and, without warning, stepped off the roof. Becca gasped and Colin landed lightly on the ground, placing Becca on her feet. Your heart rate just skyrocketed, said Colin. Are you okay? You just jumped off a roof. Colin looked up. It was high. Sorry, I know it's only been a few months, but I sometimes forget things like that aren't normal. And it was true. After years of being awkward and uncoordinated, as a werewolf, Colin finally felt comfortable in his own skin. Jumping off a roof? No biggie. Hunting a deer? Totally normal. Howling at the moon? What's weird about that? Looks like he's heading downtown, said Becca. You should go. You can move quicker and more quietly than I can. I have my phone. Call me when you find out where he goes. Colin nodded and took off. He picked up speed and turned outside of the school gate, taking a slightly longer path to downtown. He cut through Richard Baker Park, which ran adjacent to the north end of the town and led to the back entrance of Town Hall. He began to pick up the scent of people. He glanced at the clock tower above Town Hall. It was almost 7 o'clock, meaning downtown would still be busy. Someone would likely notice him sneaking around. How do I get around without being seen? He looked up at the clock tower again. Oh, of course. He made sure no one could see him and leapt onto the town hall roof. From there he jumped over to the bakery and snuck up to the edge that looked down on the main street. A few people milled around, meeting friends at the coffee shop, visiting the grocery store, ordering pizza at the only pizza place in town. Each person had their own scent except one person, Principal Sampson. He walked happily down the street, keeping his distance from other people but offering a friendly hello or a wave as he passed. He rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. Can't lose him. Colin leapt over to the hardware store roof, then onto the thrift store so he could see down the street. The principal was gone. Oh no, where did he go? Maybe he went into a store? Colin jumped down to a small dumpster at the side of the thrift store, dropped to the ground and casually walked out to the street, following the path of the principal. He had almost reached the other side of the downtown core and was worried he'd totally lost his quarry when he saw Principal Sampson a block over. He was crossing the street, heading away from downtown and toward Elkwood Cemetery. But there's nothing there. It's just a graveyard. Hey Strauss, came the voice of Gareth Dugan, followed by the smell of garbage. Colin turned and came face to face with his former bully. Hi Gareth. Listen. I really don't. You think you're pretty tough, don't you? I honestly don't have time for this right now. Gareth took a step closer and jabbed a finger into Colin's chest. Just because you're some big old monster, you think you can just push me around and humiliate me? Wouldn't dream of it. How about we talk it over another day? Colin looked around to see Principal Sampson enter the graveyard. Got to go. Gareth clamped a powerful hand around Colin's arm. The werewolf inside began to growl. Colin could smell the fear and uncertainty on Gareth. We're not done talking, said Gareth. Colin took a deep breath. What is it exactly you want, Gareth? He could see through the darkness that Principal Sampson had reached the farthest corner of the graveyard. I stuttered Gareth. Colin was shocked as he recognized a sharp scent that cut through the garbage. Smell. You want to be friends? Gareth looked surprised, then embarrassed, then angry. No, I don't. You do. Colin was still in shock. No, I don't. Unless, you wanted to hang out sometime. I really must be going crazy. What on earth was happening? Colin couldn't tell if Gareth wanted to hit him or give him a hug. Yeah, great talk, said Colin. I've got to go. Colin shrugged off Gareth's grip and ran to the graveyard. He zigzagged between the gravestones, some small and simple, others marked by large statues of angels, many of which looked more creepy than heavenly, but he couldn't find any sign of the principal. He reached the corner where he'd last seen the man and almost tripped over a small gravestone that was partially covered by grass and crawling ivy. Something about the stone caught his eye. He looked closer and what he saw turned Colin's blood cold in his veins. He jumped when his cell phone buzzed in his pocket. He answered. Are you still following him? Said Becca. Colin looked around the graveyard and back at the gravestone in front of him. I found him, said Colin. Awesome, where is he? He's dead. What? How? Colin crouched down, brushed away some of the ivy and read the gravestone. Ivan Sampson. Loving husband. A teacher to all. 1883 to 1941. Apparently our new principal has been dead since 1941. Chapter 10. The Wizard in the Woods. Colin held 2 pairs of underwear in his hands and tried to decide which to pack. He'd barely slept through the night. He and Becca had stayed out until almost 10 o'clock discussing Principal Sampson, and the only conclusion they could come to was that he was either immortal or dead. How about undead? Colin had suggested as they sat on the couch in his grandpa's old garage. Like a zombie? Yeah. He died and then came back to life. We have a zombie in Elkwood. No way. Who? The janitor at the high school. That explains the smell of rotting flesh. He's really quite pleasant, said Becca. Zombies aren't all that bad as long as they're well fed, but they're fairly stupid, only able to do simple tasks. So that rules zombie out as a possibility. Maybe he's a ghost? Suggested Colin. Please, there's no such thing as ghosts. I have history class with an asthmatic boy who is half dragon. We have a school bully who's half ogre. Tori is a man-eating siren. You're a necromancer. And a witch. I'm a werewolf. You're telling me a ghost is out of the question. Becca rolled her eyes in a way that suggested she knew far more about things than Colin. It was an amazing talent that Colin couldn't wrap his head around. You said it yourself. I'm a necromancer. I can raise the dead. I've seen people die, people I couldn't save. They don't become ghosts. They'd ended the night no wiser than they'd started. All they knew was that Principal Sampson wasn't human, had a gravestone in Elkwood Cemetery, and was always around when trouble started. Colin settled on the blue pair of underwear and packed it into his backpack. He'd spoken to Varsun late last night and let him know that he was going to go and camp alone rather than be locked up in the prison. While he was sure that Terry could use the company, Colin had no intention of being locked in that prison ever again. And with Becca and Jeremy joining him on Friday night, it was too good an opportunity to pass up. Going on, and with Silas away, Colin wasn't afraid to admit that he was a little scared. Getting away for a few days seemed like a good idea. Varsun insisted that Colin call every morning and evening to check in. The base commander claimed it was so they'd know that he was okay, but Colin suspected it was to make sure no one got eaten. Colin had conveniently not told Varsun that his girlfriend and best friend were going to be joining him on the second night. In a way, Colin was looking forward to being alone the first night. It would feel good to change and to hunt. He drooled a little at the thought of hunting wildlife. The front door slammed, shaking Colin out of his thoughts. He looked at his alarm clock. It was 7 a.m. The sound of his grandmother shuffling down the hallway to the kitchen floated up from the bottom floor. She was muttering something about it all not making any sense. Colin had wanted to speak with his grandmother about Charles and Principal Sampson, and ask about Hellstones and the recent attacks at the school, but she just hadn't been around lately. It was strange behavior even for her. Colin zipped up his backpack and double-checked that he had everything. As an afterthought, he picked up his latest notebook and slid it into his backpack. This being his first trip alone, he'd want to take notes on his changes and hunting patterns, and he wanted to write about the past few days so he could talk to Silas about it all when he got back from Europe. Colin slung the large backpack onto his shoulder and headed downstairs. He dropped the pack with a thump in the hallway and went to the kitchen where his grandmother was puttering around. "Hi, Gran," said Colin. "Oh, Colin," she exclaimed. "Yes, of course." And then she continued making herself a cup of coffee. She looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days, and smelled faintly like the forest. Her hair stuck out at odd angles. "Are you okay, Gran?" "What? Oh yes, of course." "Well, no." Colin pulled out a chair and sat down at the kitchen table. "You seem like you've been distracted lately," said Colin. The old lady let out a sigh, added cream to her coffee, and sat down opposite Colin. Colin couldn't decide whether she was waiting for him to say something or if she was building up to speak. It quickly became clear when she started snoring softly that she'd actually fallen asleep with her eyes open. "Gran," Colin said, and shook her arm softly. She awoke suddenly, and lightning flashed across the sky outside the kitchen window. Thunder crashed, and Colin's grandmother rubbed her temples. "Sorry, Colin," she said. "It's been a long few days." "You're telling me. Did you hear about the school attacks?" "School attacks? What school attacks?" she asked, clearly surprised. "There was a vampire attack 2 days ago, and then yesterday a telekinetic kid destroyed the biology lab. You didn't hear about any of this." "I've been busy," she snapped defensively. This was all truly surprising, as Colin's grandmother was an integral part of the Elkwood community. She knew almost everything that went on in the town. Her shoulders slumped slightly. "I'm going blind." "Don't take this the wrong way, Gran, but you've been blind for some time." "Not like that," she snapped. "I'm finding blind spots in my powers." This was new territory. Colin's grandmother never really talked about her powers. "What do you mean?" asked Colin. "My power is rooted in the elements. I'm blind, but if I concentrate I can see large chunks of Elkwood as if I'm viewing it from above, like a map. But since that damn demon showed up in my bedroom the other night, I've started noticing blank spots." She twisted the coffee cup in her wrinkled hands and, for the first time, Colin could sense fear in his grandmother. "He's gone." "Who?" The words were out of his mouth before he'd really thought about it. "Charles. The demon. He disappeared 2 nights ago." "What?" And then Colin couldn't stop himself. He hated keeping things from his grandmother, so he told her everything that had happened so far. "Hellstones," said his grandmother, more to herself. "You're sure that's what he said?" "Yes. Have you heard of them?" "No, but I don't venture into that side of things very often. I understand my power, but I prefer to stay out of everyone else's business. There are others in Elkwood who might know more, though." "I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier," said Colin. "Varson told us to keep it to ourselves. That idiot barely knows his head from his rear end. Now you tell me this new principal is a mystery in himself. I miss the days when Elkwood was simple and less complicated." "Wait, why aren't you going to school?" she asked, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. "It's a full moon tonight," said Colin. "I'm going to leave this morning and hike north to the spot where Silas and I normally go." "Alone?" "I'll be fine, Gran. I promise not to eat anyone. I'm not worried about you as a werewolf, but with everything going on, are you sure you'll be okay?" Colin momentarily thought about telling her that Becca and Jeremy were going to meet him out there tomorrow night, but he caught himself. Chances were she wouldn't approve. "I'll be fine. With all this craziness, I'm looking forward to getting out of town. But what about you? Are you going to be okay?" His grandmother pushed back from the table and waved her hands dismissively. "I'll be fine. I may even do some poking around to see if I can find out more." About this principle of yours. Please be careful, Gran. Concern crept into his voice. Don't be ridiculous. I'm an all-powerful, well, mostly all-powerful witch. I'll be fine. You better get going. Be careful out there. Watch for anything strange. Colin stood up. Strange in Elkwood is just a normal day. The old lady patted Colin on the shoulder and shuffled down the hallway to her chair in front of the television. Colin ate a good breakfast, including a full box of cereal, some leftover bacon, several pieces of toast loaded with peanut butter, and a box of orange juice. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and pulled up his hood. Bye, Gran. But she was already snoring softly in her chair. Colin smiled and headed out the door. A few people said hi to Colin as he passed along the outskirts of downtown. He could smell the uncertainty on them. They were likely wondering where a 13-year-old was going on a school day carrying a big backpack and camping gear. Colin just nodded politely and picked up his pace until he reached the edge of Merton Forest. The trees loomed against the gray sky. Colin took a deep breath, taking in the scents of the forest, the dew on the grass, the moss growing across the ground. He began to feel a sense of comfort and a little bit of excitement. He'd always made this journey with Silas. Going it alone was scary, but also came with a profound sense of adventure. Stepping into the forest, Colin began his trek north. He passed the clearing with the babbling brook, where he'd experienced his first change, then turned west to walk closer to the shoreline. The forest sat upon rocky cliffs that ran along the shore, all the way into Washington. It was a straight 50-foot drop from the cliffs down into the ocean. Further south there was a break in the cliffs that opened up into Elkwood Bay, a large beach area where some of the students would sometimes go for bonfires at night. Colin walked along the cliff edge for a few miles. The wind whipped against the shoreline and waves crashed, throwing a fine mist up into the forest. He and Silas always made a habit of taking a different route to their usual camping spot. Silas argued that it helped develop their natural tracking ability. Going it alone for the first time, Colin was beginning to worry. He'd never followed the coastline this far up, and he began to consider turning back inland in case he lost his bearings when the forest opened up and Colin found himself standing at the edge of a garden. The garden consisted of a neatly trimmed lawn of lush green grass with well-tended flower beds. Path made of flat stones ran through the garden, through a white picket fence, and up to the front door of a small cottage with a red door, which swung open. The old man that Colin had seen briefly at the base hobbled out of the cottage, leaning heavily on his walking stick. His gray hair was perfectly combed over to the side, and a pair of large, thick glasses was perched comfortably on his broad nose. "Ah, young Colin," shouted the old man. "Nice of you to drop by. I don't get much company up this way." The old man beckoned Colin to come inside and disappeared back through the doorway. The smell of fresh bread and cooking bacon floated out of the open door, and Colin was standing on the doorstep before he'd even realized he'd moved. Come in," shouted the man. Colin ducked through a doorway that seemed a little smaller than it should have and walked down the hallway. The house was small and quaint, with a few rooms and sparse wooden furniture. Underneath the food it smelled of leather and old books. Colin followed the smell to the kitchen, where the old man was pouring 2 cups of coffee. A plate of bacon and eggs and a fresh, crusty loaf of bread were already set at a small round table near the kitchen window, which looked out over another garden at the back of the house. "You're Alfred," said Colin. "That I am, young man. That I am." Alfred placed the coffee next to the plate of food and invited Colin to sit down. This was a stranger, albeit a stranger who worked with night watch, but a stranger nevertheless. However, the stranger was serving some great-smelling food. Colin had already been walking for a couple of hours and his stomach was beginning to complain. He leaned his large backpack against the kitchen counter and sat down. Alfred looked pleased that Colin had accepted his hospitality and, picking up his own cup of coffee, sat down with some difficulty in the opposite seat. "So you're a werewolf? I find that fascinating," said Alfred, his heavily wrinkled face cracking into a wide smile. "And you're a sorcerer?" "Wizard," said Alfred. "Not many sorcerers around. Nasty bunch. Too much power. For their own good. Always striving for more." This was possibly the best bacon Colin had ever tasted. The bread was so fresh. It was still warm. And the coffee was incredible. Sir, if you don't mind me asking. Alfred held up a slightly shaking hand. Please call me Alfred. Alfred, what is it you do for Elkwood? I make sure everyone gets along. Just like it's your grandmother's job to keep us hidden, it's my job to make sure the normal folk don't notice the special folk. How is old Beatrice keeping? Asked the old man. Gran? She's well. Well, not as well as she'd like. Her powers are a bit. Colin caught himself. How much should he tell this old man? He didn't really know much about him. How did you know I'd be coming this way? Asked Colin. Wizard's intuition, said Alfred. I have a special relationship with the forest. It's why I live out here. The trees speak to me. What do they say? Mostly boring things. They complain a lot about squirrels, you know? But occasionally they tell me something of interest. This morning they told me you were walking up the coast. I expect you're getting out of town before your full moon change. Yes. I mean, I camp a few miles north of here. How much do you know about werewolves? Colin wiped up the remainder of his eggs with the last piece of bread and felt a pang of sadness that all the food was gone. Only what I've read in the books. I have some interesting old journals about werewolves if you'd ever like to borrow them. Mr. Varson and Mr. Emerson have kept me informed of your unique situation. Why don't you live in town like everyone else? I'd miss my forest too much and I like the solitude. The soldiers at the base fetch me when there's a need, like your little incident in Seattle last weekend. I must admit it was nice to get out and see a big city again. You're not to worry though. I thoroughly wiped you from the minds of all those people who saw you turn that night. Could you? Colin hesitated, not sure how to frame his question. Could you cast a spell on someone that would make their senses disappear? The old man nodded knowingly. You're talking about what happened to you in Seattle. I can manipulate memories and I can even make people see certain things, but I can't do anything like that. That's rune magic. Tricky stuff. What you're referring to is a binding spell, and they tend to be complicated. Whoever cast a spell like that would be trying to make sure you didn't see, or rather sense something. They were hiding something. Or someone. The clock on the wall chimed and Colin saw that it was already 1 o'clock. I have to be going. Thank you so much for the food. Alfred struggled to his feet and steadied himself with his walking stick. You're most welcome. Good luck with your camping trip. Lots of good hunting. Up this way. The old man followed Colin to the front door. A light drizzle had begun to fall. Colin, said Alfred, the trees have been saying some funny things lately. Complaining about large dogs. Could be werewolves, could be regular wolves. Could be coyotes, could be bears, could be unusually large chipmunks. Trees aren't always the best at describing things. Best to keep your wits about you. Though, if you find yourself in trouble and require my assistance, just talk to a tree. The old man winked, and Colin nodded and started down the garden path. He considered asking Alfred about Principal Sampson, but he really didn't know the wizard very well, even though he seemed like a nice old gentleman. Colin, his belly full, headed back inland, picking up familiar scents as he went. The area where he and Silas camped was around 5 miles north of the Elkwood Army base. He'd drawn Becca a map before he left so she and Jeremy would be able to find the place, but Colin had already decided to travel a few miles south to meet them tomorrow. The last thing he wanted was for them to get lost. He reached the campsite at around 3 o'clock. A massive rectangular boulder at the edge of the small clearing marked the area, along with the obvious smells left behind from Colin and Silas's previous visits. A ring of stones they had built for the fire sat undisturbed in the middle of the campsite. Colin quickly set up his tent, gathered wood, and started a fire. He was tempted to just change before nightfall and go for a run, but decided against. Silas had told him about werewolves that spent too much time in their wolf form and forgot how to be human. Colin definitely didn't want that to happen. Instead, he let several pieces of chicken cook over the fire while he feverishly wrote up the events of the last few days in his notebook. There were a few new smells he wanted to make a record of, and of course there was all the weird stuff that had happened with Terry, Micah, and Charles. He wrote several pages about what had happened when they discovered Charles was missing and the fire had burned Colin's body. He'd never healed so fast before, so he wrote about the sensation, what he could remember, and how he'd felt in the moment. Colin wasn't entirely sure what he planned to do with all these notes he was making. Maybe he'd write the comprehensive guide to being a successful werewolf? The smell of barbecue distracted him and, his writing forgotten for the moment, he devoured the chicken along with 4 baked potatoes. Chances are he would eat again tonight, but he didn't want to be so hungry that he ate the first animal he found. What if the first animal he found was a skunk? By 7 o'clock the last sliver of sun was barely visible above the horizon, and darkness was falling quickly across the forest. The constant clouds that hid Elkwood were a little thinner here, away from the township, and the shape of the full moon began to peer through the clouds. It wouldn't be long now. Colin stripped off his shirt and jeans and draped them across his tent, and stood in just his underwear. Colin could smell the wildlife nearby, and he imagined the squirrels were likely giving him some strange looks. He performed a series of stretches and opened up his senses. He could hear and smell the night creatures of the forest awakening and could feel the pressure in the air shift slightly as the weather prepared to change, likely to more rain. Colin felt the familiar tingle begin to run along his spine that signaled the change wasn't far off. And then a new smell intruded on his senses, herbs and a strong perfume, almost like someone had been burning a candle. Just as I thought, said a deep, smooth voice. You can sense me. Colin spun around in a panic and watched as the man with glowing red eyes floated from above the treetops and landed lightly on the other side of Colin's campfire. Hello, Colin, said the man. I thought it was about time that we met. Chapter 11. Remember that time? The man's long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his eyes glowed a fierce red that matched the color of the rock that hung on a chain around his neck. A hellstone. When Colin had seen the man in Seattle, he'd thought him to be in his late 20s, but seeing him up close there was definitely a little more wear around his face, maybe early to mid-30s. He was dressed the same as before, in a dark suit with a black cloak slung over his shoulders. He looked like a magician that should be sawing a woman in half. The red rock around his neck was the size of a golf ball, and Colin could hear it pulsating along with the man's heartbeat. It also gave off a faint smell of sulfur. This was the man responsible for what had happened in Seattle. He was the reason Colin was grounded, why no one believed him. Anger clouded Colin's judgment and he leapt across the fire, landing where the man had been standing. But the man was gone. Colin turned to see he was now on the other side of the fire. You're very fast, said the man calmly, but not really very threatening. Standing there in your underwear. You do know you're just wearing underwear, don't you? Colin leapt again but landed on nothing. The man was on the opposite side of the fire, examining his fingernails for dirt. Are we done yet? He asked, without looking at Colin. Again, he leapt high into the air over the fire and watched as the man looked up at him and then vanished, only to reappear on the opposite side of the fire. How is he doing that? Colin landed lightly and turned around, resolved that attacking him outright obviously wasn't working. Are you done? Are we good now? Said the man. We can just chat like two ordinary people. Well, not ordinary. You in your underwear on your side of the fire and me on my side with, well, the man gestured to himself, all of this. Colin noted that the rock around the man's neck glowed brighter when he had disappeared and reappeared. You're curious about this? Said the man, pointing to the rock. I'd be careful not to try to touch it if I were you. Even with all my power, it'd still turn me to dust in a matter of seconds if it touched my skin. It's very pretty, said Colin. Matches your eyes. The man barked a sharp laugh. You're very funny. You're the one who planted the spell in my head. The man bowed. Guilty as charged. Once I found out that Elkwood had not one, but 2 werewolves, I took the necessary steps to make sure I'd be able to move around the town without you knowing I was there. Like flicking a light switch, I could turn your senses on and off. How did you get rid of it? The spell, I mean. The man swished his cloak out behind him and sat down on a stump. His eyes seemed to glow brighter in the firelight. Colin stood his ground. He could feel his wolf creature clawing to get out. His muscles were tense, and before him, sitting very calmly, was the man who very likely was the cause of a lot of Colin's current problems. Could have been the pending change, or it could have been Colin's state of mind, but he really wanted to eat the man. Who are you? Asked Colin. The man barked that annoying short laugh again. That's just one of many questions, isn't it? Who am I? Why am I doing all this? Why did I cause you to change in Seattle? Why did that vampire attack that teacher? What caused your little telekinetic friend to explode? There was a theatrical sing-song quality to the way the man spoke that grated on Colin, like he was part of a stage play and this was his big act. Sorry, I'm being rude, said the man. My name is Damon Talbot and I am a sorcerer. Actually, I'm the sorcerer, and in the very near future I'm going to kill you, and your girlfriend, and every other person in Elkwood. If your little team ever returns from Europe with your old werewolf friend, all they'll find is a ghost town. Colin's heartbeat quickened. And then, Talbot continued, I'm going to kill all of them, though I might keep your friend as a pet. Who is this guy? A Bond villain? He's revealing his whole plan. Why tell me? The man made a dramatic flourish with his hands. Because, young boy, you won't remember any of this. I think I'm going to have a hard time forgetting, Colin growled, clenching his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. Oh, I don't think so, said Talbot with a slight smile. Colin recalled Silas's training for when you encounter an enemy. Use your senses, keep them talking, watch, listen, smell. Don't get angry. Easier said than done. That's a hellstone, isn't it? Said Colin, nodding toward the red rock. Talbot looked genuinely surprised. How would you know? The demon told you. I wondered what he was doing in those final moments. You took Charles. The demon's name is Charles? How strange. And yes, I did. The last thing I need is a demon that can see into the future hanging around. I did leave a little gift in his place, though. Did you get it? Bernie. The fire imp. The man waved a dismissive hand. The demon called him up in an attempt to destroy me, but he was too late. I had hoped the creature would burn down the army base. He didn't. I stopped him. That was you? Well done. There's obviously a lot more to you, Colin Strauss, than meets the eye. You stopped Mr. Winter last year. You stopped the fire imp, stopped that young vampire from eating his teacher, and without having to kill him, no less. You even survived the little boy's telekinetic attack. You're quite remarkable. It was you who made them do all those things. You're the reason Terry lost control, the reason Micah couldn't fight his thirst. But why? One word, Colin. Chaos. Chaos. That's it? You're a practical joker who got tired of making prank phone calls, of ringing people's doorbells and running away. You're quite the sharp-tongued creature, aren't you? Said Talbot. Your grandmother never said much about you. Just that you were quiet, boring, and probably an idiot. Of course, that was some time ago. Colin felt his nails begin to curl into claws. What do you know about my grandmother? Everything. Absolutely everything, said Talbot, smiling. The hellstone glowed a brighter red and Colin felt a wave of anger throbbing out of it. I need to know more about the hellstone. What's that little trinket do then? Asked Colin. But Talbot ignored the question. I don't know why I decided to drop in here. I think I just wanted to meet you. I've met a lot of werewolves. I've helped create many of them. But you're the youngest I've encountered so far. And you have a terrible habit of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're creating werewolves. That laugh again. I'd hoped that Mr. Winter would be the one to tear Elkwood apart, but I didn't account for your old werewolf friend. So I created more. And more. Don't worry, you'll be meeting some of them soon. They're not as brutal as Winter was. He really hated that town. But I think you'll find them to be quite the handful. Again with the revealing of his evil plan, Colin let out a sigh. Why are you doing this? Shouldn't you be in Las Vegas, making people levitate or something? Because Elkwood is a waste, snapped Talbot. So much raw power in one place. And look what you're all doing with it. Building a pretty little rainy town. All of you, acting like you're normal when you're nothing of the sort. Colin could feel Talbot's anger. There was something deep and terrible about it. Wasn't just anger, it was a mix of emotions, and it was all filtering out through the hellstone. A throbbing blend of hatred, sadness, and rage. The light of the full moon broke through the clouds for a brief moment and Colin felt his muscles grow and shrink back down. The change was here. Why do you care so much about Elkwood? Said Colin. The man stood up and idly brushed off his suit. I'd say you should ask your grandmother and that little old man in the woods, but unfortunately you're not going to remember any of this. Grandmother and Alfred? Why, do they know who this guy is? I'll never forget you, said Colin in what he hoped was a threatening tone. Truthfully, he didn't know what to make of the man. There was a sense of power to him that worried Colin. How could he fight someone he couldn't even get near? Actually, you will. I'm going to cast a small spell that will erase the last 10 minutes from your memory. And don't worry, I'll make it untraceable. You're going to forget this conversation, everything I told you, everything we spoke about. The only memory you'll have of me is from when you glimpsed me in Seattle. Colin began to panic. He had to remember this moment somehow, someway. Becca, I don't know if you can hear me, but you have to remember the name Damon Talbot. Damon Talbot. He's the one. Damon Talbot. Talbot stood, closed his eyes, and traced lines through the air. His hands glowed red and left streaks in the air where they moved. The rock began to glow brighter and Talbot's heart began to race. A symbol started to appear. A floating bright red symbol full of squiggles and strange little shapes with lines through them. Talbot inhaled deeply and blew the symbol, which shattered in the air, and the pieces flew directly into Colin's body. Talbot smiled, gave a little wave, and vanished into thin air. Colin looked around the campsite. He was about to do something but couldn't remember what. He felt like he was on the very edge of the change, but only moments ago he'd been stretching, getting ready for it. Did I fall asleep? The full moon peeked through the clouds again and Colin's heart rate increased with excitement as the creature broke free. The full moon change was different than the usual transition from human to werewolf. Colin found it hard to describe, but it was as if he truly lost control. The wolf was in the driver's seat and Colin was just an opinionated passenger, urging the wolf where to go and how to get there. Hair sprouted all over his body and the ground rushed away as he grew taller. Nails sprang into claws, bones realigned, and muscles flexed and grew with a sickening, squelchy sensation. Colin felt the centuries of werewolves that had passed before him in that single moment. Felt their blood pounding through his veins. The change completed and Colin stood to his full height, the smells and sounds of the forest intoxicating him, and threw back his head and howled. Hunger overcame him and he dropped to all fours and leapt high into the air, grabbing onto a branch and swinging himself against a tree. His sharp claws dug into the damp bark and he climbed higher and higher until he broke through the top shelf of the trees. He inhaled deeply and caught the scent of a deer. To the east, Colin swung down and hopped from tree to tree before dropping back to the ground and landing in a run. Falling to all fours, he galloped through the forest, chasing the scent. He felt strong and free. The wind whipped through his fur and Colin felt happy and content for the first time since the event in Seattle. For the 100th time this week, he wondered who the man with the glowing red eyes had been, and what did he want? But the thought was fleeting. Colin was a werewolf. A hungry werewolf. And dinner was about to be served. Chapter 12. Full Moon Campout. Colin awoke the next morning lying face down and naked on a small pebbled beach. The gray waves lapped gently upon the shore and seagulls circled high above. The full moon change came with a few drawbacks, other than the general lack of control. Compared to when Colin voluntarily changed into a werewolf, there was often a period toward the end of the night where the human side would become exhausted from trying to keep up with the werewolf side. When this happened, Colin found he would just black out and wake up somewhere. He stood up and stretched, his muscles aching from an entire night of wolf play. He'd hunted and eaten, ran and jumped. He vaguely remembered prowling the northern edge of the forest. He hadn't encountered anything other than a number of woodland creatures, many of which he had eaten. I did it. I survived my first night alone on the full moon. Colin felt that Silas would have been proud of him. He took a swim in the ocean. The water was freezing cold, but Colin didn't care. It felt good on his tired body as he washed off the smells of the night. He made his way back to his camp and caught the scent of something perfumed, like a candle had been burning. It was very faint, but it was there. Colin shrugged. There were no other signs that anyone had been there. Could just be a stray scent on the wind. He dried off with a towel and relight the campfire. Despite feasting all night, Colin was starving. Running around as a werewolf all night burned a lot of calories. At their first full moon campout, Silas had told him that eating was a priority. It keeps the wolf inside happy. Remember to eat more during the full moon. That's when the wolf is at its most ravenous. If you don't eat enough during the day, you'll end up with a hungry werewolf at night and it'll Be harder to control yourself. What happens at night if I don't eat enough? Colin had asked. You'll want to hunt for big game to satisfy your appetite. What kind of game? Moose. The old werewolf had given him that grizzled, knowing smile and shook his head. Humans. That's the last thing Colin wanted to do, so he'd made sure to pack lots of food and had asked Becca to bring even more with her when she and Jeremy headed up later today. Colin unpacked an electric razor and a small shaving mirror while bacon began to sizzle in a skillet on the fire. His reflection looked back at him in the small mirror and smiled. His eyes were a deep amber color that always looked brighter after a change. He hadn't shaved the night before like he always did at home, so Colin's face was covered with an inch of thick beard. The hair growth was getting worse and harder to manage. Silas had told him it would ease off after the first 100 years. Just another 99.5 years to go. Colin shaved off the beard completely and dressed in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. It was heavily overcast, but at least it wasn't raining. There was a chill in the air, though it didn't bother Colin at all as his body generated enough heat to warm a small building. A sense of excitement ran through him. He was looking forward to seeing Becca and Jeremy today, not just because he missed seeing them but also because this was a new experience. 6 months ago he was a nobody people loved to bully. He had friends now. A girlfriend, Silas, a good relationship with his grandmother. He tried thinking at Becca but hadn't received a response. Colin had filled a notebook trying to figure out how telepathically communicating with werewolves actually worked, but the rules always seemed to be different. Sometimes he could do it, sometimes he couldn't. He'd asked Silas how he could get better at it. The older wolf had simply replied that it wasn't something you could practice, it was a power that grew with age. Some werewolf abilities were strong right away while others took time to develop, which sometimes came with all new problems. Not everyone can handle being a werewolf, Silas had said. Sometimes they're just not strong enough and the wolf takes over. Or they have an evil spirit. Or they've been cursed before they're bitten, and all that evil carries over into the werewolf side of them and poisons it. Silas looked sad in that moment. Unfortunately, there are more bad werewolves than good ones. Colin removed the bacon from the fire and devoured it right off the skillet. He placed the metal pan back over the fire and cracked several eggs. After drinking a few liters of water, eating all the eggs, several pieces of crusty bread, half a box of dry cereal, and a bag of pepperoni sticks, Colin finally felt full and his head began to grow heavy. When camping with Silas, they would normally have breakfast and then nap for a few hours. Running and hunting all night was tiring, even for a werewolf. The time on Colin's cell phone read 9:08 a.m. and the notification bar showed there was no signal this far out in the forest. Becca and Jeremy wouldn't be out here until after 4 o'clock and Colin still planned to meet them halfway. He could afford to sleep for a little while. He unzipped his tent and curled up on top of his sleeping bag, quickly falling into a deep sleep filled with memories from werewolves of the past, screaming villagers wielding pitchforks, silver bullets whizzing past his head, and, every so often, somewhere in the background, a well-dressed man with glowing red eyes and a hellstone hanging around his neck. Colin awoke to the sound of his own stomach grumbling. The time on his cell phone showed 2:12 p.m. Oh man, I overslept. A light rain was falling when Colin stepped out his tent and his fire had burned down to embers. He thought briefly about the fire imp back at the army base and hoped Bernie was okay. His stomach growled again. Food. Must eat. Hungry werewolf over here. Colin tore through a bag of chips, several packages of beef jerky, and a cold, cooked steak that his grandmother had left for him in the fridge. He doused the fire, pulled on a hoodie, and headed south, back in the direction of Elkwood. The map Colin had drawn for Becca would lead her and Jeremy up the coast and then along an old hiking trail that ran through the forest toward the main highway several miles to the east. Colin would intercept them on the path and then guide them back to his camp. It was exhilarating to think that he'd see Becca soon. They spent so much time together that it felt weird to be apart. After an hour of walking and enjoying the smells and sounds of the forest, Colin found the hiking trail. It was a wide trail, so while it was overgrown, it still provided a clear path through the trees. Colin thought about Alfred all of a sudden and wondered if the old wizard could truly speak to the trees. He considered talking to one of the trees and sending the old man a friendly message thanking him for the breakfast, but Colin simply couldn't bring himself to talk to a tree. He was trying to decide whether to head along the path to meet Becca and Jeremy or if he should just wait for them to come to him when he picked up another scent. It was familiar yet strange. It was on the path but heading away from him in the direction of the highway. The scent was a few days old, but something had been through here. Something uncommon to the forest. Colin crouched down and sniffed the ground. He closed his eyes and inhaled the smell deeply. The forest sprang to life in his mind, painting a picture of lush greens and deep browns. Spots of yellows and reds formed the shapes of animals hidden by the trees, but their scent marked them in Colin's mind. Running away along the path was the odd scent mark that, in his mind, created a solid orange line. Colin opened his eyes. That's strange. Colin's wolf senses combined scents and sounds to paint pictures, but they were never as clear as the single scent running through the forest. Colin closed his eyes again and inhaled deeply. The bright orange line was there. Again, he concentrated on the line, trying to pick up anything familiar, any sense of emotion or a picture sliced into his mind like a blade. It was brief and painful. Colin opened his eyes and clutched his head. He'd seen a werewolf with black shaggy hair running along the path. It was just a snapshot, but Colin could feel what the wolf had felt in that moment. The exhilaration of running, the thrill of the hunt, and so much anger. Colin closed his eyes and tried again. The orange line was still there, but nothing sprang to his mind. He tried harder, growing angrier with himself that he couldn't bring to mind the black werewolf that had been here just days ago. Another werewolf on Colin's territory. Rage ripped through him. He felt a profound sense that this was his and Silas's area, their home, and someone had dared walk through it. This is our home, our territory. What's wrong with me? He felt claws begin to grow on his right hand as his wolf creature struggled to get out. A warm hand rested on his shoulder and a concerned voice said, Colin. Colin whipped around, clawed hand at the ready, and came face to face with Becca. The anger drained from him when he saw the worried look on her face. He could even smell a hint of fear, and Becca was rarely scared. Colin hid his hand behind his back, ashamed that for the briefest of moments he'd felt fully prepared to kill whatever was around him. Hey, Col, said Jeremy cheerfully. He was 20 feet behind Becca. Becca, if you're going to all of a sudden decide to go for a jog, let me know next time. I heard your thoughts, whispered Becca. You sounded furious. I thought something was wrong. Colin looked around the forest, a sense of worry washing over him. The girl he cared for and his best friend were out here alone with him in the woods, and he'd almost lost control because of a scent. On top of that, there had been another werewolf out here only a couple of days ago, but there had been no other signs, just the one scent. There had been nothing north near his campsite. I'll tell you later, said Colin, forcing a smile. How was the hike? Tiring, said Jeremy, joining them. I don't know what kind of spell you cast over Becca, but she hiked like a crazy person. Wouldn't let us rest. Colin smiled a real smile at Jeremy's choice of words. Their friend had no idea that Colin was a werewolf or that Becca was a witch. And thanks to some heavy magic, Jeremy didn't know what he himself was. Unfortunately, neither did anyone else. What did you tell your parents? Asked Colin. Jeremy laughed. It was actually weird. I told them the truth thinking I'd have to explain my way around it, but they didn't care. It's like they didn't fully believe I was going camping with you too, but at the same time treated it all like a big joke. They just didn't care. Helped me pack even. But that's my parents, totally oblivious to everything. Colin and Becca glanced at each other. Jeremy had pretty much just summed up his own attitude toward everything. Whatever Jeremy was, maybe his parents were the same thing too, or maybe they were magic that way to help them deal with whatever Jeremy was. Becca had tried asking her dad about him, but Mr. Emerson had simply told her it was classified. Jeremy hiked on ahead, humming happily while Colin and Becca walked hand in hand. Colin could still sense her concern. I'm okay, honest, said Colin, trying to sound confident. How was last night by yourself? Uneventful. Did some hunting, ran a lot, climbed the occasional tree. She squeezed his hand playfully. Didn't eat anyone then? Just a deer. Possibly a raccoon. Gross. But okay otherwise. I think Silas would be proud. Oh, I met Alfred too. The wizard. He gave me breakfast. I've met him a couple times and only briefly. What was he like? Old. Kind. He seemed nice. Talks to trees. Really? Really? Your mom didn't question your excuse? Nope. Seemed perfectly happy that I'd be away for a couple of days. She's probably settling down with a book and a bottle of wine as we speak. Anything new on our possibly dead, undead, zombified, or immortal principal? Today was the first day this week that nothing happened at school. Nothing. Weird at least. Other than popping up to the biology lab to see how the repairs were coming along, Samson mostly kept to his office. I felt like he might be avoiding me. Farther up ahead, Jeremy lost his footing on a log and tripped into a tree branch, which he pushed out of the way only to have it swing back and slap him on the back of the head. Ouch, he shouted, rubbing the sore spot. Don't worry, I'm okay, he shouted back. I had a weird night last night though, said Becca. Weird how? More of your witch powers messing with your sleep. No, not this time. It was really strange, said Becca. I woke up because I thought I heard you speaking to me. Was I reciting romantic poetry? Because if so, that likely wasn't me. Huh. No, you wanted me to remember a name for you. Damon Talbot? Does that mean anything to you? Colin shook his head. No, never heard it before. Becca shrugged. Weird. Must have just been a dream. The campsite was exactly as Colin had left it. Jeremy got to work putting up his tent while Colin helped Becca with hers. The rain was falling in a light mist, but Colin easily got the fire restarted as the light dipped beneath the horizon. Between what Jeremy and Becca had brought, they had plenty of food. Becca cooked up some burgers on the skillet Colin had brought. Geez, Becca, said Jeremy. There are only 3 of us. 10 burgers seem like overkill. Colin has a healthy appetite, said Becca matter-of-factly. Colin, who was busy finishing off a family-sized bag of potato chips, looked up and through a mouthful said, Strew. I'm a growing boy. They all laughed. Colin ate 7 of the burgers and finished off another bag of chips. Maybe you should try packing down some salad, said Becca. How many wolves do you know who like a nice salad? Good point. They sat around the fire after dinner and shared stories and idle gossip about Elkwood. Jeremy admitted to having a massive crush on Tori, which wasn't surprising considering what she was. They talked about the new principal and what everyone thought of him so far. Naturally, Jeremy didn't find anything weird about him and even brushed off the germ phobia as something completely natural that could happen to anyone. Becca excused herself to use the bathroom and disappeared into the forest with a flashlight. Colin decided to push his friend a little. He began. When the biology lab thing happened the other day, did you find anything strange about it? Jeremy had been sharpening a stick with a small hunting knife. The fire. The stuff floating around the building? Lockers crashing into stuff. Jeremy gave a look that suggested Colin might have completely lost his mind. I don't know if having a girlfriend is the best idea for you, Colonel. It seems to have sent you a bit weird. Jeremy laughed at his own joke, shook his head, and went back to sharpening his stick. I'm glad we're friends, Ja. Me too, buddy. And I hope you know I'd never do anything to hurt you. Are you breaking up with me, Colin? They both laughed. Becca stepped back into the firelight, startling them both. What are you two laughing at? Apparently you've stolen Colin from me, said Jeremy. We've decided we can't date anymore, added Colin. I'm really happy you guys can make each other laugh because no one else finds you funny, said Becca with a grin. That's cold, said Jeremy. Freezing, said Colin. The clouds broke for a moment and moonlight fell across the campsite. Colin felt a shiver run up his spine and a tingling sensation spread through his arms and legs. Well, said Colin, stretching and yawning, I think I'm going to turn in for the night. It's only 7 o'clock, said Jeremy. Oh, I get it. You two want to make out. Well, forget it, you're not getting me into bed early just so you guys can suck face. No parents means no bedtime. I may even stay up all night. Colin looked at Becca and she flashed a mischievous smile. I agree with Jeremy, said Becca. Yeah, said Jeremy. In your face, Colin. High five, said Becca, and Jeremy obliged. As soon as they touched hands, Jeremy's eyes glazed over and he fell backward off the log upon which he'd been sitting. That was awesome, said Colin. High five, said Becca, raising her hand to Colin. I'll pass, thanks. Don't you feel a little bad doing this to our friend? Becca asked as Colin hoisted Jeremy over his shoulder and loaded him into his tent. Well, it's this or he watches his friend turn into a giant dog. Ugh, no one wants to see that, said Becca as Colin stripped off his shirt and then removed his shoes and socks. Colin laughed. Sure you're going to be okay here? With Sleeping Beauty? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. I'm going to cast a protective spell around the tent so nobody will be able to get in. You know, in case you get hungry but can't find a tasty deer. Are there a lot of wild animals out here? Colin sniffed the air. I don't want to alarm you, but there are a lot of squirrels out here. And I mean a lot. Becca rolled her eyes and gave Colin a half smile. No, you'll be fine. There's nothing in the immediate area. Colin had already let Becca know he was going to head away from the camp to change. After last night, he felt he had enough control that he wasn't going to hurt anyone, and he'd certainly eaten plenty of food, but better to be safe. What he didn't tell Becca was that he had an ulterior motive for heading away, particularly to the south. He wanted to pick up the scent of that other wolf and see if he could get any more information, maybe even follow it a little way, see where it went. Colin pulled Becca close and kissed her. He felt warm and tingly all over. His stomach fluttered, and it wasn't because he was about to change into a giant wolf. This was a feeling he would never get tired of. He really just wanted to stay, but the wolf clawing at his insides to get out disagreed. If you need me, just shout. Or think loudly, said Colin as he leapt into the forest. Be safe, shouted Becca. And then Colin was running through the trees, the damp ground squishing beneath his bare feet. He was very aware that he was still wearing pants, but he hadn't wanted to take them off in front of Becca. This meant he was about to lose another pair of jeans. He wished he'd grabbed his uniform from the army base before he left. At least his night watch outfit stretched with his changes. He leapt high into the trees, swung under a branch, and propelled himself up and through the top of the trees. The change surged through him, the transformation expanding his body, hair exploding, bones and muscles sculpting in seconds, and then he was falling back down through the branches and landed on all fours on the forest floor. He threw his head back and howled a long mournful cry before taking off at a gallop, claws gripping the ground. A deer scent distracted him, but only for a moment, as he skidded to a stop on the hiking path. The night looked alive through his werewolf eyes. Foliage shone brightly, the scent of animals traced thin paths of light through the forest. The world was sharp with the smell of animals, trees and shrubs, but Colin was only interested in one thing: the bright line that marked the scent of the other werewolf. It stretched out even brighter than before and disappeared off in the distance. Sitting around the campfire laughing and joking had been fun, but at the back of Colin's mind was the dominating thought that another wolf had ventured on their territory, and Colin wanted to know more. Colin felt like he must have run for over an hour following the scent. Every so often, when the scent was strongest, a picture of the werewolf would flash in his mind. The more he got those flashes, the more he felt like he knew the werewolf. He was older than Colin, angry at himself, at the world, and not fully comfortable in his skin. How much ground had he covered? There was a rushing sound somewhere up ahead, and the smell of gas. But Colin had to know where the creature had gone. Before he was sure what was happening, he burst out of the forest onto the highway. A semi-truck was bearing down on him and screamed its horn. Colin leapt out of the way and landed on top of a moving car, which swerved. Colin could smell the fear and the panic of the driver. Fear and panic that was completely justified, as a giant wolf creature had just landed on top of his vehicle. Colin jumped back into the forest and crouched in the undergrowth. Both vehicles sped on in their opposite directions. The scent was gone. The wolf must have hopped on a vehicle, or maybe someone picked it up. Disappointed, Colin spent the rest of the night hunting big game. He was angry at losing the scent and took his frustration out on a bear. It was a strong creature, but no match for a hungry werewolf. Several hours later, as the sun crested the horizon, its rays spilling across the forest, Colin awoke sprawled across a massive boulder. He wasn't far from the camp. He could smell the remains of the fire. Using some large leaves to cover himself, he made his way back to the campsite, snuck into his tent, and slipped on some clothes. When he popped his head back out, he came face to face with a tired-looking Becca who was nursing a cup of coffee. The coffee pot sat bubbling over the fire and the smell was intoxicating, so much so that it almost drowned out the smell of Becca's worry. "What's the matter?" She looked up and pointed to the sky. Colin hadn't noticed it before, but the sun was shining. A few clouds dotted the sky, but he could actually see blue sky. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen the sun like this. It had been years. His grandmother always kept the weather overcast to hide Elkwood. His heart began to thunder in his chest. Gran, it's not like her to let the guard down like this. Unless something's happened to her, said Colin. His heart was thundering in his chest until he realized it wasn't his heart at all. It was a helicopter. It swooped out from above the trees and hovered above them. A very worried and tired-looking Varson slid open the door and leaned out, and Colin knew that something was definitely wrong. Chapter 13. Granny gone. The weather began to clear at around 4 o'clock this morning, said Varson. They were bouncing down the dirt service road away from the army base in one of the base trucks. Jeremy was in a different vehicle, sound asleep, being driven back to his home, where he'd later wake up in his own bed and think he dreamed the whole camping trip. Colin felt bad that they had to magic him yet again, but it was for the best. Colin was unsure how he would have been able to explain why an army helicopter had come to pick them up from the forest. We reached your grandmother's house within half an hour, but she wasn't there, continued Varson. I'm sorry, Colin. There were signs of a struggle. We spoke to the neighbors. They said there was a lot of noise, but they assumed it was the TV. Colin couldn't believe it. His grandmother was missing. Felt like they'd barely even got to know each other. He didn't want her to be gone. Becca clutched Colin's hand. He could only imagine how she was feeling. She was Colin's grandmother, but she was Becca's mentor. Colin imagined what it would be like losing Silas, and that was a thought he didn't like at all. You have to contact my father, said Becca. And Silas, said Colin. Night Watch needs to get back here. Something's not right. All the trouble at the school, Charles disappearing, the werewolf trail. I found now my gran. The team has to know. Something bad is going to happen. And now calm down, said Varson, clearly upset. Wait, what werewolf trail? Colin looked at Becca. I didn't want to worry you. I found the scent trail of another werewolf not far from my camp. It was a few days old. I followed it last night and it ended at the highway to the east. Another werewolf, said Varson. Colin could hear the poor man's heart racing. We'll work this out. Commander Emerson will respond soon, he said with a complete lack of confidence. You've already contacted them, said Becca. Varson let out a sigh. I've been trying to get hold of them since the demon went missing. No one is responding, and there's no answer at the safe house in Europe. What about Principal Sampson? Asked Colin. What about him? Said Varson. What if he's behind all of this? Don't be ridiculous, said Varson. Commander Emerson and I hired Mr. Sampson personally. But how much do you really know about him? Said Becca. I know enough that you shouldn't be worried. If there truly is something horrible happening in Elkwood, Mr. Sampson will be a great asset to us. Colin wasn't convinced, and he could smell Becca's uncertainty. Too much mystery surrounded the new principal. Colin's inability to smell or hear him was concerning, and the man was always there when something went wrong. But Varson seemed so certain. The truck drove up to Colin's home, and instantly he could smell the burning and feel the static in the air. It was like a storm had rushed through the area, but the skies over Elkwood were clearer than Colin had ever seen them. Sir, said the driver, base is reporting a lot of calls from worried residents regarding the weather. Varson looked so pale that his face almost matched his white shirt. Schedule a town hall meeting for tonight, 7 o'clock. We'll address everyone's concerns then. Colin jumped out of the truck and ran to the front door. Varson shouted after him, but Colin was already inside. He moved down the hallway and into the living room where his gran spent most of her time, usually watching game shows. The room was a mess. The coffee table was splintered and there were burn marks in long lines across all the walls. The television was completely melted all over the blackened floor. Electricity. Lightning. She put up a fight. The front door opened and closed. Becca stood by Colin, surveying the room. She wasn't taken easily, said Becca. She's a tough old lady, said Colin. All powerful. So who or what could have taken her? We'll find her, Colin, said Becca. How? Said Colin, feeling truly helpless. We don't even know where to. Something about the room caught his attention. It wasn't the sight of something, more a feeling. Something he felt almost all the time in Elkwood. But it was out of place here. The room was a mess. Furniture overturned. Scorch marks on the wall. But there was something else in the center of it all. Colin, what do you know about Gran's weather powers? She can control the weather, said Becca with a shrug. But how? She creates weather patterns by manipulating the pressure in the air. It's there. She must have known I'd be able to see it. Colin walked the perimeter of the room. I can sense when there's a storm coming. It's part of being a werewolf. I know when the weather is going to change. I can even pick up on subtle changes. Colin, what? He held up a hand at Becca. I just have to be able to see it. Colin closed his eyes and focused all his senses on the room. The smells, the smallest changes in the air, the sound of Becca's breathing and heartbeat as it bounced around the walls. He inhaled deeply and growled a little. This was more focused than he was used to. In his mind, the world sprang to life in vibrant colors. The walls, the broken furniture, the scorched walls. Becca was a glowing light purple, which Colin had learned was a mix of confusion and concern. Only one thing in the room was brighter than the sense coming from Becca, and it was coming from the small weather pressure system that floated in the very middle of the room. His Gran must have known he'd be able to sense something out of the ordinary. She'd left Colin a message. The pressure was different from the rest of the room. It swirled and spiraled, forming words. The message was clear and Colin knew what he had to do. We have to go see Alfred, said Colin, his eyes still closed. What? Why? Said Becca. Because Gran left me a message. She changed the pressure in certain parts of the room to spell out words. What's it say? Colin read over the bright words again. Hellstone. Damon Talbot. Ask Alfred. Who is Damon Talbot? Asked Varsun. I don't know, said Colin. Varsun was pacing back and forth in the kitchen while a cleanup crew worked to restore the living room. Colin sat perched on the counter while Becca sat at the small kitchen table. Colin felt a pang of sadness. What if he never saw his Gran again? Don't be ridiculous. She's easily the toughest person you know. But that's the same name that I dreamt you said, Colin, said Becca. Just the other night. I know, but I still don't know who it is. It doesn't mean anything to me. Red eyes flashed in Colin's field of vision so briefly he thought he imagined. He rubbed his temples. We're wasting time, said Colin. We need to go see Alfred. It's not that easy, said Varsun. Alfred doesn't believe in phones. We always have to pick him up by helicopter, and that damn cottage of his is constantly moving. Moving, said Becca. He says it's a safety feature. The cottage is his safe place. And to keep it secret he moves it around the forest. Some sort of magic, Varsun said, waving his hand dramatically. I can find him, said Colin. I can cover the ground as a werewolf, just drop me in the forest. I'll sniff him out. Varsun shook his head. It's too dangerous, he said. We don't know what's going on here, and I don't want you running off into the forest alone. Anger rampaged through Colin's body and he had to breathe deeply to keep from changing right there in the kitchen. He slid off the counter and walked up to Varsun. Thanks to Colin's height, he stood face to face with the older man, who was tugging on his tie uncomfortably. Colin's voice was deep, closer to his werewolf voice than his human voice. My grandmother is missing, Varsun. Not long ago she told me that sometimes it just rains because it rains. There's nothing you can do about it. But I can do something about this. She left the message for me. I'm going to speak with Alfred. You can help me, or you can get out of my way. Varsun swallowed a gulp. I'll drive you to the base myself and you can change. There. He turned and hurried away. Becca took Colin's hand and rubbed her fingers gently through his hair. That was pretty badass. Scary, but badass. Colin smiled. What can I say? I love my granny. Becca led him out of the kitchen and down the hallway. You were growling at him and everything. I could say that my bark is worse than my bite, but I really don't think that's true. It didn't take long to get back to the base. Becca stayed in town to check in with her mother. Varsun sped through town and up the service road, past the base and continued on until the road ended near the coastline. Colin could hear the waves crashing against the rocks not far away. "Colin," began Varsun, "don't forget you'll be changing again tonight and—" "Don't worry, I'll be back before sundown and you can lock me up for the night." At the base, Varsun seemed relieved. He must have expected Colin to fight him on it, but even Colin realized that it was for the best. He didn't want to go too far away from town in case there was another attack. But he also knew he didn't trust himself to be out on his own with so many people in Elkwood. Colin stripped down to his underwear and again wished he'd grabbed his tactical uniform from the base or at least invested in some really stretchy clothing. "Good luck," said Varsun with a wave. Colin disappeared into the forest and let the change explode through him as he ran. One moment he was a teenage boy. The next he was a massive wolf with dark fur and bright golden eyes charging through the forest, searching for any sign of Alfred and his cottage. He knew the general layout of the forest and could crisscross it in about 6 hours if he kept on the move. Varsun had explained on their drive that Alfred's cottage relocated every few days, so it may very well be in the same spot as when Colin visited it the first time. Colin decided to start there. 20 minutes of running up the coast later, and he was pretty certain he was in the right place, but there was no cottage, just an expanse of forest stretching away from the cliff's edge. The smell was the same, but there was no cottage, no garden, no little white picket fence, and certainly no old wizard. Colin explored the area, but he couldn't find any trace of anything out of the ordinary. It must have moved. How powerful must Alfred be that he can relocate an entire cottage and garden? Colin let out a low growl of frustration. He'd have to work his way out from the coast and explore the rest of the forest. He covered the entire coastline heading north until the forest ended. No sign of the wizard. Colin crossed back through the trees in a southeastwardly direction. Wildlife fled out of his way and he had to suppress the urge to hunt, even though his stomach was growling. Knowing he had limited time and he needed answers, Colin dug his claws in deeper and raced forward. He'd been searching for almost 3 hours when a different scent crossed his path. He skidded to a stop and narrowly avoided hitting a tree. Nose to ground, Colin explored the area until he found it again. It wasn't Alfred. It was something else. Werewolf. And then he picked up another scent. And another. And another. A sense of dread crept through Colin's body. Lots of werewolves. They crept out of the forest, stalking slowly. A couple fell lightly from the trees above. They had him surrounded. It was a trap. They must have been stalking him, staying downwind to hide their scent until they could close in. Colin whirled around, looking for an escape. He counted 20 of them. 20 werewolves. Here. How was it even possible? One of the wolves looked familiar to Colin. It was the same one that he had tracked the other night. He recognized him from the scent flashes he'd got when he followed his trail. That same wolf stepped forward and stood up on 2 legs. He was dark gray in color with bright yellow eyes and black streak that ran down his back. Colin stayed low to the ground, his heart pounding. The human side of him wanted to run, but the wolf side of him was itching for a fight. Think logically, Colin. They can't hear your thoughts, they're not part of your pack. He wished Silas were here to help even the odds. If there were 20 werewolves here, how many was Silas facing in Europe? The dark wolf let out a howl and the others in the circle howled along with him. It was a victory howl. They caught their prey. "Hello, Colin," growled the dark wolf slowly. "Been looking forward to meeting you." Think, Colin. Think. They were young. Colin didn't understand how he knew, but their scents gave off traces of emotions and feelings. This entire pack hadn't been werewolves long. Silas was an ancient werewolf and it showed. While still casting an imposing figure, his coat was shaggy, his yellow eyes dull, and there was a scraggly look to his face when he was a werewolf. These werewolves were all fresh-faced. Their coats were shiny and their eyes were bright. Colin had more experience than they had. "What do you want?" growled Colin, still crouched low. The dark wolf barked a laugh. "We want you. We want to eat you. And then we want to eat your gran," said another, though not very clearly. Speaking in werewolf form wasn't an easy thing to master. "Gran's still alive." "And then your girlfriend," said another. "And then your best friend," said the dark wolf. "Your camping buddy." There were growls of agreement and Colin felt their anticipation grow. He had to do something. Silas, a centuries-old werewolf, had trained him, gave him the upper hand. No luck finding the wizard, said the dark wolf. What a shame. Colin weighed up the sizes. As a werewolf, Colin was quite large, bigger than Silas. At least half the group was smaller than him. Another 6 or 7 were a similar size and build. At least 2 were bigger, one of which was the leader. A few of them glanced at each other. They're thinking to each other, communicating, planning their attack. What was Silas's lesson about being cornered? Be smarter than they are. Be unpredictable. Throw off your enemy's plan. Make them work for it. A small light gray wolf glanced at one of his larger pack members. Colin leapt at the smaller wolf, digging both front claws through the creature's fur and into his skin. Eyes wide with shock, the smaller wolf yelped as Colin heaved him over his head and threw him hard into a tree with a sickening crunch. He'd heal, but it was a start. The other wolves exploded in frenzy. Kill him, roared the dark wolf. Colin didn't waste any time. He swiped his claws across the face of the nearest werewolf and then leapt high, grabbed a branch, swung himself closer to the tree and kicked hard away, propelling himself through the air. The wolves below were barking and howling, running back and forth, but there were less of them now. Colin glanced back to see that 5 of the wolves, including the dark one, had taken to the trees and were jumping from branch to branch. Colin moved quickly from tree to tree, dived over an attacking werewolf and climbed higher, propelled by powerful legs and guided by clawed hands under branches and around trunks. He'd been doing this for 6 months. The other wolves scrambled, moving less smoothly than Colin. One missed a step and grabbed a branch that was far too small. It snapped and the werewolf fell to the ground. Colin felt stupid running out here by himself, right into a trap. He scrambled up a high tree, teeth snapping close beneath him, and then the tree shuddered. There was a sound of splintering wood and the tree began to fall slowly at first, but picking up speed as it crashed down through the forest. Colin froze and dug his claws into the bark, holding on for dear life. The tree crashed to the ground and sent Colin spiraling through the air before he hit a large rock. Bones cracked and skin was torn open. He could hear the whines of the other werewolves. They must have pushed over the tree, but it sounded like a lot of them got hit when it fell. Colin's body began to knit itself painfully back together. A nasty gash down the right side of his chest closed up and he felt his bones knitting back into place. He had to do something. He couldn't take on the entire pack. They'd kill him. He needed help. He couldn't call to Silas. Becca might hear him, but not in time to do anything. Colin struggled to his feet. Even now he could hear the other wolves recovering and making their way toward him. He placed a massive, hairy hand against a tree to steady himself, and then a thought struck him. The trees. Talk to the trees. Maybe he'd hit his head harder than he thought, but Alfred had said if he ever needed him, just talk to a tree. Help, he growled at the tree, feeling extremely stupid. Alfred, it's Colin. I need your help. They're going to kill me. The boys lost it, snarled the dark wolf. He's talking to trees. There were barks and growls of laughter. Colin turned to see that most of the pack was now surrounding him, preparing to pounce. I'm sorry, Silas. Colin dropped to all fours and prepared for the attack, frustrated to be so helpless, angry that he hadn't been able to get away, scared that he was about to die. The pack crouched low, ready to jump, and a flash of blinding light exploded in front of Colin, and when it faded, there stood Alfred, the little old wizard dressed in a tweed suit, clutching his walking stick like a weapon, thick glasses perched on his large nose. Despite being surrounded by a group of snarling werewolves, the old man looked extremely calm. The trees are very unhappy that you're pushing them over, said Alfred to the wolves. I think it's time you all left. The werewolves laughed and growled, clawing at the ground in amusement. The dark wolf raised himself up on 2 legs and pointed at Alfred. Get him. Time slowed down. The wolves jumped slowly through the air, like they were moving through water. Alfred raised his walking stick, muttered a few words that Colin didn't understand, and slammed it down in front of him. The forest rippled and the trees looked as if they were leaning back. Time returned to normal and the werewolves fell to the floor, only they weren't massive, snarling beasts anymore. They were all adorable little wolf puppies. Colin concentrated on being human and felt himself shrink back down to a teenage boy. "Oh, my dear boy," said Alfred, realizing Colin was naked. The old man shrugged out of his tweed jacket and handed it to Colin, who wrapped it around himself. "What did you do to them?" The wolf pups were playfully attacking each other, letting out little yips and growls. They were adorable. "It's quite simple, really. I altered their state of time temporarily, reversing their aging process. As they were in wolf form at the time, they've reverted to wolf pups. I'm afraid the spell won't last long. Time has a nasty habit of correcting itself." "Who is Damon Talbot?" The old man's face looked shocked, like he'd just been slapped. "Talbot is to blame for this. Gran has gone missing. She left a message that only I could find that said, Hellstone. Damon Talbot. Ask Alfred." "A Hellstone even? That cursed brat is using a Hellstone. It all makes sense now." Colin sensed the familiar shift of pressure in the air. "Oh no," said Alfred. "What is it?" asked Colin. "It's Damon Talbot." The floating man Colin had seen in Seattle appeared behind Alfred, the man with glowing red eyes. He wore a suit with a long black cape that swished around him in a dramatic fashion. "Excellent work, Colin," said Damon, clapping his hands slowly. "I was having a terribly difficult time locating my old teacher here, but I knew I could count on you to bring him out of hiding for me." "You used me," shouted Colin. Damon Talbot threw back his head and laughed. The hellstone around his neck glowed brighter. "I did. And now, thanks to you, I'm going to destroy Elkwood." "You're an idiot, Talbot," snapped Alfred. Talbot swept his hand in a flourish and the werewolf puppies began to grow back to their normal size. "Your old and dusty magic is no match for the powers of a sorcerer." Alfred laughed and the glasses on his face jiggled. "You're no sorcerer. You're just a second-rate wizard with fancy jewelry." Talbot's face darkened and he slapped a hand down on the old man's shoulder. Alfred went rigid, as if in pain, and clutched his walking stick to his chest. The werewolves were still growing back to their normal sizes and were making their way back to their master. Colin's hearing twitched. Alfred was speaking in a low mutter, so low that even Colin couldn't make it out. It looked like the old man was speaking to his walking stick. "Oh great, he's lost it." "I really must thank you, Colin," said Talbot. "You are a very obedient puppy. If you didn't have that little rebellious streak, I'd suggest you join my pack of dogs. You followed the clues so nicely. The little message I left in your grandmother's living room led you out here, and you found dear old Alfred for me." "You left the message," said Colin, feeling stupid. "A stroke of genius on my part. Who are you? Where's my grandmother? And Charles?" "Oh, that's right. You don't remember." Talbot laughed. The werewolves were fully grown now and pacing behind Talbot, snarling and growling. "I'd love to sit here and explain my entire plan to you, but I'm simply not that kind of a villain. If it makes you feel any better, you weren't the only person in Elkwood helping me. Someone else you know has been feeding me essential information. Principal Sampson." "I knew it." Rage surged through Colin's body. He could feel his inner wolf howling to get out. The werewolves began to close in. "No," snapped Talbot. "Colin here gets to lie for now. He's just going to take a nap. Don't worry, there will be plenty for you to eat tonight." Colin was shaking, though he wasn't sure if it was with fear or anger. "Maybe both. I did this. It's my fault." "Sweet dreams, Colin," said Talbot. The hellstone glowed brighter along with Talbot's eyes, and Colin began to feel drowsy. The wolves turned and disappeared into the forest. Talbot and Alfred began to fade away. His eyes heavy, Colin watched Alfred drop his walking stick on the ground and heard the old man whisper, "Pick it up," and then they both vanished. The ground rushed up to meet Colin and he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 14. The Chatty Forest. The trees cast long shadows across the leaf-covered ground when Colin woke up. His head was pounding. What happened? And then it all came rushing back. The werewolves, the dark wolf, Alfred, Talbot kidnapping him. And that it was all Colin's fault. Talbot had left the message in his living room, not his grandmother. Who knows how else he had been using him. And then there was Principal Sampson. Colin had been right all along. He had to be the other person who had been helping Talbot. It made too much sense not to be him. The sun was beginning to set. There was only an hour or so before his final full moon change. Colin had to get to the base and warn the others before Pick it up. Alfred's final words rang through Colin's mind. The wizard's walking stick still sat where he dropped it. Colin picked it up, and as soon as his hand touched the polished wood, the forest spun around him like a deranged amusement park ride. Leaves swirled, and the sound of branches clacking together was almost deafening. The forest slowed its insane spinning and came to a stop as the whirling leaves came together in front of Colin and began to create a shape. It looked just like Alfred, only made completely out of leaves. The leaf version of the old wizard reached out and took the walking stick from Colin's hands. "Hello, Colin, my dear boy," said Leafy Alfred, but his voice sounded more like the rustling of leaves. "Alfred? Is that really you?" "Not really, no. I knew you needed answers, but I also knew that Talbot was about to take me, so I temporarily split my mind and placed part of it in my walking stick, allowing me to appear before you for a brief time so we can speak. I didn't have much time to work the magic, so I can only grant you 3 questions. Use them wisely." 3 questions? Colin really didn't know what to ask, but figured he should start with the obvious. Who is Damon Talbot? Leafy Alfred leaned on his walking stick. He was a resident of Elkwood, a young wizard who was very strong when it came to affecting people's minds. His was much like my own magic. As senior magical members of Elkwood, it fell to your grandmother and me to teach young Damon, and we did, but it was never enough for the boy. Above all else, Damon craved power. The leaves began to blow apart, then quickly rejoined again. Damon grew to hate Elkwood. He saw it as a place full of powerful people and creatures who were living a lie, trying to be normal. Although his powers of the mind grew, he wasn't as strong in other areas. Not like young Miss Emerson, for example. In a fit of anger, he attempted a complicated spell that allowed him to harness magical energy for a short period of time. And like any young, angry boy, he tried to use the power to destroy. And that is the danger of having too much power too fast. Colin adjusted the tweed jacket, which was still wrapped firmly around his waist. Alfred's story was something Colin feared for himself and had spoken to Silas about a number of times. He had all this power all of a sudden as a werewolf. What if it were used for evil? What if one day Colin couldn't help himself? This very problem was the reason Silas hunted his own kind. So few werewolves stay good. Your grandmother and I stopped Damon and broke the spell, continued Alfred, with a rustle of his leafy body. He was never the same after that. His hatred for Elkwood grew, as did his anger toward your grandmother and me and the rest of the special people in our town. One night he simply disappeared. No one could locate him, not even our demon friend. Alfred rustled a little and then stood quietly, waiting. Colin pondered what to ask next. Would Alfred know where his grandmother was being kept? Should he ask about Charles and his final words? What's a hellstone? Ah, very good question. Damon now claims to be a sorcerer, but he's nothing of the sort. His power comes from the hellstone he wears around his neck. No one has ever seen one before, as far as I know. They're a myth, or so I thought. A rock from hell itself. If the stories are true, a hellstone not only grants the wearer vast amounts of power, but it also allows its master to steal power from others. A word of warning though, my dear boy, you cannot touch the hellstone. No one can. It will burn and consume anyone that touches it with bare skin. Nothing on earth can survive its touch. Colin wanted to ask so much more, but time was running short and he had only one more question. The most important question. How do I defeat him? A few leaves blew off the figure of the old man and his form began to waver. Damon's plan appears to center around the kidnapping of powerful people in Elkwood. I can only assume it's to steal our magic for himself, but the hellstone only grants power to the person wearing it. If Damon no longer wears the stone, all his borrowed power would vanish. Separate the stone from wearer, and he'll just be a wizard again. Good luck, young Mr. Strauss. The leaves exploded in a gust of wind and Alfred's walking stick fell to the ground. How can I get the stone off of him if I can't touch the thing? Shouted Colin to the retreating leaves. But there was no answer. Just the whistling of the wind through the trees. It wasn't time for the full moon change yet, but Colin had to get back to the army base. He had to tell Varsun what was happening. He thought wolfy thoughts and let the change rip through him. He was running before he knew it, taking long strides, galloping across the forest floor toward Elkwood. The sense of the other werewolves caused flashes to appear in his mind. He saw the other werewolves, felt their hunger. They'd come this way not long ago. They were also heading toward Elkwood. Colin had to hurry. Time was running out. The base was busy when Colin leapt from the shadows of the forest and landed in the middle of the yard. Several soldiers turned their guns on him. Put them down, shouted the jittery voice of Elric Varson. Colin, thank goodness you're okay. Colin didn't much like the idea of changing in front of all these men, but he reluctantly reached for his human side and his body shrank, shedding hair around him that disintegrated. Bones clicked as they shrank in his muscles, and organs settled themselves back into their usual places. His stomach grumbled with hunger. A soldier tossed Colin a blanket, which he quickly wrapped around himself. We have to get you inside, said Varson, placing a hand on Colin's shoulder. There was a strange smell in the air. It was something like burned rubber. Colin shook his head and tried to focus. We need to talk, said Colin. Of course, as soon as we get you down to the prison level, said Varson, guiding Colin inside the base. There's no time for that. It's Talbot, he's... Colin felt the needle jab into his neck and watched Varson take a few steps back. The world became far too swirly and Colin dropped to his knees. Warjado, Varson? Varson leaned down and smiled calmly. The smell of burned rubber. It was coming from Varson. Something wasn't right. I'm sorry, Colin. Varson isn't here right now, he said. Colin felt himself being hoisted up and moved into the elevator. He felt like he was floating. Werewolf. I'm a werewolf. He reached for his wolf creature. He'd teach them to look at all the pretty colors. When Colin woke up, he was on the floor of a cell in the base prison. His head felt heavy and sluggish and his mouth was dry. He was also hungry, ever so hungry. A familiar tingle ran up his spine. His full moon change wasn't far away. He struggled to his feet and leaned against the bars, the blanket still wrapped around him. Hello, said Varson, standing on the other side of the bars. Don't worry. You were only out for a few minutes. Just a little tranquilizer with a bit of werewolf suppression fluid to keep you from turning all hairy while we got you down here. They have some splendid toys in this base. You're not Varson, said Colin, the fog in his mind clearing a little. I am Varson. Well, this is Varson's body. I'm currently under mind control and can do nothing about it. Damon thought you might try something like alerting the base, so here I am. I'm afraid I'm not in control of myself at all. Colin looked around the room. Not much had changed. The same guard was at the center console flipping through a magazine. The same inmates as before occupied the cells. Terry was in the cell next door, sleeping soundly. On the other side of Colin's cell, Bernie was dancing around in his little box. He seemed happy to see Colin. So what happens now? Said Colin, feeling at a loss. I'm going to go upstairs and make sure all the soldiers stay at the base. Tonight, we'll call it a training exercise. We don't want anyone interfering with what's about to happen in Elkwood tonight. Then I'll head down to the town hall meeting where all the freaks and special people will be gathered. And then what? Varson shrugged. I have no idea. Those are my instructions, and I must follow them no matter how insane they are. Colin clutched the bars with both hands. This is Damon Talbot controlling you, Varson. You have to fight it. We have to get out of here. We have to find Becca and my grandmother and Alfred. Oh, don't worry about Becca. Damon's already taken care of her. And he has your friend Jeremy too. A bit of an extra insurance policy in case you tried to interfere tonight. Colin's insides began to burn. He reached for his inner wolf, but it wasn't there. Don't bother trying to change, said Varson. I gave you enough suppressant to ensure you won't be able to change into a werewolf tonight. Full moon or no full moon. That stuff will pump through your blood all night and make sure nothing stands in Damon's way, which is a tragedy because someone really should stop him. Colin pounded his fists against the bars. Hey, said the guard. Calm down or I'll have to zap you. Varson's being mind-controlled. Colin shouted. Sure he is, kid. Now pipe down. No one's going to believe you over me, Colin, said Varson. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go to a town hall meeting. Varson walked down the cell block and entered the elevator. The doors closed. With a swish and he was gone. This was impossible. How could things have turned so bad so fast? Colin had seen it happening. Terry's meltdown, Micah attacking the teacher, Talbot appearing in Seattle. It was all part of a massive plan to steal the magic from Elkwood's most powerful residents. And then Talbot would unleash his werewolves upon the town. They'd never stand a chance. And Becca. He had Becca. And Jeremy. Colin slid down the bars to the floor. His wolf creature was hungry, but asleep. He could feel it. He just couldn't reach it. This was almost like the last time he had found himself a prisoner at the base, only this time he didn't have Silas nearby to help him, or his grandmother. Colin didn't know what to do and he felt tears well up in his eyes. Even before Silas had bitten him, he hadn't felt this helpless or this powerless. And now he had this ancient, powerful creature living inside of him. It was a part of him. And he still couldn't do anything to save the town, his friends, his family, or his girlfriend. The purple dragon in a cell on the other side of the room let out a high-pitched roar that made the guard jump, drop his magazine, and spill his coffee. "Shut up!" the guard yelled at the dragon, who simply huffed smoke in reply. Two ragged-looking vampires in another cell laughed. Even the massive troll, whose bulk filled most of his cell, laughed. It sounded like boulders in a rock crusher. The water tank full of black liquid in another cell stirred slightly. "Quiet down!" yelled the guard. "I'll electrify all your cells if you keep this up. Then you'll really know what it's like to be imprisoned." The guard stalked off and disappeared through a door at the end of the block, muttering something about more coffee. Something at the back of Colin's memory sprang to life. He stood up and looked around the cell block. "We're all in prison. What did Charles say? Free the imprisoned. Save Elkwood. How do I free the imprisoned?" Colin felt the pressure in his cell change, as if it was about to rain. He turned and looked at the back of his cell. Something was coming through the wall. First, a leg stepped through as if the wall wasn't there at all, followed by the rest of the body, which was wearing a neat-looking suit. The fluorescent lights of the prison shone off the man's bald head, and his rosy cheeks sat comfortably on either side of his cheery grin. "I think I might be of some assistance," said Principal Sampson. Chapter 15. The Imprisoned. Colin felt an overwhelming urge to hit the man. This was the man who had betrayed him, had betrayed Becca, Terry, Micah, and all of Elkwood. Colin swung a fist wildly at the cheerful little man. The punch never connected. In fact, his entire arm went through Principal Sampson. He stood awkwardly with his arm inserted through the grinning face, which remained unfazed. His arm felt extremely cold and so he pulled it back. "Now, I realize you may have a few questions," said Principal Sampson. "A few? What are you?" asked Colin. "Are you a hologram?" "I honestly don't know what that is. But that's because I'm very old, you see. Very old. As in I'm dead. I'm a ghost, Colin." "I knew it. Becca said they didn't exist. The grave. You disappeared at the graveyard, and then your name was on the tombstone." The principal nodded. "That is where I'm buried. Or rather, it's where my body is buried. As you can see, I'm not very attached to it anymore. The automatic doors in the school. Because you're a germaphobe. Because I'm dead and can't touch anything." Mr. Varson and Mr. Emerson thought the doors to be a rather ingenious and creative solution that would allow me to move around the school. Colin passed a hand through the man again and the same creepy cold feeling rushed through his arm. "But how does the automatic door know you're there? You're nothing but air." "That's not entirely true. As a ghost I have a small corporeal form. It's not completely solid, but it prevents light from passing through me and allows my ghostly form to register on sensor-based devices. Like automatic doors." The principal shrugged. "It saved a lot of messing around with magic. And if I focus my energy." Principal Sampson stared intently at his own finger and prodded Colin in the chest. It felt like a tiny stab of cold pushing against his body. "I can sometimes even move things." "How? Why? What?" said Colin, a little dumbfounded. "You are a werewolf, are you not?" Colin nodded. "Then you know there are a lot of things that can't be explained. Ghosts are one of those things. Not everyone becomes a ghost, and sometimes those that do can't take any sort of form. I'm rather fortunate in that I'm able to look just the way I did when I was alive. I just can't touch anything. I can't feel. You don't have a heartbeat. And that's why I could never hear you when you moved. It all made sense. Not the part about ghosts existing, that was shocking and weird. But it made Colin feel a little less crazy knowing it wasn't his wolf powers that weren't working, or something else messing with his mind. Principal Sampson was simply dead. You're a very smart young man, Colin. I was asked to be the new school principal so I could keep an eye on the students. After what happened with Mr. Winter last year, and the terrible passing of Principal A. Bear, Mr. Emerson, thought it wise for me to assume the role, as I'm not bound by a lot of the same rules as humans. And good that I did. First that poor vampire and then Terry here. Principal Sampson motioned to Terry, who was still snoring. Elkwood really is in a lot of trouble. I've tried to help as best I can, but this is all truly beyond me. The town needs its resident teenage werewolf. I thought you were the one working with Damon Talbot. But it was Varson all along. Mr. Varson? Are you certain? Yes, he just left. He's under Talbot's control. He's been helping him this whole time. Oh, I don't think so. What is with you adults? You never believe anything we say, shouted Colin in frustration. Principal Simpson raised his hands in an apologetic gesture. If Mr. Varson is under the control of Damon Talbot, it's a new development. Talbot said someone else had been helping him. Someone in Elkwood has been feeding him essential information. That's correct. Ever since I was raised from my grave, I've been watching the town patrolling at night. Talbot has been communicating with someone else, though I imagine they're unaware of it. I saw them together one night. Admittedly, at the time I didn't know who Damon Talbot was. Who's the other person? Principal Sampson studied his feet. It's young Miss Emerson. Colin stared at the ghost. Becca? My girlfriend. It's not her fault. Talbot is a master of mind control, and with that hellstone there's no telling what he can do. Colin seethed and reached for his wolf creature. He wanted to change. He wanted to change right now, tear this cell to pieces and then hunt down Damon Talbot and eat him. Yes, eat him. But his wolf creature still wasn't there. No. Change happened. That's why Becca has been so tired lately. She thought it was because of her witch powers. He kidnapped my grandmother, and Alfred the wizard and Charles the demon and my girlfriend and my best friend. He's been using Becca this whole time. I have to stop him. An excellent suggestion. In my capacity as a ghost I'm a little limited, but I'm happy to assist in any way I can. What's the plan? A sense of determination flooded through Colin. Step 1, escape. Can you get me out of here? I believe I can, he said. Then we need to release all the other inmates too, said Colin, a hint of crazy edging into his voice. I'm sorry, said Principal Sampson. I think I misheard you. I swear you just said you wanted to release the other inmates. It was crazy. These prisoners were in here for a reason. They were dangerous. They were unpredictable. But Talbot was a planner. Being unpredictable right now is a good thing. Talbot has an army of werewolves in Elkwood right now. I can't fight them. Oh, and Charles the demon, the soothsayer, his final message to me was to release the imprisoned. He wanted me to release the inmates. He knew this future was a possibility. He must have seen it. Is there a step 3? asked Principal Sampson. I guess I need to convince them to help me, said Colin, a little unsure of himself. I don't suppose you know how to reverse the effects of the stuff they injected me with? I can't turn into a werewolf with this stuff pumping through my veins. The urge to change was strong, as was Colin's hunger. He felt the effects of the full moon and it agitated his body, but he still couldn't change. I'm sorry, I'm just a teacher and a ghost, not a doctor. I guess I'll figure that out as we go. Let's get started, said Colin. Hey! shouted the prison guard as he emerged from the back room with a fresh cup of coffee. Who are you? The guard ran to Colin's cell, spilling his coffee again, and pointed a finger at Principal Sampson. How did you get in there? Excuse me, Colin, said the rosy-cheeked ghost and stepped past him and through the bars. The guard's eyes grew wide. How did you do that? I do apologize, said Principal Sampson, but this is going to feel a little strange. Principal Sampson stepped into the guard's body and disappeared completely. The guard looked confused, then worried, then scared, and then he began to twitch. He moved around awkwardly, as if he wasn't in full control of his limbs. He staggered over to the control panel looking a little like a baby giraffe that was walking for the first time. He ran his fingers over a few buttons looking for the right one and flicked a switch. Colin's bars slid open. The other prisoners looked on with growing interest as the guard punched himself in the face and fell down unconscious. Principal Sampson floated out of the body and placed himself back on his feet. Ugh, possessions always leave me feeling greasy, said Sampson. That was amazing, said Colin. Are you sure you want to release these people? The troll had started banging his head against the bars in a slow rhythm. Colin, said a sleepy voice from one of the cells. Hi, Terry, said Colin, and he flicked a switch on the console. Terry's bars slid away into the ceiling. Principal Sampson? What's going on? Asked Terry. Colin placed a hand on Terry's shoulder. Terry, Elkwood is in serious trouble. I need you and the rest of the prisoners to work with me. Colin raised his voice so the others could hear him. I need all of you to help me defeat the man who is about to attack our town. The troll continued to bang his head against the bars. The purple dragon curled up in the corner of its cell. The vampires turned away from the bars. They weren't listening to him. And why should they? He was just a kid. But he'd come so far. He wasn't that same loser from 6 months ago, the one who got beat up every day and lived in fear of everything. He was so much more. I'm a werewolf. I can do this. Colin hopped up on the guard's chair. Listen to me, you prisoners. I know. You're probably all in here because you did something bad, or maybe you're just too dangerous to live in town. This is the second time I've been in here. And funnily enough, it's the second time I'm breaking out too. A man and a pack of bloodthirsty werewolves are about to destroy Elkwood. Whether you live in town or in a cage at the base, this is still your town. Fight with me. Fight with me to protect your home. There was a dramatic silence. The troll had stopped banging his head. The dragon watched Colin attentively. Even the creature in the giant tank of liquid peered out of the water with 2 large plate-sized yellow eyes. It's working. I'm reaching them. Then the laughter started. The vampires were the first. Then the ogres joined. And then the troll. The sea creature clicked and bubbled in his tank, and even the dragon chuckled out a few bursts of smoke. Colin hopped down from his chair. Well, that didn't work. Don't be silly, said Principal Sampson. That was an excellent speech. They just need the right motivation. He winked and then disappeared in a wisp of smoke. The temperature began to drop instantly and Colin could see his breath. The pressure in the room was fluctuating wildly. Colin, said Terry, clutching at Colin's sleeve. What's happening? I have no idea. The lights flickered on and off. The hairs on Colin's arm stood on end and he felt a chill through his body. It was fear. He could feel massive amounts of fear in the room. He closed his eyes and opened his senses. In his mind the cell block sprang to life in frosty blue colors. And there was something else. A force of some kind, almost like a cloud. It moved quickly from cell to cell, whispering to the inmates. The fear in the room grew every time the cloud touched another cell. And then the temperature began to rise, the lights stopped flickering, and Principal Sampson appeared back in front of Colin and Terry. He was very red in the face and looked a little woozy. Every inmate in the prison was now cowering in fear at the back of their cell. One of the vampires was actually crying a little. I apologize, said Principal Sampson. I haven't done a haunting of that size in quite some time. You scared them, I could feel it. I did. If you're an old ghost like me, you can haunt people. I'm not talking about slamming doors in the middle of the night or moving plates around in the kitchen. A true haunting reaches down into someone's deepest, darkest fears and brings them to life. That's what I just did to all the inmates. I warned them that if they don't listen to you and do what you say, I'll haunt them forever. I have nothing but time after all. The ghost chuckled and there was a dark gleam in his eyes in that particular moment, and Colin believed the man fully. Terry, said Colin, open the cells. Terry fiddled around with the console and started flipping switches. Bars began to retract into the ceiling. Let's meet the team, said Colin, stepping up to the first cell in the purple dragon. It crawled forward and sniffed at Colin's leg. This is Warzax, said Principal Sampson. He's actually half man, half dragon, but he's stuck in his dragon form. He can't figure out how to turn back. How do you know? I learned about all the inmates when I possessed the guard ghost trick, he said, tapping his head. Next, they visited the troll's cell. He was massive and smelled terrible. His thick gray skin seemed like that of a rhinoceros, and his huge head looked like a boulder upon a set of muscular shoulders. He squeezed his way out his cell and stood to his full height of almost 15 feet and stretched. "This is Danzig," said Principal Sampson. "He might very well be one of the last cave trolls in the world. They're simple folk but violent when provoked." "And that," said Colin, pointing at the large tank of water in the cell next to Danzig. Yellow eyes peered out of the murky depths and 2 black tentacles slithered out of the top of the tank. "That is a kraken. A sea monster. The guards call him Norman. He was caught destroying fishing boats not far off the coast." "And these two," said Colin, his head spinning a little. "Ah yes. Monty and Albert. Vampires. They refuse to drink blood substitute, so they're imprisoned here." "Nice to meet you," said Albert with a smile, though Colin could still smell the fear pouring off him. Colin kept his distance, knowing how vampires reacted to the smell of werewolves. "And those," said Colin, pointing at a quintet of human-looking creatures. They all looked like larger version of Gareth Dugan, only their skin was yellowish and their eyes were large and dark. "A tribe of ogres. They didn't want to integrate with the town. Great fighters, but they're greedy and smell like garbage." Colin looked down the block. A dragon, a cave troll, a small band of ogres, 2 vampires, a kraken, a telekinetic 10-year-old, a fire imp, a ghost, and Colin. Not the greatest army in the world, but it'd have to do. He tapped on Bernie's box. The little fire creature tapped back and smiled. "Bernie, I'm going to let you out, but you can't burn anything. Unless it's a bad werewolf or a wizard with glowing red eyes. Do you understand?" The little imp nodded enthusiastically. "Do you really think he understood you?" said Terry. Colin couldn't explain how, but he knew the fire imp understood him completely. "He does." He tore the lid off of Bernie's box and the imp floated out and joined the army of creatures. Norman the kraken slithered out of his tank, 2 piercing yellow eyes glaring out from the mass of roiling rubbery black tentacles. He made a loud clicking noise as he moved and joined the group. "Thank you everyone for agreeing to fight with us." A number of the group glanced nervously at Principal Sampson. "We're going to head into town. We need to protect the people of Elkwood, so don't kill anyone." The group collectively looked sad. One of the vampires rolled his eyes. One of the larger ogres raised his hand. Yes," said Colin. "What about these werewolves who are threatening the town?" said the ogre, his voice deep and cold. "What about them? Can we kill them?" "Try to avoid killing them if you can." The group groaned, particularly the ogres. Norman clicked unhappily, his tentacles shaking. Colin thought of a compromise. "But you can hurt them really, really bad," he suggested. The ogre smiled. Danzig the troll nodded his rock-like head, and Norman opened a wide, gaping mouth full of sharp teeth and grinned, such a terrifying grin that Colin suspected it would give him nightmares. There was just one final problem. Colin still couldn't change. "If only there was a way I could get this stuff out of my blood. Then I could." "Vampires." "Yes," said Monty. "Us," said Albert. "Are you hungry?" asked Colin with a smile. Chapter 16. The Battle for Elkwood. Maybe Silas was right. Maybe I am going crazy, turning full werewolf. Wind rushed through his fur, and his clawed hands and feet kicked up dirt as Colin ran through the forest toward Elkwood. A normal person who wanted to get something out of their bloodstream would go to a hospital. But no, Colin's solution to getting the werewolf suppressant out of his body was to let 2 vampires suck his blood, on the theory that if his body were emptied of blood, his werewolf healing would kick in and replenish his body, and he'd be free of the chemical. Sure, it had worked. But who does that? Not a normal person. But I'm not a normal person. I'm a werewolf. And I'm not crazy. Colin's change had happened moments after the vampires finished feeding, exploding out of him painfully as his body regenerated more blood and grew and stretched into his werewolf form. The other freaks had taken a step back at seeing the teenager before them transform into an 8-foot-tall wolf creature. None of them had actually seen a werewolf before. Monty and Albert had been more than happy to feed on Colin, despite Principal Sampson's protests. They had trouble getting close to Colin as the werewolf smell made them want to throw up, but once they had dug in their fangs, one Into each of Colin's wrists they were fine. In fact, feeding on blood had thrown them into a bit of a frenzy, and the two vampires were itching for a fight. Getting out of the base had been easier than Colin suspected. They only had to knock out 2 guards. It appeared that Varsan had confined the rest of the soldiers to their rooms on one of the lower floors of the base. Colin had thought about speaking to them to try to convince them of what was going on, but they wouldn't have stood a chance against the rebel werewolf pack. As Colin charged along his familiar pathway, he could hear part his ragtag army following close behind. The ogres could move at a considerable speed once they got started. The vampires had been running so fast they were little more than a blur, so Colin had sent Monty and Albert and Principal Samson on to check out the town, but to stay out of sight. Warzax the dragon was flying high above in the sky, happy to be free of the cage. Bernie was up there too, flying alongside him so as not to set fire to the forest. Danseg the cave troll had been a bit more of a challenge to get out of the base. While the elevator had been big enough to fit him, his weight put considerable pressure on the mechanics, and Colin was worried the elevator cables would break. But he made it up and out and was now thundering through the forest, knocking over the occasional tree as he went. Norman the Kraken had destroyed one of the base bathrooms and slithered down through the waterworks. Colin wasn't sure where the tentacled creature was, but Principal Samson had assured him that krakens don't travel well over land. Terry rode on Colin's back and seemed to be having a great time. What would Silas think of all this? Colin wished his mentor were here. Being a leader was not something he felt comfortable with, and charging into a fight with a group of werewolves that had already kicked his butt once and a mad wizard with a hellstone seemed like a really bad idea. But if Colin didn't do anything, who else was there? His night watch uniform fit snugly, having stretched with Colin when he changed. He grabbed it on the way out of the base. At least this way he could turn into a human without worrying about clothing. The light of the full moon blazed down through the trees, throwing shafts of light across the forest floor. This final night of the full moon, Colin's werewolf side was very strong. He could feel it wanting to take control, to edge Colin to the back seat, but he had to keep control. If he had any hope of stopping Talbot, he needed to be able to put his inner wolf on a leash. He reached the edge of the forest, and Colin stopped and waited for everyone to catch up. Terry slid from his back and Colin stood up on 2 legs and stretched. He really wanted to howl at the moon, but he didn't want to alert the other werewolves. The cave troll lumbered out of the forest carrying a tree he must have accidentally run into. The ogres weren't too far behind and the dragon flew down and landed. Bernie also descended and floated next to Colin's shoulder. "What now?" said one of the ogres. Colin couldn't tell the ogres apart. They even smelled the same, and the smell was not a good one. Albert appeared in the middle of the group. His fangs were still extended and he had a sparkle in his dark eyes. Moments later, Principal Samson floated down from the sky and the group took a step back. They were all still clearly terrified of the ghost and whatever he had done to them back at the base. Colin was thankful he had a ghost on his side. "The town hall meeting is in progress," said the ghost. "No sign of anyone with red eyes," said Albert. "The town seems quiet." "Where's Monty?" growled Colin. "He's not back?" asked Albert. Monty zipped into the group and stood with his hands on his knees, out of breath. Colin smelled blood. "Wolves," gasped Monty. "On the other side of town. They're making their way to the town hall." "Are you okay?" asked Colin. Monty stood up and Colin saw the vampire had claw marks across his chest. His ragged clothing was ripped and his pale skin was cut. "I'm fine. I'll heal. They're fast, these werewolves. I thought I was moving faster than they could. See, but one caught me." "It's a full moon," said Colin slowly, trying to wrap his wolf mouth around the words. "They're going to be strong tonight and most of them, maybe all of them, will be a full werewolf. Their human selves might not be in control at all." "Why aren't you like them?" asked one of the ogres. Colin didn't tell them that he wanted nothing more than to run and hunt right now. It took all of his willpower not to. "I have more control over myself." The ogres nodded approvingly. "Fight," said Danseg in a voice that sounded like rocks rolling down a hill. The cave troll was easily twice as tall as Colin and was idly stripping the branches off the tree he'd been carrying. "Yes," said Colin. "We fight, but with rules. No humans can be harmed." "Ah," said Monty with a grin. Not even a taste? Just a nibble, suggested Albert. We need to stop the werewolves before they reach town hall, said Colin, ignoring the vampires. There's a dark wolf with them bigger than the rest. We need him. He'll know where Talbot is. Can we kill the rest? Asked one of the ogres. Colin rolled his eyes. It appeared he'd assembled a bloodthirsty crew. Maybe. That's what was needed though. He knew how powerful werewolves were. He didn't want anyone to die. But if it came down to the people of Elkwood or a murderous werewolf, it was an easy choice. Spare them if you can, said Colin. The ogre seemed okay with the decision. Warzax coughed a smoke ring. The vampires nodded. Bernie was happily floating around in circles. So what's the plan of attack? Said Terry, who reeked of excitement. Apparently the only thing cooler to a 10-year-old than finding out your new friend is a werewolf is the prospect of running into a deadly battle. Colin had wanted to keep Terry at a distance, but Principal Sampson had convinced him otherwise, explaining that Terry was one of the most powerful telekinetics on record. He may be 10 years old, but he packs a punch. Colin remembered how the pack had surrounded him in the forest, hunting like wolves. He had to assume they'd do the same thing again. He had discussed his plan with Principal Sampson before leaving the base. Colin had tried to imagine what Silas would have done. Colin crouched down and, using his claws, scraped out a rough outline of downtown Elkwood, including the spot where town hall was located. He tapped the main street. We want to get them all here so they're contained. Monty and Albert blocked the north end. Ogres the south end. Danzig. The cave troll hoisted the tree onto his shoulder and stood up. Fight. I have a special place for you, said Colin. Warzax and Bernie give us support from the air. Principal Sampson and Terry, I want you at town hall. You're going to need to knock out Mr. Varson and explain the situation to the residents. Everyone clear. Howls floated from the direction of the town. It appears they've reached town, said Principal Sampson. Let's move, said Colin. The dragon leapt into the air with a great flap of wings. Bernie shot off after him like a firework. Monty hoisted Terry up on his shoulders and the vampires blurred away while the ogres charged off ahead. Principal Sampson turned to Colin. This is very brave of you. There's something special inside of you, Colin. Something different. And it's not just that you're a werewolf. Yeah, I might be going crazy too. Colin nodded to the principal. Keep Terry safe. I give you my word, said the ghost as he floated away. Danzig lumbered over and looked down at Colin with a questioning expression on his wide stony face. Fight now. Yes, Danzig. We fight now. Colin led the cave troll in a wide arc around the field so they could approach the town hall from the back. The wolves would cover the exit, so they'd need to force the pack to the front to keep the fight contained. I must be going mad. What am I doing? I'm 13. But it was too late for second thoughts. 2 werewolves Colin recognized from the forest were guarding the back door. He could smell the rest nearby, most of them around the front. With no soldiers to guard the meeting, the townsfolk were sitting ducks. He could hear Principal Sampson speaking inside. The 2 wolves heard Colin approach and turned growling, teeth bared. The wolf pup, said one. Lucky us, barked the other. Danzig lumbered out of the shadows behind Colin, casting a long shadow over the 2 wolves. What the he? The cave troll swung his tree like a golf club and launched both werewolves through the wall of the bakery next door. Nice swing, said Colin. Stay here. Colin entered town hall through the back door, cut through the small kitchen, and entered the main hall to the sound of gasps. Most of the residents of Elkwood were present, as they always were at the meetings. The only people not here were the humans who had no idea what Elkwood really was. The meetings were for the town's freaks and parents of said freaks, the people who saw Elkwood as a safe haven for themselves and their families. You all know Colin Strauss, said Principal Sampson from the podium. Varson lay unconscious on the stage. Terry stood near the main entrance of the hall, peeking out the window. There in the street, shouted Terry. Principal Sampson nodded. A man has come to Elkwood to destroy the town and has kidnapped Beatrice Strauss and Alfred Hamjackal, along with 2 students from the school. Most of the soldiers from the base are away, the rest are confined to the base. Colin and a group of prisoners are the only thing standing in the way of this threat. Colin. Colin gulped and stepped up to the podium, which seemed extremely small in comparison to his immense size. I know you are all in Elkwood because it's safe, he began. But that safety is being threatened right now. We've cleared the back door of Town Hall and can get you out that way. But I know there are powerful people among you. We are asking for your help. Fight with us. The crowd murmured. Mrs. Cross the vampire looked furious, but Colin couldn't tell whether it was because of him or because of all the werewolves. Outside the front door, there was a loud thump at the door followed by a snarl. Terry was standing a few feet from the door, his hands out in front of him. He was holding the door closed using his powers. Another thump and then another. I won't be able to hold them for long. No volunteers. Colin couldn't blame them. He'd hoped to get a few more fighters, but they were all scared. They were in Elkwood, so they wouldn't have to fight for their lives. Everyone out the back quickly, said Colin. And please don't be alarmed when you see the rather terrifying cave troll outside the back door, added Principal Sampson. He's on our side and is there for your safety. There was a mad rush toward the back of the building, and a clattering on the roof followed by the screech of a dragon and the whimper of a wolf. They're trying to get in through the roof, said Principal Sampson. Warzaks will keep them off. I will fight, said the voice of Mrs. Cross. She stood alone in the middle of the hall. I hate your kind, she spat. But you saved my boy, Micah. I will fight for this town. Me too, said Mr. Dugan, Gareth's dad. And I, said Mrs. Saunders. She was the mother of a girl named Jillian whom Colin knew to be a half-demon. Colin smiled on the inside. Guard the townsfolk, he growled. Keep them safe. There was another crash at the door and a crack splintered across it. The hall was mostly clear, with Mrs. Cross bringing up the rear. Good luck, Colin, she said. Colin nodded and leapt across the hall, landing behind Terry. Stand back. Terry backed away and Colin listened. He could hear one of the werewolves charging at the door, picking up speed. Colin kicked open the double doors, caught the wolf by the throat, and flung him back into the street. Colin stalked out into the moonlit night and let out a long, mournful howl. All 20 werewolves were in the street. 2 of them were covered in white powder. They must have been the ones Danzig knocked into the bakery. The large dark wolf stalked forward and stood up on 2 legs. Step aside, wolfling, and maybe I'll just kill you quickly. You're not going to hurt anyone, said Colin. This is my town and you're not welcome. Get out or I'll make you get out. The dark wolf barked a laugh. You and what army? Loud footsteps like the sound of trees being knocked to the ground could be heard as Danzig rounded the corner of Town Hall. Fight, said the cave troll. The 5 ogres rounded the corner at one end of the street and Monty and Albert appeared at the other end. The purple dragon dropped out of the night sky, flapped his leather wings and came to perch on the peak of Town Hall. Bernie floated down near Colin's shoulders and he could feel the raw heat coming off the little creature, so hot that it singed a few of the hairs on his shoulder. Mrs. Cross blurred into the street next to Danzig and Mrs. Saunders, her head completely on fire, also emerged from behind the building. Principal Sampson stepped out next to Colin along with Terry. This army, said Colin, and he could sense the uncertainty in the wolf pack, could smell their fear. This was more than they had bargained for. Kill them all, screamed the dark wolf, and the street erupted in chaos. Several of the wolves launched themselves at Danzig and the cave troll staggered back. The rest of the pack split off, half toward the vampires, half toward the ogres. The dark wolf stayed where he was, staring at Colin. Come on, wolfling. You're mine. Colin charged at the dark wolf and the 2 collided. Claws sliced through the air, jaws snapped and fur and blood flew. The dark wolf was strong and definitely bigger than Colin, but he wasn't smarter. His movements were vicious but clumsy. Colin ducked under a claw swipe that would have taken his head off and clamped his jaws around his enemy's thigh and pulled hard, throwing the dark wolf off balance. Colin could taste the blood in his mouth and felt anger and hunger run through him. He wanted to kill this wolf, to eat his heart, to end his life. Control, Silas had told him. Control is what separates the good werewolves from the bad. Colin tried to maintain control, but the more he fought, the more the dark wolf's claws ripped into his flesh, the more he wanted to end the creature for good. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. You're Colin Strauss. Colin flipped the dark wolf over and slammed him to the ground, but a foot lashed out and caught Colin across the stomach and he felt the warmth of blood spill out. He staggered back and clutched his belly. The skin began to stitch itself together, but his opponent followed up with a claw to the face and Colin yelped. The dark wolf was too strong for him. The image of Becca's face flashed through Colin's mind. No, he snarled defiantly. The dark wolf growled a deep laugh. Look around you, you've lost. Colin looked down the street and saw the ogres were having trouble with two of the wolves. At the other end, Monty lay on the floor unmoving, while Albert, Mrs. Cross and Mrs. Saunders stood with their backs together as three wolves stalked around them. Even Danseg was on his knees with two werewolves at his back. Warzax the dragon was pinned down. Terry, using his powers, was holding one of the werewolves in the air, but another was stalking up behind him. Bernie was throwing fire at another of the werewolves, but the creature kept healing up. Principal Samson was nowhere to be seen. And then Colin heard it. A slithering sound beneath the street followed by a rhythmic clicking. You might have ogres, a dragon, a troll, and some vampires, said the dark wolf. But they're still no match for a pack of werewolves. Colin's wounds had finished healing and he stood to his full height. Yeah. But you forgot about Norman. Norman? Who's Norman? He's our kraken, said Colin. All the sewer covers along the block exploded into the air and clattered down on the pavement. The fighting stopped as a loud, high-pitched squeal erupted from beneath the street. Colin covered his ears, as did the rest of the werewolves. The sound was brutally piercing, and for a moment Colin thought his head might explode. The sound stopped. Three shiny black tentacles shot out of the sewer hole near the vampires, each one latching around a werewolf's leg, and dragged them down the hole. The werewolves clawed at the pavement, leaving grooves in the concrete before they disappeared down the hole. There were yelps and some horrible crunching, squelchy sounds, and then silence. Then more tentacles out of another hole. Then another, and more of the werewolves were dragged beneath the town. The two on Danseg's back leapt down and made a run for it, but a long tentacle grabbed both of them, coiling around their middles, and sucked them back underground. The remaining werewolves turned and fled. A couple of them almost made it to the end of the street, but it appeared Norman was very hungry. As the last of the pack disappeared beneath the street, there was a final round of crunching and squelching, followed by a long burp that sent a rumbling echo beneath the ground. Next time let's just lead with the kraken, shouted an exhausted-sounding Albert. The dark wolf stood, completely shocked at what had just happened. In mere moments the battle had turned completely. Principal Samson floated out of the ground and stood next to Colin. I'm sorry, my dear boy, for leaving the fight. I thought it'd be a good idea to go and find Norman. The poor thing had gotten lost on the way to town. Colin barked a short laugh, then turned his attention to the dark wolf. Where is Damon Talbot? I'll never tell you, growled the wolf. You can kill me for all I care. Kill you, said Colin with a snarl. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been haunted? Chapter 17. The Fake Sorcerer. Colin raced out of town with Bernie blazing a line of fire through the air by his side. It had only taken a few seconds of Principal Samson haunting the dark wolf before he wet himself and told Colin that Damon Talbot was at Elkwood Cove. Colin had left the others behind. They were all pretty beat up and exhausted from the fight, and he didn't want any of them to get hurt any more than they already were. From the sounds of snoring coming from beneath the street, it seemed like Norman the Kraken had gone to sleep. He had, after all, just eaten 19 full-sized werewolves. Monty had lost a lot of blood but was otherwise okay. Mrs. Cross had assured Colin that he would heal. The ogres had taken off as soon as the fight was over, as had Danseg and Warzax. They likely didn't want to go back to their cells, and Colin couldn't blame them. He was probably going to get blamed for their escape at some point, but it was the last thing on Colin's mind. The dark wolf had said that Talbot was holding prisoners at the cove on the beach. He'd ordered the werewolves to kill the residents in the town hall, and then Elkwood would be theirs. Principal Samson had assured Colin that he'd take the dark wolf back up to the army base with the assistance of the vampires, and then he'd rally the soldiers and send them down to the cove. Colin hopped a wall and tore across a grassy field. He could hear the waves washing up against the beach and smell the salt water in the air. Elkwood Cove was a collection of small caves and a long beach that ran north until the cliffs took over. None of Elkwood's residents spent much time there as it was. almost always cold and raining. Some of the students from school occasionally had a campfire on the beach, but other than that, it remained deserted. Colin veered around to the south, where a rocky outcrop ran into the foamy swirl of the ocean. Staying low to the ground, he crept up the rock and peered over the edge down at the beach below. The scene there was a strange one. In the middle of the sandy beach stood Damon Talbot with his arms outstretched. His eyes glowed their usual red, and the hellstone around his neck was brighter than Colin had ever seen it. It sounded to Colin like he was chanting, and every so often he would stop and draw a symbol in the air with his hands and then push the symbol away where it floated in the air. There were already 4 symbols floating around the beach, each glowing bright red. Jeremy was tied up on a nearby rock but otherwise looked okay. Alfred, Colin's grandmother, and Charles the demon sat tied back to back, not too far from Talbot. Becca stood next to them wearing a blank expression. She's under Talbot's control. How do I fix this? Colin crept back down the rock to where Bernie was waiting. The fire imp had been igniting small clumps of grass. Bernie, said Colin, I'm going to distract Talbot. I need you to stay out of sight and free the people on the beach. Burn through their ropes so they can get away. Do you understand me? The fire imp nodded gleefully and shot off back the way they had come. Colin stood and stretched and tried to prepare himself for what he was about to do. The full moon shone across the water and cast Colin's shadow against the rocks. His body ached from the fight with the dark wolf, and despite his healing powers he felt tired and weary. His inner wolf wanted to take control so badly, but his job wasn't over. Elkwood wasn't safe yet, and neither were his friends and family. Maybe he was going mad. He felt his wolf side tug at him to run away into the darkness and hunt and climb and be happy. But Colin couldn't ignore his human side. It was the side that kept him grounded, the side that reminded him who he was. He was a 13-year-old boy who was dating the girl of his dreams, who had a math assignment due on Monday and who just happened to have been bitten by a centuries-old werewolf. I am Colin Strauss. I'm a teenage werewolf. It's up to me to protect Elkwood, or die trying. If I'm being honest, I'd prefer to avoid the dying part. Colin turned and leapt off the edge of the rock high into the air and landed on the beach, his clawed feet digging into the wet sand. He threw back his head and howled long and loud. Talbot stopped chanting and turned to face Colin, a look of disgust on his face. You have got to be kidding me. My pack of werewolves couldn't beat you. I had a little help from some friends, said Colin. Your werewolf army is gone. Talbot turned back to what he was doing and began drawing another shape in the air. Doesn't matter. My spell is almost complete. I'm going to suck the power out of this old wizard and witch and that ugly demon, and then I'll be unstoppable. You hear me? Unstoppable. Colin stalked toward the wizard and wondered how on earth he was going to get the hellstone away from the man without touching it. A cave troll would be really useful right about now. Talbot reached inside his cloak and with a flourish produced a short, thin blade that shone in the moonlight. Silver. Why did it have to be silver? The scar along Colin's back where Mr. Winter had stabbed him with a silver blade tingled. Talbot handed the knife to Becca, who was still staring blankly. My dear, we appear to have a dog problem. Your werewolf of a boyfriend needs to be put on a leash. Be a darling and kill him for me. Becca's eyes flashed red for a brief moment and she walked past Talbot toward Colin. She's under his control. Gran, are you okay? This young punk has our magic bound and gagged. We can't help you, but you can. Stop him. He doesn't understand werewolves, not really. How do I stop him? Get that hellstone away from him before he finishes the spell. He'll lose all his borrowed power. What about Becca? I can't hurt her. She's under mind control. All you have to do is... Becca waved a hand and the voice in Colin's head went silent. She wiggled a finger at Colin and shook her head. Ah, no chit-chat, said Becca, her voice empty and strange. Please, Becca, I don't want to hurt you, pleaded Colin. I'll make this quick. Becca knelt down and shoved her free hand into the sand. Please, Becca, it's me, Colin. The sand beneath Colin's feet became softer and he sank a few feet. He tried to pull free, but the more he struggled, the more he sank. Quicksand. She's turning it into quicksand. Becca, listen to me, growled Colin, trying to form his words carefully. You know me, I know you. You're my girlfriend. This isn't you. Talbot is. Controlling you. Talbot laughed as he finished drawing another symbol in the air. Oh yes, it's all very tragic. You act as if I'm the bad guy here. You think you're not, spat Colin as he sank deeper. The sand was up to his chest, and as much as he tried to claw his way out, the sand enveloped him. Faster. Frustrated, Talbot stormed over to where Colin was now up to his neck in sand. He looked back at Becca with what seemed like admiration. That's very impressive, my dear. I didn't know you could do this. Tell me, said Colin, why aren't you the bad guy? Let me tell you why. It all started. Colin ignored Talbot completely. He was too busy watching a small flame that was floating near Jeremy. It disappeared behind his friend, and seconds later, he was free. Jeremy ducked behind the rock on which he'd been lying, and the little flame made its way, floating lightly through the air, to free the others. Becca now stood beside Talbot, silver dagger at her side, looking down at Colin, who was buried up to his neck and couldn't move. The heavy sand held him as firmly in place as concrete. And they threw me out like I was nothing, said Talbot. An all-powerful wizard like me cast aside all this raw power living right here in Elkwood. And they all want to just go to school and watch TV and be normal. Well, I'm here to do something about it. I'm going to put this power to good use. I'll be the most powerful sorcerer that ever lived. It came out as more of a bark, but Colin began to laugh. He laughed so hard that he began to worry that he might inhale some sand. But he couldn't help. What are you laughing at? Asked Talbot. What's he laughing at? He said to Becca, who stared down at Colin blankly. It's the power, blurted Colin. It does funny things. And then he laughed. Again. What are you talking about? In that moment it all made sense to Colin. Power was a dangerous thing to have. That's what Silas had been trying to teach him. The old werewolf had never wanted to tell Colin that werewolves were at their most dangerous in the first 6 months, and that a good majority of them went mad and turned evil. Instead, Silas had been teaching Colin all about control. All the training he'd been put through was about controlling the werewolf inside and not letting it take over. Because that's what too much power does. Takes over. That's what happened to Damon Talbot. He wasn't evil, he just felt betrayed. And had come into too much power too quickly. You don't control the power. It controls you, said Colin. The trick is to know that you're always in control. You're making fun of me? You don't think I'm in control? Why don't you ask your precious girlfriend here if she thinks I'm not in control? The hellstone burned a brighter red, and Colin could sense Talbot's anger. It's okay, Talbot, I get it, said Colin slowly. I was a nobody when I was turned into a werewolf, and then all of a sudden I had all this power. I could have done terrible things with it. I could have killed everyone in Elkwood already, but I didn't. Do you want to know why? I don't care if you don't, I'm telling you anyway. I didn't kill them because I'm not a murderer. I'm just a kid who got bit by a werewolf. I could take this as a curse, but I don't. As a gift, and I plan to make the very best of it. Because I control the wolf, it doesn't control me. Talbot threw his head back and laughed in such a dramatic fashion that Colin wanted to rethink his previous statement and just bite his head off. You're an idiot, said Talbot. Becca, kill him. Becca gripped the dagger in both hands and raised it above her head. Colin looked directly into her eyes and pushed his thoughts as hard as he knew how. Becca, it's me, Colin. You don't want to do this. I know this isn't you. Know how strong you are. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met. You're a talented witch, and while some people think you're really dark and scary, I know that's not true. I know you like the color pink and that you fall asleep cuddling a stuffed unicorn. I mean, come on, how scary can you be? A smile twitched at the corner of Becca's mouth. Sure, you're a bit of a control freak, and if you knew that Talbot was controlling your mind right now, you'd be furious. But I know one thing is for certain, and that is that you're not a killer. You bring people back from the dead. You brought me back from the dead 6 months ago. Why would you go through all that trouble to just kill me again? Seems like a bit of a waste, to be honest. Especially since I'm such a good kisser. Becca's arm shook slightly. What are you doing? Shrieked Talbot. Kill him. Just kill him already. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what being a werewolf is going to be like next week or next month or in 5, 10 or 20 years. All I know is what's right in front of me, and that's you. My Becca. Her hand shook and she dropped the knife in the sand, inches from Colin's nose. That was a little too close. This is ridiculous. Talbot pushed Becca to the ground and swept up the knife. If you want something done right, you have to do it yours. Where did everyone go? Colin's grandmother, Alfred, and Charles were gone. Good job, Bernie. You, shouted Talbot, his eyes blazing a fierce red. You did this. You think you've won, but all you've done is delayed the inevitable and killed yourself. In the process. The silver dagger flashed in the moonlight as Talbot lifted it above his head. Nice speech, whispered Becca from where she was lying on the ground. She winked. Go get him. Colin felt a surge from beneath him as the sand began to shift and he was fired up into the air over Talbot's head, and then landed in a crouch on the soft sand. He shook his body, spraying sand. You think you're a match for me? Said Talbot with a laugh. I'm an all-powerful sorcerer. You're not a sorcerer. You're just a wizard with a hellstone. And from what I've heard, you're not that great of a wizard either. The color of Talbot's face was so red it almost matched his eyes. How dare you? I could turn you inside out with a flick of my fingers. It could change you into a snail and make you slither around. If I wanted to, I could. Wow, this guy talks too much. Muscles tensed, Colin sprang at Talbot with claws bared. The young wizard tried to twist away, but Colin's hands found what they were looking for. He gripped the chain holding the hellstone with both hands and tore it apart. The throbbing red stone dropped to the sand and instantly dimmed. The light went out of Talbot's eyes. He fell to his knees in front of the darkened stone and shrieked as if in pain. You're done, said Colin. You can't touch the hellstone without it killing you. No one can. You're an idiot, whimpered Talbot. You think it ends with me? Doesn't end. It will never end. You'll be sorry. You're going to regret. Colin punched him square in the face and Talbot slumped down in the sand. Thank you, said Becca. He never knew when to shut up. Tell me about it, said Colin. I think his true evil power is boring people to death. Colin lifted Becca off the ground and hugged her tight. The sky began to lighten and the sun crested over the horizon. Colin's body shuddered as waves of exhaustion washed over him. The hair shed from his body as he shrank back down to his human form. His snout retracted back into a mouth and his ears returned to their correct place on the sides of his head. His night watch outfit shrank along with him and Colin was thankful to find himself not naked. For once. Nice work, wolf boy, said Becca with a grin. Colin kissed her on the lips with as much passion as a teenage werewolf ever could. They kissed long enough that Jeremy emerged from his hiding spot and wandered over to them. Come up for air, let the girl breathe, Jeremy said, punching Colin lightly on the shoulder. Listen, Jeremy. About what just happened? What are you talking about? Asked Jeremy. You know, with me turning into a werewolf, Becca almost killing me, you being tied up, and the crazy wizard with the red eyes. Jeremy shrugged and then laughed. Colin, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think all the kissing might be affecting your brain. He punched Colin playfully again and walked over to where Talbot was lying unconscious. Colin looked at Becca, who just shrugged. That's Jeremy, she said. Oblivious, they said together. Colin heard a commotion coming from the direction of town and moments later a group of people appeared at the beach entrance. A dazed Varson was accompanied by Principal Sampson, Colin's grandmother, and Alfred. Time to clean this mess up, I suppose, said Colin. Hey guys, said Jeremy. Look at this rock. The hellstone. Jeremy, don't touch it, it's in. But it was too late. Colin and Becca watched as Jeremy grabbed the hellstone. It feels hot, said Jeremy. The stone shone red, and for a split second Colin thought he saw fire in Jeremy's eyes. Then the stone began to crack and crumble, and blew away as dust on the morning wind. Did you guys see that? Said Jeremy. Super weird, right? I'm going to see if I can find another one. He wandered off along the beach. Colin watched him go. Innocent and oblivious Jeremy. A good friend. A good student. And who knows what else. The cleanup of Elkwood took the rest of the weekend and everyone pitched in to help. A fight downtown involving a pack of werewolves, a giant troll, dragon, and so on did not go unnoticed. The rumors spread like wildfire and the norms in town began to panic. It took Alfred most of the next day to magic the entire town and bring a sense of peace back to Elkwood. Colin found the little old wizard later in the day sitting on the steps of Town Hall. He had a burning question that needed to be asked. Alfred, did you cast the spell on Jeremy? Such a nice young man. Yes, I'm the one who cast the spell to make him the way he is. He doesn't see anything unusual, said Colin. He was there for everything that happened on the beach last night, but to him it was like it never happened. Alfred stood up and stretched, his old joints cracking loudly. Look around. What do you see? Colin looked up and down the street. It was a normal Sunday evening in Elkwood. Some people were out for a walk. Others were getting in some last-minute shopping before the shops closed. I see people. The old man nodded. You see people going about their business like normal people do. They do that because I've told them there's nothing out of the ordinary about Elkwood or the people that live here. And that's good, because if they knew that their kids went to school with a werewolf, they'd probably be scared. Or if they found out a cranky old blind woman controls the weather, they wouldn't understand. It's better that they don't know, said Colin. I get that, but what about Jeremy? He's not normal, is he? But he's still magicked like all the norms. The old wizard frowned. Jeremy is magicked far more than any of the normal folk. He can never know who or what he is. But why? Because, young Colin, sometimes it's better just not to know. He tapped the side of nose and winked, and then shuffled off down the street, leaving Colin with more questions than answers. After the entire town was put under a spell, yet again the freaks had to reconvene at the town hall so Varsun could offer an explanation. He stuck to the facts and didn't give away anything more than he had to. For someone who had been under the control of a mad wizard, Varsun managed to collect himself and did a good job of reassuring everyone that everything was back to normal, and that the man responsible for the attacks had been apprehended. Most people understood, and many of them expressed their appreciation to Colin. As they left town hall that night, the stories surrounding the Battle of Elkwood and Colin's involvement in capturing Damon Talbot were spreading. Some of the tales were highly embellished, but Colin didn't bother correcting them. He was being hailed as a hero, and the teenager in him loved the positive tension. But another part of him, maybe the werewolf side, knew that if it weren't for the prisoners from the base, or for Becca's and Principal Samson's help, he'd never have been able to defeat Talbot. The prisoners were a different issue. Albert and Monty had willingly surrendered, and arrangements were being made for them to integrate into the town as a reward. They'd even agreed to drink the blood substitute that all the other vampires in town drank. Albert had taken quite a liking to Mrs. Cross, and it appeared that the feeling was mutual. Danzig had fled into the forest, but, being a giant lumbering creature, he was easy to track. Varsun had sent a team to bring him back to the base and had promised to find him a home where he could live in peace. Warzax the dragon had flown off. No one knew where he was, and there was no way of tracking him. The same went for the ogres. Colin knew he could track them, as their smell was so strong, but he decided not to tell Varsun. The ogres had fought alongside him, and he was grateful for that. Charles the demon had taken a real liking to Bernie and had been granted permission to keep the fire imp as a pet in his cave in the lower alternate dimensions of the army base, to which he had been returned. Bernie seemed more than happy, even though the little creature had been a little sad that he had to leave Colin. You can't stay with me, Bernie, said Colin to the grumpy fire imp. You'll end up setting something on fire. At least in Charles's cave you can burn things as much you want, and I promise to come visit you. Charles had thanked Colin for rescuing him and for his new pet, and returned to his home at the base. Norman the Kraken had to be lured out of the Elkwood sewer system by Principal Samson and was led out to the ocean, where he was released. Varsun had wanted to lock the Kraken back up, but after the sea monster had practically saved everyone in town by eating most of the werewolf pack, it seemed like the wrong thing to do. Principal Samson assured Varsun that Norman would behave and live just off the shore of Elkwood Cove, keep a low profile, and had promised not to destroy any more fishing boats or eat people. After a long day of filling in the information gaps, cleaning up the mess, and being checked out by the medical team at the base, Colin and Becca were finally told to go home. You just saved the town from certain destruction, said Varsun. At the very least you deserve a hot meal and a good night's sleep. Colin couldn't agree more. His stomach growled to second the notion. Colin was told to skip school the next morning and report to the army base at 9 a.m., though Varsun wouldn't tell him why. Colin didn't really care at that particular moment, as his stomach was empty. After everything that had happened, he really just wanted to spend some time with two of his favorite people and eat a large meal. Aye, Captain, said Colin, took Becca's hand and headed home. Epilogue. A looming threat. Colin had spent most of the day with Becca while the cleanup was going on. She was upset she'd been used by Talbot, and felt guilty for whatever information she'd given him that had resulted in the kidnapping of Colin's grandmother, Alfred and Charles. You were under his mind control, Colin told her for the 17th time as they sat down to dinner. Colin's grandmother had insisted he invite Becca over. It had been a long week and she felt a good meal would help put the whole nasty business to rest. Somewhere deep down, Colin suspected it was her way of thanking Colin for rescuing her. You listen to that grandson of mine, she said. Even the best witch or wizard can fall under someone else's spell. But who knows how long he was controlling me, said Becca as she angrily buttered a dinner roll. You can't control everything, my dear, no matter how powerful you are. Sometimes things just happen. Sometimes it just rains because it rains, said Colin with a grin. What does that mean? Said Becca, looking out the kitchen window at the overcast sky. I'll say this once, said the old witch, sitting down at the table. If not for you two, this town would have been destroyed and everyone who lives here killed, eaten, or worse. Whatever mistakes you think you might have made, you saved us all, and don't either of you forget it. The rest of the meal was pleasant with talk about school and when Becca's training with Colin's grandma would resume. Becca was keen to learn how to protect her mind, and the old lady assured her there were a few tricks she could teach her. Alfred had also agreed to teach her a few things as they shared a similar kind of magic. Mrs. Emerson picked Becca up after dinner, and Colin escaped to his room and spent some time updating his notebooks with everything he'd learned about being a werewolf. He wrote about his control issues dealing with the immense power that came with being what he was, and about understanding what Silas had been trying to teach him. There had still been no word from Night Watch or Silas, and Colin was worried. He considered going out for a late-night run, but it felt like he hadn't slept in days. Finally, he gave into exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep filled with dreams of werewolves past. A car from the base was waiting outside Colin's house at 8:30. He'd already eaten a hearty breakfast with multiple courses and had planned to run up to the base, but despite a solid night's sleep, Colin was still exhausted. He slipped into the back of the car, and the driver gave him a friendly nod in the rearview mirror. Colin watched Elkwood pass by as they drove. The days were getting warmer with summer approaching. Not that they'd see any sun. With his grandmother back in action, the sky was thickly overcast with dark clouds, and a light rain was falling. The base was bustling with activity when the car pulled up front. What's happening? Colin asked the driver. I don't know, I've been off duty, he replied sleepily. Head down to the second floor. They'll be in the boardroom. Colin got out of the car, entered the large warehouse, and took the elevator down 2 floors. He'd never been to the boardroom. Normally his meetings were in one of the offices or an interrogation room. A familiar scent tickled his nostrils as he stepped out of the elevator. Silas, I hear you've been busy. Colin practically ran down the hallway and burst through the boardroom's large wooden double doors. Principal Sampson stood off to one side with Mr. Emerson, who didn't look or smell quite as angry as he normally did. His right arm was in a sling. Varson sat on one side of the table, his usual nervous self. Silas was leaning back in one of the chairs but jumped to his feet when Colin entered and gave him a big hug. Colin couldn't recall them hugging before, but he'd missed Silas so much, and he sensed the feeling was mutual, because Silas bit Colin and turned him into a werewolf. They were joined for life as a pack, as a sort of family. Being apart had been difficult, like Colin had lost his arm or part of a leg. Now that Silas was here, back in Elkwood, a sense of comfort washed over Colin, and he felt truly at ease for the first time since Seattle. Silas held Colin at arm's length. You look like you've grown. You look older, said Colin with a grin. Silas's hair was longer and his beard had a lot of gray hairs in it. There wasn't much chance to shave, said Silas, rubbing his face. What happened? First things first, said Mr. Emerson. Here we go. I want to thank you, Colin, said Mr. Emerson. Wait, what? Colin listened to Mr. Emerson's heartbeat. It was steady. He wasn't lying. Commander Varson and Principal Sampson filled us in on what happened while we were away. While you broke a lot of rules, including freeing some very dangerous Class 5s back into the world, you saved this town and the lives of its residents. You also saved Becca. Mr. Emerson looked down at his shoes, and the slightest smell of embarrassment floated off of him. I honestly can't think of a way to repay you. Colin's mouth hung open. Silas leaned over to him and whispered, "You should probably say something." Colin snapped his mouth closed. Thanks. A lot of weird things had happened over the past week, but Mr. Emerson thanking him and meaning it was close to the top of Colin's weird things that happened over the past week list. Silas and Mr. Emerson sat down at the table. Colin was still a little in shock, but managed to place himself into a seat. "We called this meeting for 3 reasons, said Varsun, who looked like he hadn't slept all night. "First, we wanted to fill you in on what happened to Night Watch." "You couldn't be reached," said Colin, eyeing Mr. Emerson's injured arm. "What happened over there?" "Having looked at all the evidence, we believe what happened in Seattle was part of an elaborate setup," said Mr. Emerson, shifting his arm in the sling. "The werewolf attacks in Europe were meant to draw us away from Elkwood so Damon Talbot could attack the town and kidnap the soothsayer, your grandmother, and Alfred in order to steal their powers. If you hadn't stepped in his way, he would have undoubtedly succeeded and killed everyone in town." "Nice work, kid." Colin smiled. "Why didn't he just kill me?" "We think he didn't see you as a threat," said Silas. "You're just a kid and he saw how easily he could manipulate you in Seattle. I think on some level he may have thought he could control you and use you in the same way he used Becca and Mr. Varsun." Both Mr. Emerson and Varsun tensed. Mr. Emerson was likely upset that Talbot had used Becca, and Varsun embarrassed that he'd controlled him. "He did for a while. He planted a spell in my head. Sent my senses crazy. Thought it was because of Principal Sampson. No offense." "None taken, my dear boy," said the ghost. Becca unraveled the spell. "Magic is way more confusing than I thought it was. What happened to you in Europe?" "It was a trap," said Mr. Emerson. "They were waiting for us. We were attacked and scattered. We lost 7 men from Beta Team. One of the creatures almost took my arm off." "It was a mess," said Silas. "I was the only Class 5 freak among a bunch of human soldiers, up against a pack of 40 werewolves." "40, said Colin. "He'd had to enlist the help of vampires, ogres, a troll, and a very hungry kraken just to take down 20. "We should have been better prepared," said Silas. "How did you get out of there?" "Silas here fought his way out," said Mr. Emerson. "I was captured along with the rest of the team and held at a farmhouse. 2 nights later your mentor shows up and takes down the Alpha, their leader." "Way to go, old man." Colin saw Silas's mouth twitch into a brief smile. "The rest scattered," continued Mr. Emerson. "We tried to hunt them but only managed to take down 3. We could have spent months hunting them across Europe. When we finally got communications back, we heard from Commander Varsun and were on the first flight back here." "Did Talbot help create all those werewolves?" asked Colin. "That's a good question," said Mr. Varsun. "Which brings us to the second reason we called this meeting. We think you can help us answer that question." "Me? How?" "We've been interrogating Talbot, but he won't crack. We had a number of people try to read his mind, including your grandmother, but he has so many magical blocks up that it's impossible. Your grandmother did threaten to fry him with a bolt of lightning, and even that didn't convince him to talk," said Mr. Emerson. "Principal Sampson even tried his haunting trick on him, and it didn't faze him in the slightest." "Most embarrassing," said Principal Sampson. "Why do you think he'll talk to me?" asked Colin. "Because he told us that you're the only person he'll talk to," replied Varsun. Colin followed Mr. Emerson back down the hallway. He had so much he wanted to ask Silas, but the group insisted he speak with Talbot first. They took the elevator down several floors, and Colin was surprised when they passed the cell block level. "He's not being held in the base prison? Talbot is too dangerous for that. We have another cell block for magical types. Alfred helped us build it. It dampens magical power. We keep the more dangerous inmates down there." The elevator stopped at the 23rd floor. The doors opened and Colin saw the difference immediately. This was no prison like the one above, with clean white floors and shiny metal bars. The 12 cells here had been carved out of rock. Instead of bars, each cell had a thick see-through wall with air holes drilled at even intervals in several lines across the length of each frontage. Mr. Emerson stepped aside. He's in the last one on the left. I'll be right here. Colin stepped out and walked over the uneven rock floor. Most of the cells were empty. The third cell on the right contained a tall, scruffy man with shaggy black hair and bright yellow eyes. He sneered at Colin. The smell was unmistakable. This was the dark wolf, now in human form. Those bright eyes followed Colin as he walked by, and the smell of anger and hate was impossible to ignore. Damon Talbot sat cross-legged on the floor of his cell. Gone were the fancy clothes and sweeping cape. He wore a plain blue shirt and pants, the same as the rest of the inmates. His long hair hung around his shoulders and he looked thinner than when Colin had fought him yesterday. Talbot's eyes were closed and encased in dark circles. A large bruise painted the right side of his face. A lovely dark bluish-brown, likely where Colin had punched him. It was interesting to see now that Talbot was only maybe 10 years older than Colin. He'd looked older and far more in control when he was in possession of the Hellstone. Talbot's eyes snapped open and focused on Colin. The young werewolf, the savior of Elkwood. King of the freaks. You wanted to speak with me? Actually, I want to kill you, but yes, speaking with you will have to do for now. Colin said nothing, partially because he didn't know what to say and partially because there was such a steadiness to Talbot's heartbeat that it scared Colin a little. I assume the old folks told you my story. Something about me being power hungry, I imagine. They're not wrong. Crave power, and really, what's this? Life without power? Colin noted the crazy look in the man's eyes every time he said the word power. They were afraid to teach me more, you see, so I looked elsewhere for what I craved. And I found it. There's that look again. Poor guy. That Hellstone must have twisted him up. Colin couldn't help feeling a little pity for the man. Talbot stood and stepped up to the glass, his hands folded behind his back. What you said to me back on that beach, continued Talbot, that you control your power, that it doesn't control you. It won't last. You'll want more. I won't, said Colin. I'm not like you. You're just like me, snapped Talbot, spittle hitting the glass. It was difficult to block out the scent of the other werewolf, but there was something strange coming from Talbot that Colin couldn't place. He was angry. Absolutely. But there was something else, almost excited, maybe even a little nervous. Get to the point. What did you want to tell me? Asked Colin. Talbot smiled and resumed his calm composure. You're aware that Elkwood isn't the only town of its kind, yes? Colin nodded. He remembered Becca and Varsun had both mentioned other towns, and that the other towns also contain exceptional creatures such as yourself. Yes, said Colin, unsure of where this was going. The man who gave me the Hellstone isn't just exceptional. He's amazing. He's purely evil. And he won't stop until he's drained every single town like Elkwood of every drop of power they contain. He'll soon learn that I failed here, and he'll come for you and your friends, and there's nothing you'll be able to do about it. Talbot's heartbeat was perfectly steady. He wasn't lying. Either what he was saying was true, or he was so crazy he believed it to be true. And when the time comes, he continued, when your friends are dying around you, when everything you've come to love in your precious little town falls to ruin, that's when you'll come to me for help. You'll walk right up to this cell and ask me, Damon Talbot, to help you. You're crazy, said Colin. Why even tell me all this? Talbot barked that irritating little laugh. For a couple of reasons. Firstly, because the only thing you're going to remember is that when things turn bad, you'll feel an overwhelming need to ask me for help, and that our recent conversation just now was nothing more than me wasting your time. Talbot's heart rate suddenly increased. Colin took a step back from the cell. He's up to something. And secondly, despite what those fools upstairs believe, this cell doesn't completely dampen my powers. I've still got enough juice left for one final trick. A smirk spread across Talbot's thin face, and Colin realized too late what was happening. No, shouted Colin. In one quick movement, the wizard threw a floating symbol similar to the ones he'd created on the beach, but much smaller and not nearly as bright. A spell. The spell passed through the glass. Colin jerked out of the way, but the spell shifted directions and slammed into his chest. He felt a strange warmth spread through him, and his senses faded in and out. Colin, are you okay? shouted Mr. Emerson as he charged down the wide hallway. What was happening? He'd been talking to Talbot, but it was a waste of time. Then he'd felt dizzy. Mr. Emerson gripped Colin's arm and his senses snapped back into focus. What happened? Asked Mr. Emerson. What did he say? Is the poor boy okay? Asked Talbot. I'm fine, said Colin. His head felt a little fuzzy, but he was otherwise okay. Just too much excitement, I guess. Mr. Emerson glared at Talbot, who was grinning like an idiot. He doesn't know anything, said Colin. He was just wasting our time. Mr. Emerson led Colin away toward the elevator. Talbot's voice floated down the cavernous prison hallway. See you again real soon, Colin. He didn't tell you anything? Asked Varson after Colin and Mr. Emerson had re-entered the boardroom. No. He admitted he was wasting our time. If he knows anything he didn't want to tell me. Well, it was worth a try, shrugged Principal Sampson. You mentioned there was a third reason you called this meeting, said Colin. Ah yes, said Varson. Silas. Silas stood up and placed a hand on Colin's shoulder, his amber eyes staring intently. You've more than proved yourself these past few days, and we now realize that Talbot was responsible for your sudden change in Seattle. We're making some changes to Night Watch, and we want you to be a part of it. If we learned anything in Europe, it's that the kind of things we hunt are too dangerous for humans. What are you saying? We're ungrounding you, said Mr. Emerson. We want you to rejoin Night Watch effective immediately. No more babysitters, said Silas. And no more humans, it's too dangerous for them. For now it's just you and me and Principal Sampson. But Varson and Emerson would like us to recruit and train some new members. Maybe a useful kraken, or a cave troll, or a teenage witch you might know. His old eyes creased at the edges as he smiled. Colin didn't know what to say. He was ecstatic, as he was sure the grin on his face was plainly showing. Say something, Colin. Say anything. Anything at all. I'm in. Silas walked Colin out of the base where a car was waiting to take him to school. Rain was falling in a light drizzle. Your grandma's back to work then, said Silas. Seems like it. Talbot really had nothing to say? Asked the old wolf. Colin shook his head. Nothing. It's a shame. It'd be great to know where he got the Hellstone. Charles says they're rare. Some demon stole them from Hell centuries ago, but they were believed to be lost. There are more of those things out there? Silas nodded. Maybe we'll run into someone else with a Hellstone. Are you ready for that kind of a fight? It's not just going to be werewolves we're up against out there. Are you kidding? Said Colin. I'm ready for anything. That's my boy. Colin turned to get into the car, but a breeze blew through the trees and the smell of the forest floated through the air. He looked back at Silas. Feel like racing back to town? Silas laughed. You think you can take me down, wolf pup? One way to find out. Silas tilted his head as if considering the challenge, and Colin thought for a moment that he wouldn't take the bait. Go, shouted Silas. And then the old werewolf was gone, racing across the base toward the fence on the cliff's edge. Adrenaline surged through Colin's body as he pursued his mentor across the wet concrete. He caught up to him as they both reached the fence and leapt high into the air, over the fence, over the edge of the cliff, and down 50 feet to the forest floor, where Colin landed fully changed into werewolf form. The forest loomed before him, casting dark shadows across the ground. Colin charged forward through the trees ahead of Silas, letting out a howl of excitement as he ran, with a single thought ringing through his mind. I love my life.